Finally made it. Season 10 of the ANZ Champs. Feels like such a long time ago that I was coming here to Sydney for Season 1 in the ESL studios. But we're back now again for another season. My name is Elfish Sky. This is Pili. So fantastic to have you here with us this evening and for the rest of the season as well, Pili. Super keen to get back into some Counter-Strike because it has been quite a while since last year, since we last got to cast some Counter-Strike, so I'm really keen to jump into it.
I am as well, and I mean, a good reward for heading into a 10th season, a spot potentially at an international tournament for the team that wins this competition just makes it all the more exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Lots to break down. Obviously, we come into a new season. There's going to be new teams. There's going to be new formats, all that kind of stuff. What I do want to give a quick shout out to, of course, is the ESL Australia socials. Jump on Twitter. You can get involved and have a bit of a chat with us. And, of course, you can also vote in the poll. We've got a question for you guys as to who you think is going to win the first match, and obviously later on down the track, who's going to win the second match of tonight. So we'd love to see your opinions. We'll talk about that on the broadcast a little bit later when we do get further on down the track. And also another thing to just quickly shout out before we do get too far into the discussions about the matches is, of course, our season finals. Make sure you don't miss out on that either. Tickets are available now, as far as I understand, so make sure you check out the ESL Australia socials, and I'm sure you can figure out where to go to buy all of those tickets. But that's all of the housekeeping done and dusted. Let's jump right into the format for this event, this tournament. As it always does tend to change. Now, Pili, I have been talking for a little while, but I'm going to have to keep going, keep you out of the picture for the moment, because we do need to discuss this format. We are currently in Split 1, so if you're questioning what's going on with this graphic, I know it does look a bit confusing. We've got a few raised eyebrows even in the studio here earlier on, but take a look on the left side of your screen where it says Split 1. We've had 4 teams qualify through, and we've had 4 teams that got invited. Now, they weren't necessarily invited from last season, although most of the teams in that top 4 did get invited through. Right now, we're in that double elimination. So the first double elimination there on the left, through which we're going to advance 2 teams through to the grand final, and then they don't have to play into Split 2. The remaining 6 teams are then going to play in another double elimination bracket after we qualify another 2 teams through from another open qualifier, and from that second double elim bracket, another 2 teams will advance to the grand final where we're going to have 4 teams. So it does feel fairly similar to some of the formats that we had in previous seasons, Pili, but we're back down to 8 teams again.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities for teams to make their name well.
Yeah, that's going to be a journey that we're going to go through throughout the rest of this season, but there is obviously a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow as well, Pili, that we do need to talk about. The prize pool, 20,000 Australian dollars across the board, 8,000 for the champion of the season, but also, you alluded to it earlier on in the piece, there is an international qualifier spot associated with the ANZ Champs here for Season 1 for a DreamHack Open event for the winner. So that is pretty big chops, pretty exciting to think about which team could potentially be going overseas to represent us once again. And at this stage, you know, there are a few front runners, but I feel like this season is really going to develop the top 4 again, because we're sort of in a flux kind of situation where we're not really sure, like, do we know how good Avant's going to be? I mean, that looks like on paper a decent roster, but they haven't been showing up with the results that we might have expected from them. Order's looking good, but they've had a lot of roster changes. You've already mentioned Chiefs and that genuine roster, but have they hit that level where they deserve to be called a top 4 team and deserve to be really making those international berths as a representative of Australia? I suppose we're going to have to find out.
We will have to find out. I mean, I think it's just in a position at this point where you've only really got one roster that's been really stable in terms of the top teams, which would be Renegades, who aren't even playing in this thing.
Yep.
And you got your boys on Genuine, who have been the most stable, because even Orders, swapping around, changing people right and left. So this is definitely going to be a good opportunity for a lot of teams to either make their name, if they haven't already, in this competition, or just improve their consistency and prove that they're still a top team in the region and they've still got what it takes.
Well, let's see where that pathway is going to start for us tonight. We'll take a look at the bracket here and get an idea of what the first round matches are going to look like. And as you'd probably expect, out of a first round, most of these matchups are looking fairly one-sided. There are a couple that you might think, okay, that could go either way, or that one might go to 3 maps. But by and large, I think you look at those and you see a favored team in all of those matchups.
Yeah, 100% you do, and I think you're looking at, especially in this first bracket, before we do take those 2 teams through towards the finals, towards the later stages of the competition, there is going to be some big blowout games, and I'm not going to be surprised by that. But equally, there is a lot of underdog teams who are now just starting to qualify for some of these competitions, just starting to make their name for themselves, and this is their opportunity to do so. They got to actually put up numbers, even if they do lose, actually show that they've got what it takes to hang at this level. Otherwise, they won't be sticking around very long.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the matches that we're going to get to see in round 1. Let's look at the matches that we are watching tonight. Going to start off with Order and Skyfire as our first match. That's going to be very shortly. And then Ground Zero up against Roosters. Now, in my mind, Order, that should pretty much be a 2-0. I know it's pretty harsh to say for Skyfire, but I want to see a 2-0 from Order. I want them to kind of make their mark here in the ANZ Champs on day 1. Ground Zero and Roosters is a little bit more up in the air for me.
100%. I mean, Ground Zero, you're looking at a roster where they've just lost their best player pretty much, and you're going to be a little bit hard-pressed to put a team like Roosters down, especially in an online environment right now where these players are all sort of just absolutely popping off in competitions like your MDL and some of your qualifiers like that Rio Open qualifier and stuff like that. They're in prime form, so that's a real danger sort of area for Ground Zero to be going into.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just touching on the first match there as well, are you sort of leaning on the same side of the coin as me, with Order probably being the favourite team there?
Oh, in the first one, for sure, yeah. I would definitely be favouring Order.
Is there any chance for Skyfire, or like?
I'm going to say probably not, but I want to see them actually try to take double digits up against Order here tonight. And I think that they're a team that, they've got their foot in the door. They're in MDL, they're in AUNZ here, and they're also in those Rio qualifiers. So they're going to get plenty of reps in against these top teams. And if they're able to, grind out a few impressive games, then maybe they can, turn around everyone's expectations about whether they can make an upset happen.
All right, let's dive into this first matchup for tonight as well. We've been talking a little bit about it already. Order and Skyfire is the very first match. And the interesting thing about this match for me, and it may be more interesting on the weekend, is that we are going to be seeing these 2 teams play against each other in the Rio qualifiers as well, which you did already mention there as well. So, I mean, again, I don't know that that's necessarily going to help too much for Skyfire, unfortunately, but maybe they get something under their belt here today that they can use on the weekend, or who knows what's going to be the case with this new Order roster, right?
AUNZ's great, and we're in the stage where if you do make a mistake and you do get knocked into a lower bracket in the first split, and you get a bit of a scout on a team that you're playing in a qualifier like a Rio qualifier, if I'm, an in-game leader of Skyfire, I'm going Worth. I know what maps I'm going to be playing on the weekend. I know what to expect from a team like Order, and I've got a good idea of how I can potentially put together an upset and a bit more data to look at. So if I was the in-game leader of a team like Skyfire, that's the kind of thing that I'd be looking at. I'm thinking, can we temper our expectations a bit? How far can we get in terms of punching distance? Can we give ourselves some more competition?
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, Pilly, I know you're going to have a lot to talk about this as well. Let's have a look at the Order roster, because there has been a lot of changes coming through from last season. Now, you've got the familiar faces there of Alistair, Usilo, and Valiant, but Jaira and Ricky joining the roster. Now, Ricky did trial and has now, as far as I understand, been committed as a core member of this roster. Jaira is still a little bit more up in the air, but it's looking like a decent roster on paper here. That said, losing EMAG, losing, I guess, almost the face of that team is a big blow.
100%, and that's definitely going to make things very difficult, but bringing Coach Tux in is going to do Order very many wonders. It's going to give them an opportunity for them to be able to build their identity a bit more post-Imagine sort of era of Order, although he'll always have an influence after being a mainstay of that team for such a long time. But this will definitely be a very different edition of Order, and it's going to be interesting to see who are the main sort of focal points of this team to make them a powerhouse contender, because at the end of the day, Order's a name that's synonymous with with international opportunities. Even just going back to the end of last year, they were out in international competition, as well as, you know, Renegades being the main people that go overseas. So this is an org and a team with high expectations, and they're going to want to be, you know, the #1 team in the region while Renegades aren't around, and they might even want to be trying to upset them every now and again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sad thing for me when it comes to seeing EMAG depart the roster is that is the last link to the original Kings roster that was prior to Order, you know, no longer existing within the team. So this is now almost, you know, the analogy of if you replace a part of the boat with a new part of the boat.
He would be the motor.
Yeah.
You literally just have ripped it out pretty much.
You've taken the motor out, you've taken the sails out, you've taken whatever else, right? It's not the same team anymore without EMAG, unfortunately, but this is probably a new era for Order. Anyway, we're going to see how they go tonight against Skyfire, who are their opponents. Obviously, a tough matchup here for Skyfire, but we have talked a little bit about these guys before in the past, and we've seen some decent games from them as well. They were formerly, or at least the core of this roster was formerly known as Bazaar, and we felt like they did okay last season in the ANZ Champs, but the expectations are still fairly low for a team like this.
Yeah, for sure. I think they have, you know, the two standout sort of players that you'd be looking at. Definitely, you know, Licky is quite a decent player. He'd be a good person to slot into another roster if I was going to go looking for some people, some potential talent. Affinity, you know, has some decent performances, but he's a little bit inconsistent for my taste. And the rest of the lads seem to sort of just do their roles. They try to play, you know, some decent CS. They try to throw some strats in the mix. But the big thing about this Skyfire team is I feel like they're all very young and they haven't really developed themselves enough to be able to consistently put themselves up into that top level of competition. And their style's just a little bit too gimmicky for my tastes. But I'm sure that will develop with time. They're in all of the main competitions at this point, and they've earned their way into them very consistently, so clearly that they deserve to be there, and there's something that's working for them, because it's not like they just gimmick their way into MTL and they missed out on AUNZ. They're in everything.
Well, that's the point, isn't it, right? You want to kind of spread yourself across the majority of the competitions and do what we kind of saw Genuine doing, or Genuine into now Chiefs doing in the last year and a half or so, right? I really like the model that they've got as a roster, and I hope that a lot of teams can kind of follow that, and I hope that ANZ Champs is going to be something that allows teams to do that. So I'd really like to see what this Skyfire team can do over the course of the next 12 months or 18 months or so. Don't know that tonight's going to be the night. I'd be predicting a 2-0. We have yet to see the map veto though, Pilly, but for me, Skyfire definitely in it for the long term.
Yeah, for sure, and that's what they should be aiming for. You know, we see too many of these sort of younger teams just sort of focus on short term expectations. Look, they're in all the leagues. They may as well try to learn something.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the vetoes though as well, because those are going to be pretty important for us to find out what our expectations are going to be for tonight's match. I don't know that you're necessarily expecting too much out of this one, Pilly. I feel like both teams are fairly new rosters, or rosters that we don't have too much to deep dive on. Dust 2 taken away by Skyfire. They did get a bit of a pounding on that earlier on in their open qualifiers from what I saw, so maybe not a huge surprise there. Overpass taken away by Order, but what are we looking at for the picks here?
You're going to be looking towards probably the middle of the map pool. It's interesting. Obviously, Order's gone towards Inferno, which is pretty much a stock standard from them since the dawn of time, so not surprised about that one. Skyfire's gone over towards that Vertigo pick, which is interesting. We've seen Order play that a decent amount. They've looked, you know, good on it in the past, but they haven't got a ton of reps in on it. You know, they've only really played it. I remember that one time at the end of last year where Chiefs picked it against them in one of those series, or they led it through or something like that, and then Order sort of pumped them on it. But it was more sort of
different order though, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, but it was still like, it was more sort. Actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure it was just Hats running at the other team and individually sort of stopping.
He's liable
to
do that sometimes, isn't he?
Yeah, that was an interesting game for sure. But it's gonna be cool to see how Order sort of goes towards playing that Vertigo. Obviously, you know, when you're seeing a team like Skyfire going wider on the map pool, that's pretty interesting, because they are actually the more consistent sort of core. They have been playing together for a little bit now, whereas Order, they're going to be a little bit out of left field, I might say. They're going towards the middle.
Even still, you got Train there as the final remaining map in the pool. I don't think that's too bad of a final map for Order. They had the option between Mirage and Train as well, so in theory they should have gotten the one that they preferred, which I guess they did. So Vertigo, Inferno, and Train. Do you think we go to a third here, or is it just done in two?
I think it's probably done in two, just predicated off the levels of the team. That's why I'm not really too concerned with the veto. I didn't look into it really heavily. It's nice to see Skyfire go towards something like a Vertigo rather than relying on, you know, the more sort of pucky maps. But I think that's just a feature of what the map pool is at the moment. You have to go towards some of these sort of outlier picks rather than the stock standard maps, because otherwise there's just far too many of them at this point. You've got 4 different maps that you need to be a little bit more proficient at rather than just running at people.
Well, what I will say for Vertigo for Skyfire is I hope they've gone back and had a look at their T side. From what we saw in the open qualifiers, it was a little bit lacking. They came back on the CT side and made it look a lot better there, but the T side did definitely seem to struggle a little bit for them. So I'll hope to see whether or not they've been able to fix that since Sunday night. But with that said, you know, this is a kind of a new Order roster, so there may be a world in which they can slip through there on Vertigo. But I think what's really going to come down to is being able to shut down that firepower on the Order roster. I mean, you know, we've always sort of associated Order with a team that has a lot of firepower, has a lot of individual skill, and I don't think that has really changed too much, right? You look at the form that some of the players are in, particularly Alistair and Ricky. It seems like a pretty tall order to ask Skyfire, of all teams, to be able to take even a map off, or maybe double digits off of a team like Order.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree with that. And I think, honestly, even just upsetting a team like Order tonight would actually be the wrong order of things if you're looking at a long-term success for a team like Skyfire, because, you know, we've seen it too many times where these newer teams come forward and they upset a better team. All you're doing is tempering them to beat you later on, or tempering their expectations coming up against you and teaching them your style. Whereas on the weekend, you've got something like a Rio qualifier. That's what I'd be, you know, the meme saving strats for, you know. That's where I'd want to be scouting my opponent tonight, and then I know that I've still got split number 2 to try and qualify through, which might, in theory, be easier with some of the better teams going through to the LAN finals, and then you've got the Rio qual, which is quite important on the weekend.
Certainly would make for an interesting lower bracket, though, if we did see one of the teams, not even necessarily in the matchup here between Order and Skyfire, but any of the top teams getting knocked down into the lower bracket.
Yeah, 100%, and it's bound to happen at one point. You know, you're going to have that Avant versus Chiefs, you know, or that Order versus Avant, either in split number 1 or split number 2, and one of those is going to have to go down to the lower bracket and start taking on those, you know, other teams that have been trying to slug their way through there. Yeah,
definitely. And I think there's a lot of upset potential even still in the upper side of the bracket. Obviously, got some good teams. I mean, you look at Rooster, that's going to be coming up in the next matchup. They came in the 5th seed. Obviously, they came as first out of the open qualifiers. That's a team that I really sort of associate with the ability to upset the top teams.
I think even more so than that, than when they were, you know, the MLW, even though it's not really the same roster anymore. That is literally like the danger team for a lot of these, you know, especially if I'm changing players around a little bit, like an Order or something like that, and maybe I'm just not 100% comfortable with the way that I play a map, and I go into a series, and you've got, you know, your Juices, Nedic, and Chelios all running at me. I'm probably not going to be too happy in that situation.
Well, speaking of all those roster changes for Order, I mean, do we want to touch on the fact that they've lost EMAG, which means they've lost their IGL?
Yeah, but you put Jira in.
Indeed, but is that's a bit of a step up for him, isn't it, right? You're now in-game leading players like Alistair and Ricky, and I mean, all these players that have played in the top of the scene for such a long time.
No, 100%.
He's a relative newcomer still to the top.
We've seen pretty mixed results when you put an inexperienced in-game leader in with a bunch of experienced players. I think someone like Tux would make it a little bit easier to make that transition happen. Obviously, like, officially, he's just a stand-in at the moment, but I can't really... It's a bit of a stretch to think of someone else that they could grab, you know, from the scene at this point. So he seems like a decent player to even just slot into the team at this point, but it's just a question of how well are you going to make that work? How well is a, you know, younger sort of less experienced player going to be able to play with players who have international pedigree, international experience? Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, he does have that international, a little bit of international experience.
It's not the same. You're talking about Ustillo and Ricky. And,
I understand, yes. But he has, it's not like he's a new guy coming into the roster. I want to just reframe that, because it feels like we're sort of going a little bit too far down the rabbit hole there talking about Jara. He is still, as far as ANZ Counter-Strike is concerned, actually quite experienced now. He's been to a minor, he's played on some of the best teams in Australia for probably the last year or so, I would say, which in the grand scheme of things actually does feel like quite a while sometimes.
Yeah, but you're talking about players who have literally played for 10 plus years, have played the international circuit. It's not comparable.
Anyway, let's see how it goes tonight. The voting is in from you guys on Twitter. 80% for Order, 20% for Skyfire. No real surprises there. We will have another poll later on for the Ground Zero and Rooster match, which you guys can vote on. But we're about to head into a Vertigo here, and very eagerly anticipating this first match between Order and Skyfire. I'm looking forward to seeing how this new Order roster goes, and also looking forward to seeing how Skyfire dips their toes into ANZ champs for another season. Pilly, 2-0 the prediction from you?
100%. 2-0 for Order, but I want to see Skyfire put up a little bit of a fight. I want to see some individuals really stepping up to the individual level of a team like Order on the side of Skyfire and really give them a run for their money. And just get a good scout in, get ready for the weekend. You know, you don't always have to win every game of Counter-Strike. It's not always optimal to.
Yeah, I'm going to echo those thoughts as well. I think it's a 2-0 here for Order, and if not, I'll probably be disappointed, and I'm sure they would be as well. But let's see how it pans out. Bit of a stack over here towards B from Order, as a lot of utility comes flying on in. Ustillo will draw the first blood, but it's Ricky, the one that has to do the majority of the defending on the bomb site, as Alistair still continues to look through the window. Bomb plant down for Skyfire, but they've lost 2 players. And I don't think that makes the job too much easier at all, even despite the fact that Valiance gets the kill onto Ustillo. All's well that ends well for Order.
Yeah, very controlled defense there from Order. It felt like Skyfire, you know, even though they did get their foothold into the site, even though they did get the bomb down, it always felt like Order had that potential to come in for the retake, always had the good positions to be able to come in through window, through that connector area, and just retake the site there with ease. Also had some utility on their belts. Instant force buy out of Skyfire, going to be putting that Krieg to use. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with that. Do have full utility over there on Affinity. Got the Galil, got the Krieg. So let's see what they're going to be able to do. AK as well onto Licky.
Standard with the current meta, isn't it, right? The force buy in round 2, regardless of if you win, lose, get the bomb down, doesn't really matter. There's always going to be that force buy. But a bit more reserved this time from Skyfire. No quick play in towards either of the bomb sites.
Yeah, they're just trying to use the range of the rifles. They want to grab somebody who's getting a bit too aggressive over on towards those SMGs, or maybe catch a fight with someone like Ricky. Obviously, 3 MP9s and a FAMAS. Even the M4, you'd be happy to take a duel with those. That's some nice spam out from Ali. Free damage is definitely going to be very, very important for the players on the MP9s, as well as the FAMAS. Definitely makes it easier to take down one of those players. So far, the T is just walking around looking for some easy duels. Ricky's going to get a pick there over towards the ramp and just fall back. He's in a very, very good position here for Order, being very responsible over here on towards this B anchor roll. And Gyro ready to jump up if need be over towards that window area.
Ricky could get caught out here if he keeps jumping around on the bomb site. Does have a grenade out in his hands. Gets the timing wrong, but still flicks around. Gumpton, he's whiffed, and Ricky has made him pay. Flashbang now comes out from the site defender, and that slows Skyfire down quite substantially. Almost thought we might see another round here that was going to go easily the way of Order, but they are at least being made to work for it, with a couple of kills coming from some of the Skyfire members. Still though, 3 guns alive, and a couple of the players getting the upgrades here as well for Order marks a very good round for them in round 2.
100%. So now Skyfire straight back to the drawing board. They're going to be having to buy up some of those little pistols. Deagle, maybe a P250, see if they can try to get a frag or two, do a little bit of damage to that CT economy before it really gets rolling here on Vertigo. Order would not be a team that I'd want to be giving some AWPs to on the CT side. That double AWP, very dangerous on this team in particular. And once it gets rolling and they have some money to work with, it's going to be very difficult for any team to deal with.
Yeah, interesting to see Skyfire going back over towards A ramp. I watched their match in the qualifiers, and I felt they had a lot of difficulty trying to take control of A ramp. Now it is just a pistol round, so I won't comment too much on it from that respect. Obviously the double nade is quite nice from Order, but I did feel Skyfire had some degree of difficulty taking this area of the map, even on their gun rounds. They weren't really able to progress up A ramp, so I'd like to see whether or not that's going to happen again here tonight. Obviously it's a different beast, right, when you're playing against Order, but that is definitely a weakness that I felt I saw here on Vertigo for Skyfire.
Well, it's a weakness that they'll need to work on, particularly on a map like Vertigo, which is their pick. You know, it's a map where the CT team really can be aggressive and take control of the stairs or take control of that ramp with some aggressive smokes and some well-placed utility. And if you allow that to happen on the T side, nice little run boost over towards the side of the stairs, and that's going to get Affinity. That first frag is actually over towards that middle connector. So good control here for Skyfire over towards the stairs, and now going to be progressing their way up towards connector area.
A lot of utility going into the B site at the moment. Ricky is feeling the brunt of it with the flash just popping in his face. Skyfire should be well aware that there will be some presence from middle as well.
The walk back over towards the ramp, though, which is perfectly executed. They do get that first initial frag over on towards that Order defense, which has caused an over-rotation with the wall of smoke. So Order's still expecting this to be a big site hit, but they've been swindled. Skyfire's all over towards that A side of the map, and the bomb is going down. Ricky is going to pick up Gumpton, though, so it's an even numbers scenario. But
Not a bad molly.
Let's see if Skyfire can get themselves a good enough post plant to defend this.
Well, that's going to be the real question, isn't it, right? When you get an advantage against a team like Order, you have to capitalize on it, have to take advantage of it. Whether or not Skyfire will be able to do that remains to be seen, as now Order start to work their way out for the retake. A nice position from Mizzy, and a double kill there as well off the back of the flashbang from Affinity. Well done from Skyfire, but they still have to hold on to the next couple of players as well. Yusilo goes down trying to defuse the bomb, and Alistair doesn't pose too much more of a resistance. Skyfire with their first round here on the T side. Good to see. 3-1, not too far out of it just yet.
Yeah, it's a great round from start to finish, really. They get that initial first pick in that 5-on-4. They use a lot of their utility to cause the CTs to over-rotate, and they don't fully commit towards that B side of the map, which would have been, you know, they can't know it for sure, but it would have been a pretty big mistake, because Order's pretty essentially just four-stacked that bomb site in the man disadvantage situation. Is a run boost again over towards the stairs. Gumpton makes it over there. Taking a little bit of damage. Lado's also taking a little bit of damage, but they will get this stairs area. They're not going to allow Ricky to go and take control. It's going to give the CTs a little bit less information and cause that rotation over from Gyra.
They did fail that run boost the other night, actually, so it seems they've been working on it. This time Gumpton's been able to get across a couple times. It's good to see.
Looks like with that stairs control, Skyfire going to head straight into the bomb site.
Gyra ready and waiting, though. Great headshot. Tries to pick up the AK, gets himself into all sorts of problems. Ricky not able to trade back, but they do still have some presence on the bomb site here, Order. With Valiance being able to grab Leto, making it a 3 versus 3. More doable situation here for Order on the retake, although they are not progressing too quickly.
Flashes being thrown out by the T's. Order now going to start to expend the Molotov, the smokes to flush some of these T's out of position, and Mizzy's going to move forward instead of falling back.
Catches Valiance there as well as the smoke fades. No trade available by Order. Finally, Yustilo grabs it. But still two players to find, and the bomb's already pretty much going to explode, so Order just decide that they may as well keep these couple of guns in their back pocket as their economy is getting pretty low. Don't mind seeing that from Order, but I much love to see what Skyfire have got for us here tonight on the T side, because they certainly seem like they're being able to take that battle to Order. But does it feel like to you a question of whether or not Order is just letting these first couple of rounds go by, trying to figure out what's happening on that T side, or is Skyfire really taking this challenge to Order?
I think Skyfire's getting a couple of pretty crucial critical kills very early on, or some critical map control, and then they're using it very well to, you know, create a launching pad for them to throw and execute onto the side, or just try to play with the rotations a little bit. Another nice early pick from Affinity there in towards the connector. Again, punishes a rifling player, even though this isn't a buy for Order. Going to shift around, rotating multiple CTs to stack in towards this middle connector area, hoping that Skyfire tries to take some additional control. Nice little boost up onto Yustilo. Might net himself a frag early on.
He's going to have to, right? He's the only player with the weapon, and does get the kill there onto Mizzy. Doesn't get traded out either. Ricky will spot Licky. Actually does a fair bit of damage there as well, which allows Yustilo to push forward again and find another kill. So they have lost the AWP, but they've actually gained an AK here now for Ricky Order, and a numbers advantage.
Skyfire going to leverage their utility, though. Yustilo's already on the rotate around. This duel is going to be so critical. How does he win that? He peeks into Gumpton's angle and just double dinks him, deletes him off the map.
Well, we talk about firepower, and that is exactly what we're talking about. Some of those aim duels that you're just supposed to lose are going to go the way of Order. Skyfire reeling off the back of that. A great start to the round for Order. And when it really felt like Skyfire was starting to get an advantage here on the map, it's been very quickly ripped away by Order again. Gyra on the ramp, Ricky underneath as well. And Affinity nowhere to go. Doesn't have the bomb either. He's been spotted out by Valiance as well, so that should probably be the round over, done and dusted. As long as Order can finish Affinity off. Flash goes through, Ricky does the job. And 4-2, a round that Skyfire would have desperately liked to have won, but Order just showing why they're one of the best teams in Australia.
100%. I mean, look, Skyfire, it was nice for them to win that round at 2-1 or 3-1 to get themselves back in the game and start to pressure Order's economy. And then they got the round following that. They put themselves in a really good position to take control of the game. But Order, just historically, and even in this edition, all they need is one gun. All they need is one player with a deagle to just get a headshot or two. And all of a sudden, a round that you should be winning most of the time, you're going to be finding yourselves in a lot of pain. Anyway, Skyfire, they're buying up. They're going to try and contest this buy from Order, even though they won't necessarily break the economy. Nice damage with the grenades early on before Skyfire even makes it up this ramp.
Yeah. Same old sort of a situation for them, although having not lost a player doesn't make it too bad just yet. But they don't really seem like they're too eager to actually take a peek into the A-bomb side. Affinity, the only one really that's poking and prodding.
Yeah, look, they've gone and they've taken that ramp control, but it's exactly like you said, they're not doing a whole lot with it. You'll see a lot of, you know, the top tier teams at the moment, they'll just leave, you know, 1 or 2 players over there just to keep control while the rest of them rotate around to a different area. But if they're going to throw this execute, they got to make sure that they have all hands on deck. They are moving those players over towards that secret area and over towards the ramp. They are going to try and make their progression on towards this A site. It's going to be Valiant's hold off this secret area with Alistair on the back of the site. Not really any nades to be using.
Oh, Valiant's almost turns around and gets 2 there. Would have been just another one of those moments that you expect out of Order. But with 35 seconds left on the clock, bomb plant will go down. Bit a flurry of bullets through the smoke there from both sides, but no one coming out of that particularly perturbed. He's got himself a nice angle here with the ESG, just waiting for a mistake out of any of the Order players, but here they come for the retake. Already they've failed a 4v5 retake on this bomb site, but another attempt for them, and a good shot there from Oriki. Does net the first kill. Leito, however, from the side is able to trade back down, and we're still there with a numbers advantage for Skyfire. 2 versus 3, and the bomb plant ticking away ever quicker. So they won't be able to get the defuse here. Order. Skyfire will escape with another round, but Order will do much the same with 2 guns.
Skyfire, good use of flashes in the post plan again. They've been doing a fantastic job of using their utility to not only take bomb sites from, you know, strong positions of map control like that ramp, like the stairs, but also in the post plant, they're throwing out a lot of good flashes. Whereas if you look at Order towards the end of that round, Yusilo had 2 flashes on his belt, but he chose to be that person to initiate the contact rather than throw the flashes high left towards the ramp to allow the other CTs up close. And therefore, Skyfire, they were just able to leverage that secret position, leverage that ramp, as well as the flashes to be able to close out that round win. So excellent work there from those lads. Now we're in a pretty critical round. Both teams very, very low on money, and that's going to be the initial pick over towards Valiant. Gumpton getting a little bit too enthusiastic. All of a sudden, Skyfire, they're all dead. In such a critical round like this, they don't have any loss bonus. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, the green numbers are not very high for them, which means this is probably going to be a save round in the next. And Order, at this point, all they want to do is just try to keep up as many guns as possible and make their economy strong this round, as well as following into the next round if they can make this into an anti-eco situation.
Got to feel sorry for our boy Turtle on the obs machine tonight. That one would have been pretty difficult. Don't think you're going to catch all 3 of them. MC probably would have, but unfortunately he's not here. He'll be back a little bit later on in the piece. For now, Order up 5-2 in the round. Mizzy and Affinity to try and salvage anything. I mean, is there anything really salvageable from this round? Maybe a bit of damage, take some guns out of the hands of Order, but I don't know that that's really going to be a saving grace for Skyfire here as they do start to weight down that timer a little bit.
See if they're able to do any damage. Wouldn't expect them to be able to pick up the round here, but as many CTs as they can take down will definitely domino effect later on.
A bit of a whiff spray from Yusilo will net him no favourable result. Gyra there to finish things off though. Only the 1 gun loss for Order. They'll be happy with that. 5-3. Bit of a game of tug of war really it feels like right now between the 2 teams. Neither really getting a great advantage out of our...
Order just did though. They 100% just did. That's about as hard reset as you can get nowadays, Jordan. 1,400 in the bank.
So they've got that point. They got to that point where they finally have that one hard yank and everyone on the other side falls over.
That's it. 100%. I can't say how confident I would be about Order in a tug of war. Maybe with Imagine there, you know, he's probably got pretty strong arms. They probably have been better off. But they've still managed it.
I think Yustilo's pretty jacked, isn't he?
Yustilo? Yeah, probably. He is a lobster after all. Those claws would probably be pretty good in a tug of war.
Yeah. Can't really say too much to Sky5. I've not really seen any of them in person, so...
Look, they're fairly young blokes. I'm going to guess that they are probably about as jacked as you, Jordan.
That's pretty big. I was dirty bulking earlier this morning.
That's not what I was going for, but anyway. It is going to be a force, which is kind of what Sky5 has to do in this situation. They really didn't have a whole lot of money to be playing with heading into this round or the next, so they're going to try and cheat themselves a round win with those deeks.
But a good opportunity for Order to build that economy up on the CT side as well here. If this round doesn't go too well for Skyfire, they're not able to find any picks here or there. You know, 4 or 5 guns through here for Order really just does a massive bonus for their economy, and it kind of looks like that's what's going to eventuate.
100%. Four players alive in the last round for Order. You're looking at 5 players alive at this point. I mean, even if they lost 1 or 2 players, you're looking at them building up quite a lot of cash moving forward, picking up their 6th round. You've only got 5 left to play with in the rest of the half. Already, you're looking in a pretty fantastic position if you're Order, I would say. Caps from Ricky.
Yeah, a little bit too easy for him there.
Yeah, you don't even have to move your mouse. What is so hard about this Counter-Strike Global Offensive game exactly? Just right-click with the Krieg and press mouse 1 a few times, and all of a sudden, you've won ANZ champs.
Wow. If it was that easy, Philly. If only it was that easy.
There you go.
Well, 6-3 for Order. Still a long way yet from winning the ANZ champs, but definitely a team to beat this season.
Is a run boost. But I just on eco. Probably just giving it a practice, Jordan.
Yeah.
Said they didn't have too much luck with that the other night.
Well, it did only fail 1 time, but it was quite funny because I was watching Gumpton as he fell off the building, so... Yeah, look, this is going to be a bit of a nothing round, I think, for Skyfire. Gyra having a field day, actually. Really a bit of an aim prac there, to be honest.
Really, I thought the most important...
an ace, by the way.
I thought the most impressive thing of that round was not really Gyra's... was it an ace?
It was,
Did he get the first one with the nade?
Yep.
Well, more important than the ace was that Later was able to catch a grenade in each hand from one of Order's players. That's pretty impressive catching. Probably should be pursuing the cricket rather than the Counter-Strike, Jordan. And then you could cast him in both, and you could talk about his Counter-Strike career.
Yeah, any cricket commentary teams that need a new caster, hit me up. I'm keen.
This is an interesting round. We've got a nice little 1-for-1 early on, and Gumpton's found himself into a very forward position. Mizzy on the other side, though, towards that middle connector area. Above the ladder, will get himself a pick as well. This is all over the place. Order, they're going to really struggle to read this and rotate accordingly, but the call will be that Ricky, instead, he's just going to leave that B bomb site. You're going to have a gap somewhere in a 3-on-X situation on the CT side, and they're going to try to stay active rather than be reactive on Order.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough as well. You probably back your individuals to be able to find the timings and find the aim jewels when necessary. Utility being thrown into the B bomb site, though, should give things away, and Ricky deciding not to take the peek for the first couple that go walking past and just misses a couple of the critical shots onto Leto, which will mean he's not able to find the numbers advantage for Order, but he has at least got the information. The quick rotate will come across as a result.
Got Skyfire dug into some pretty good positions, but Order do have plenty of utility to be able to flush them out. There's the first Molotov that's going to force Mizzy forward.
Still no aggression from Skyfire just yet, but Mizzy has an advantage now. That very quickly gets ripped away from him as Alistair catches him in the side with the AWP, but it's all onto Ustillo now, and he's only got 2 HP to his name. A fairly unwinnable situation for me, and seems Ustillo would agree. 7-3 will become 7-4. Some of the money goes pouring back into the coffers of Skyfire, but Order still have plenty in their bank account as well. Seems like they haven't got their investments in the stock market this week, Pilly, because it's been mostly going up instead of down, unlike the real world.
There you go. That's pretty impressive stock knowledge there, Jordan.
Thank you.
If only you could invest that much time and effort into learning more about Counter-Strike.
Well, one day, maybe.
All right. Well, this is going to be a pretty important gun round. Again, Skyfire up against the ropes in terms of their money. And Ricky has found himself the opening pick. The double AWP setup on Order is one of the most scary ones that you're going to be going up against in this region.
Yeah.
And I would say, you know, they'd probably even have a fair crack of it internationally with those two AWPers. Skyfire have lost 1 3/4 players, essentially, Gumpton.
Yeah, this will be interesting depending on the timing for Gumpton if he's looking away. But even still, you might back Alistair in this aim duel if he continues to push forward.
Initial Molotov being thrown out there. The push forward from Alistair is punished very well by Gumpton. That's going to put Skyfire in a much better position as they creep up this ramp. You do also have D making his way up. That's a bit of an overextension there.
Nice timing on the push from Valiance, and returns back to the side at the perfect time as well to catch Mizzy. Good shot on Ustillo there as well. Headshot to boot. And look, he can't quite transfer the spray onto Ustillo. Will be shut down. 8-4 now for Order. That round was over pretty quickly once it started.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of inexperience about where to sort of put their players and the spacing there from Skyfire. You had the initial push punished, which is perfect. You know, they get Alistair there, who's getting aggressive up on that B side of the map, and essentially they have a 4-on-1 or a 4-on-2 that they can leverage. At that point, it's all about your spacing, and it's all about, you know, the entry is having the perfect pathways and being able to set up the rest of the rounds, and they just didn't do it effectively. They essentially took a couple different 1v1s. After you pick that initial CT player, how many times, you know, do you see the secondary player, the rotator, or the person that's behind him have to get aggressive now that he knows he's at a disadvantage? You have to make something happen, and somehow Valiance is able to come away with a double there in that situation. He should be traded out. He should be leveraged, his aggression, be punished by Skyfire, and instead he's able to pretty much turn the round around, create even more space for Ustillo to come in, and we all know what he does with a bit of space. And the round's over from there.
Bangs a few heads off. There's a bit of a bang as well to start off round number 13. A grenade to find the kill onto Gumpton. It is just a pistol here for Skyfire, and I feel like I've said that a few times, which is quite unfortunate for them. Life's definitely not been made easy for them on the T side here. As we will see, round 13
imagine
gone very quickly.
running to the top of the stairs into a Molotov and you're blind. Like, it's just not a good day.
Just
not a good day at the
spawn.
office. So, here we go.
Not worth the effort, in my opinion.
Probably not. I mean, the only rounds that Skyfire's really been able to put on the board are the rounds where it's been very textbook and very sort of planned out. And every round where one thing goes wrong or one of the Order players starts to take matters into their own hands, they very quickly lose.
Yeah, you plan A, if it doesn't work, you definitely still need a plan B to fall back on, and that may still not yet be the case for Skyfire. You could probably put that back down to Order more so, I think, than Skyfire. Like, it seems like Skyfire have a decent idea of what they want to be doing here on Vertigo. Seems like when things are going their way, they're able to capitalize on them. But there's that individual brilliance and the firepower and just the ability and skill and timing and knowledge that the Order players have that are sometimes making things a little bit come unstuck for Skyfire.
Yeah, I think Skyfire are falling into the old trap of just being a little bit too structured from time to time, and also just being, you know, caught off guard by some of the aggression from Order, not being able to fight back in terms of the firepower, and that's unfortunately putting themselves in some pretty tough situations. Now again, they're going to try and fall back on some kind of an execute over here on towards the B bomb site. They got the 2 smokes, a couple of flashbangs, but Ricky is already playing disruptive once again. He's got the smoke and the Molotov and the initial pick. So very quickly, this round's going from bad to worse for Skyfire.
Certainly is, and I was expecting it to get even worse there because Ricky did look like he had a nice line, and so too did Alistair, but both of them fall.
All of a sudden, both of the AWPers on Order miss each individually a shot, and now he's still low. Let's see if he's going to use that utility on his belt a little better than last time. Already the Molotov and flashes flying out for Valiance to create some space.
Luckily, Valiant's got the one with the HE nade, but he'll have to push forward and get some more here. Oh, well, he does that easily. Makes it look way too easy there, Pilly, doesn't he? I mean, and those are not easy shots to hit.
It's predicated on the back of the utility, though. You're still throwing out a Molotov. That's an extra position you don't have to clear. You can have your crosshair be a lot more focused, in a lot better position. You got the flashes as well, just throwing off the Ts a little bit more, creating that space and the confidence for Valiant to push in there. It's a lot of different factors. It's not just about him banging off the heads. It's about being sure where your enemies can and can't be and getting in there with some confidence.
10-4. Potential for an 11-4 half here for Order. It seems like they're well on their way to getting that. 5 would be nice for Skyfire, but still not an excellent T-side half. They've already taken a huge chunk of damage from the utility that's been thrown in by Order. Just seems the CT side is reading it like a book, although Ricky might have been reading it back to front, as he does get one. He's found the ending. but the beginning does catch up with him there as he falls as well.
I like the approach though. Like, essentially, they're so far ahead at this point. They know they're going to have to play Skyfire again at some point. You don't really want to be playing 100% properly, to be honest. You kind of want to be disrespecting. You want to be getting in their heads a little bit as much as you can. Obviously, it's a bit of a silly play to just Under Armour flash and go straight through the smoke, but
I think when you're up 10-4 and Valiance is popping off the way that he is, you can kind of understand.
100%. It's that. It's what people say about that old like Fnatic team. You know, like you have JW just constantly going in, constantly being aggressive back in the old days because you have such strong clutch players behind him.
Yep, Olaf Meister's going to be able to 1v3 if everyone else dies. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and you know, contextually, you can't really compare Order and Fnatic, but in this series, it's a similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can
sort
when you look at the context of this game.
Of this game, yeah.
11-4.
Not outside of this game. Don't take it out of context.
Yeah, don't clip it. Don't clip it. You know someone's going to do it.
Oh,
Idiot Australian casters.
What's he talking about? Olaf Meister is way better than anyone in Australia. Get out. Maybe not.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe not Dexter.
Not now anymore.
Yeah.
But definitely at the time.
Yeah, at the time he's probably better than anybody in the world. So.
Yeah. Well, he was the best player in the world at the time. Yeah. And I actually really miss those times. You know, I miss watching the Fnatic games from that Fnatic roster because it was such an exciting team to watch.
Me too. It's not the same team anymore.
Yeah, not the same.
They play very differently.
Yeah. JW running through like with the AWP trying to shotgun people, and then the Tech 9. Remember the Tech 9, OP Tech 9 getting ripped out by Olaf Meister, and he just runs in, binks 3 people on the cobblestone.
I remember that tournament. Yeah, the cobblestone. Yeah, I remember that tournament where like they looked at the gun stats. Like usually the gun stats aren't that interesting. Unless it was like the people complaining about the SG being overpowered. He had like more Tech 9 kills than like any CT weapon.
Yeah.
He had more Tech 9 kills than most other weapons. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, those were good times. Oh well, 11-4 right now. We're not seeing any Tech 9 kills anymore.
No. The weapon's too balanced now.
Yeah. Yeah, seems like the real complaints these days are about the scoped weapons more so than anything else.
The scoped weapons are the SG.
SG and the AUG.
The AUG's not really complained about. I don't think the
definitely the
AUG's
SG
wrong
more
with
so.
it. Yeah, just the SG.
So it's halftime break, everybody. 11-4 for Order. I think that's probably within our expectations, isn't it?
100%. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm just constantly dumping on Skyfire, but the truth of the matter is that they're just not really up to the standard that they need to be able to take out a match like this, and there's nothing wrong with that. Not everyone is just the best Counter-Strike player in, you know, some of their earlier seasons of playing.
Yeah.
Everyone goes through this phase in their career where they just get absolutely slammed by better players, and
some of them
never grow out of it. E.g., my career.
That's
and
literally
then you
what
just
I was going
become
to say.
a caster.
Yep.
Sometimes you just get bashed by Texter.
Yeah, who was it for you that like ended your career? You want to go on record and make someone feel really good about themselves?
Chelios.
Yep. Chelios ended your career.
Ever tried to get through a qualifier to get into a professional league or MDL against Chelios?
No, I haven't actually.
Well,
enough.
It's not a good experience. It's not really very fun when you have to play him every single time.
My playing career was ended in League of Legends when I was dropped from my League of Legends team.
Why were you dropped?
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a good team. It was like gold plat, so it wasn't even like a top competing team.
Okay, and you got dropped from that team?
Yeah, we didn't play any officials. We were just scrimming.
You must suck.
Well, half the team got dropped along with me, so...
Oh.
It was like the team kind of disbanded in a way.
Oh, okay.
We had this guy that was like a quote-unquote manager.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, I found some plat players. And I was like, gold. So he was like, I'm going to put plat players in the team. I was like, okay. I'm going to be a caster now.
Fair enough. Well, you know, I'm not going to complain about it too much. I mean, I enjoy watching these matches as much as I did playing them. In fact, I probably enjoy watching this CS more so than playing.
Yeah.
Definitely more than the practice hours that it takes.
For sure. Well, let's see what Skyfire can do on the CT side. They did have a better CT side in the open qualifiers than they did on T, so that may bode well for them heading into the second half here, but it'll probably require a win in the pistol to come back into this.
Sure. You see Order just progressing up that ramp. Mizzy's found a little bit of information. You see already the hard rotation from a lot of the CTs trying to get in position. They're not really sure about where they do and don't want to be. Gumpton's got himself the kit and the smoke for the retake at Order after taking that ramp control, just waiting for somebody to get a little too aggressive. And there's the initial fight. Mizzy, bit of info. Just falls back as Order start to make their way through Secret and try to crunch this A site.
Well, Usilo on the entry actually doesn't quite connect any of the shots onto Mizzy, who gets wall banged subsequently by Alistair. That was so smart, right into the head. And I appreciate your reaction because that was pretty nice from Alistair. Not something you're going to see every day. Regardless,
especially
it's a
with a
advantage.
Glock. When was the last time you saw a Glock wall bang?
Yeah, well, I mean, it helps that it was a headshot, I guess. Quite a few headshots, I'd imagine. Affinity gets a nice one being gone to Ricky, but that will be all she wrote for our boy.
Do still have the smoke and the kit to try to go for that defuse. Order now wrapping around through Secret, trying to get in a decent post plant over towards that ramp as Skyfire make their way onto the site. Smoke will be dropped on.
Do you think Order really lets this happen, though? Let's see. They've
too low,
two players.
Yeah. It's too low.
They just had two players on ramp. Like, they had such a good setup for that. If the smoke goes down, you know exactly where the bomb is going to be. And you got two players just spamming through the smoke. It's probably not likely to pay off for Skyfire there. But what other option did they really have, I suppose, trying to take a 3v2?
I don't know. Which building's your favourite, Jordan?
Which building?
Which building?
You
didn't have much time to decide, did you?
I didn't really.
Fair enough.
I like the tall ones. I'm all about the big ones, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Bigger the better for me.
Understandable. All right. Well, that's not a good start.
Nope.
He tries to go looking for a little bit of a scout pick, gets his head blown off real quick.
Actually, now that you mention it, that one with the pyramid at the near the ramp.
He really thought about it.
That looks pretty cool. Look, you'll see when we get another shot of ramp. Yeah, there it is. You can just see it when Gumpton turns around. See? That's pretty cool.
That's pretty nice.
In the background.
I do like that.
I'm going to say that's my favourite building.
Okay. Good to know. I'll buy you one for your birthday.
Thank you.
So
slow round.
It is. Yep. You did have the initial contact and aggression that was instantly okay.
Oh, hello.
Swatted away. Nice little headshot from Gumpton. Spots out the knee. And then blows off the head. Nice little smoke thrown out from his teammate over there.
He's going to peek through it. That's
bit of a one-way.
little interesting. Valiance might not be prepared for this.
I don't. That's very nice.
Oh,
oh he was. Valiance is always so clued on, this man.
Yeah.
How can you be so young and have such a big brain, Jordan?
Puts a lot of hours into the game, I'd imagine. So, Mizzy, perhaps the last line of defense on the A site. Has a CZ in hand, but no match for the Galil of Ustilo.
I mean, Order not really sustaining as many losses as you'd like to see if you're a Skyfire fan. They are going to hold on to the Deagle and the CZ, though, so potentially a chance for more damage in the next round. But Order, all things considered, fairly slow anti-eco round, not many risks taken, is the sensible approach, and that is going to net them 4 weapons to carry over into the next round, which is exactly what you want to be seeing. Especially heading up to that 13 round mark, you're putting Skyfire in a position on this CT side where your economy is so unstable as it is. The Ts can already buy better weapons like Kriegs against you. What can you really do? You're down 13-4 against Order. You have to double eco to be able to get a bar on the board. Once you get that bar on the board, if you lose it in any circumstance, you lose the game.
Lato's practicing his tracking there.
Oh yeah. What would you do here, Jordan? Would you just lose? I think I would just lose.
I don't think I would have gotten 4 rounds, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it's a fair effort.
I think you're probably just looking for 1 or 2 rounds here in the second half, just to, you know, say like, okay, we didn't get 16-4. Like 16-4 is, it's not a great result, right? So try to get to maybe 16-8. That starts to look respectable. Not that 16-4 isn't respectable, really. Like, you're up against Order, so you've got to put it into context. Like, I don't think that there is any world where Skyfire can come out of this kind of cheering, if that makes sense.
Nice little boost there onto Lato. He is the man with the CZ as well. So, yeah, could potentially make something happen with it.
Like, Skyfire is showing us enough here on Vertigo that, like, I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing, sort of thing, even though they've only got the 4 rounds.
They got some good ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at this. This is pretty nice. They just need to get the timing right.
need to get the clicking on people right. It's like that meme.
But see, I almost feel like this is the kind of thing that they should ping out in a gun round, right? Because realistically, like, this is a good setup. This probably gets 1 kill at least on a gun round. But with the pistols, I don't know that that's going to happen. And even if they do get the 1 pick there, Order's a good enough team to win the round regardless. On a gun round, though, I feel like that probably works for Skyfire.
Potentially.
And then they have a round at least to play with.
Here's the problem, though, and here's what I was talking about last round. They have 1 gun round left. They have to win out here, or they're stuffed. And that's just the situation. And even once they do start to win out, if they don't do it convincingly, they lose that loss bonus.
So what's the reason for not pulling that in a gun round? Like, is it just that there's too many players on A? Because you have to have the player to boost him up?
I think they're just trying to play proper setups and practice properly and just do the best that they can.
I can respect that.
And I think that's a better approach. That's a nice shot to start things off.
Did they see the next player crossing, though? That's my question. Because if Valiants can creep up here, he can cause some problems, that's for sure. Has been spotted by Scaffolding. And Infinity will take the opportunity to repeat from Sandbags. Doesn't connect the shot this time.
Double Molotov invested by Order, and he still gets out of it. Now he's going to swap back over towards the secret side. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, this is looking good for Skyfire. Again, they need to consolidate and capitalize on this round, though.
Absolutely, and they need to do it cleanly. Like, they need to keep as many guns up as they can to be able to cleanly try to make a bit more of a comeback into this game.
Infinity gets flashed off the line, can't swing back in time.
It's just 2 pieces of utility. It's just a smoke, it's just a Molotov and a flash, and all of a sudden they're in a pretty horrible position.
Oh, you say that, but Gumpton probably could have gotten a little bit more there. Even still, I think you can be happy enough with the 1 and back away. 2 schools of thought, I suppose. Allows Licky to repost on the line with your peer, and Valiants, no chance in an aim duel like that. Probably didn't even see Licky, as he also grabs Oki. So, no harm done, I suppose, for Skyfire.
Need to keep all 4 of these guns up and alive, though. Potentially pick up some Kriegs if they can, and that other AWP, and then you're cheering if you're a Skyfire fan. At least for them to... Ooh, Jaro's just going to throw it out of the map. That's what you like to see. Doesn't want them to be able to get their hands on that AWP. And, let's see. No Kriegs picked up by the CT side, so they are going to be able to build up a little bit more money on that CT side. That's good to see. But they're going to need to do it a little bit more consistently than that. This is the big round that they need to win to be able to start to string some rounds together, because Order do have another buy up, but they don't have a whole lot of cash in the bank. Skyfire still don't have a whole lot of cash, so win this one cleanly, and I'm looking at Skyfire potentially try to make a comeback into this game. Oh my god, those HE grenades!
Jeez. That hurts, certainly hurts. Lato with the defense on the A-bomb site. Probably has a little bit of janitorial duty to be done here, because most of the dirty work has already been done by that utility. In fact, that's dangerous if he stands there. Stillo catches him, he couldn't go forward, it would have been into the fire.
I almost feel like every time Skyfire gets themselves some kind of definitive advantage, something goes wrong for them. Jira, 2 kills for the man. Now Licky feels pressure to try and go aggressive and try to catch some of these Order players out, but they've already made it out of there. It's a 4-on-2. What looked like a good start for them is slowly starting to fall apart.
Yeah, it's all up to Affinity here, isn't it? He hits a nice flick on Reki. Still a numbers advantage persists, though, for Order. I wonder if they heard Licky dropping. It doesn't matter if he's going to keep hitting shots like this.
There's a bomb.
Certainly they didn't, because Sustillo didn't have any idea by the looks of things, and Jira still on the B side is thinking, guys,
I just killed 2 people. Where is everyone? Where's my team?
Could have just run up to the A side. Either way, he's going to have to try and do it. 35 seconds, still doable. AK in hand. Not sure that he spotted Licky there on the cross. Doesn't seem like it. If he wins this aim duel, well, never mind. Not even going to go down that train of thought. 14-6. Look, this is starting to look a little bit better for Skyfire, right? You know, I think it's a different story when let's say they lose from here, 16-6. Definitely a better story than 16-4.
They're going to make it further than that, I would say.
If they get to 16-7, I think 16-7 is like a pretty respectable score, right?
Not really.
I mean, I think it is in the context of this match.
I'd like to see them get double digits. I'm all about those double digits, Jordan.
Sure.
That's what
But double digits, to me, would be a good score.
The thing is, like, whenever I look through a lot of stats and I look through a lot of, like, results and history of teams, you know, just in general, even when I'm not doing any casting, I just like to have a look through some of those pro CS teams. I'm a big fan. So the thing is, I'm always looking at those, you know, recent events, match history and stuff like that. If I see a team like Skyfire, I'm always looking, all right, they're playing that tier 1 team. They're playing Order, they're playing Chiefs. What was their score? And if they haven't got themselves double digits, I'm going to, most of the time, assume that they can't really hang with that at that level of competition.
Sure, okay, that's an interesting point. And I think I'd probably agree with what you're saying. At the moment, Skyfire seem to be finding a bit of a second win on the CT side.
This is what they needed. They did lose that 1 gun, but this is what they have been craving. They need to keep up those 4 guns. This is a good round for them. Nice anti-eco. Arguably, you know, just as important as winning those gun rounds with 1 or 2 alive is closing out the anti-eco. Because if you win that gun round in a 1v1 or with 2 players alive like they did previously, and then they lose 4 guns, it's almost like, what was the point?
Right.
All that hard work's just chucked in the bin.
Well, same's going to have to be said for pretty much every round, actually, from here on out for Skyfire.
And the problem is that Order's loss bonus just goes up and up and up and up and up. Stonks.
But remember what I said about Skyfire once they moved onto the CT side in the open qualifiers? They did look much better than they did on the T side. And
this is their strongest side, according to expert caster Jordan Mays.
Oh, I mean, I feel like I'm being proven correct right now.
Yep, they're doing a pretty good job. Still a good pick for Skyfire. Now in this 3-on-4, they need to make sure they're maneuvering around and rotating correctly, which, I mean, in that 2vx that Affinity and Licky made their way through, they seemed like they knew what positions and what rotations to make, especially Licky. Very intelligent move to make his way down the stairs and just rely on Affinity to stay alive and take different angles.
Valiance burning alive. Oh. The thing is, with these kinds of AWPers, you know, they miss the sitters.
Yeah,
and they hit the
exactly
flicks.
what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Seen it all before.
I mean, to be fair, Alistair does that as well.
Missy's gonna die. Never mind. I mean, if there was a player sitting on ramp, he would have, that's for sure.
Oh.
I feel like Order's putting a bit of pressure on.
That wood wall, it's been getting a lot of work.
How's you still behind them?
It's just us being off in our own world, Jordan, and there's
talking about AWPers.
There's Counter-Strike happening actually right now in this round.
Yeah, Order's coming back into this round.
19 seconds.
Can they get the plant though? That's the question. Double peek onto Lato.
What
That's
is that
excellent.
timing?
Oh, and Licky can't get it done either. That's a rough one to lose for Skyfire because they had it on a silver platter. And it's just slipped away.
And they've just lost a little bit too much in a lot of these rounds. So you're looking at someone like Gumpton with 3.1. Even Mizzy and Lado, who have 4.1. It's not enough to be able to, you know, get all the utility that you're looking for.
Yep.
And unfortunately, at this point, they're at a bit of disadvantage. You're looking at a UMP, a FAMAS. These are not fantastic weapons. You're going to have to see Affinity and Licky probably doing a lot of the heavy lifting with those rifles. And that's not a fantastic start. Gumpton already going down. He's been very, very aggressive over towards that secret area, and Order's been punishing from him for it pretty consistently, I would say. He has been getting a little bit of work done, a pick there every now and again, but for the most part, has been a little bit questionable.
Feels so hard to sort of challenge that angle though, like when the smoke's up as well, the AWPer can just peek over it. Affinity's keeping an eye on things.
Is going to be the AWPers who are going to make the difference here, particularly for Skyfire, but unfortunately that's just the bait and switch.
Absolutely baited.
Perfection.
You love to see that. Maybe not if you're an AWPer, but I like seeing that. I think he's got a good angle though, waiting for Valiance and catches him in the side. It's not over just yet for Skyfire.
4-on-3, just got Order walking around, using their numbers. 2 of the lads holding hands in connector, nothing wrong with that.
Yep, it's 2020, no problems there. Another kill goes the way of Skyfire, so it brings things back. That said, Gyra again, kind of on the lurk. Catches Lato in the back, and the B site is cracked open.
Bomb is miles away though. It's going to give CTs a lot of time to get into position and try to make a bit of a rotation. And Licky, he did a fantastic job of making his way through the stairs before. He's going to choose a good time to drop down. It's a 1-for-1 though, and the bomb goes down, so it's all on Mizzy with no kit.
Not a huge amount of HP to play with either. No utility. Oh, and he's kind of stuffed now.
He's taking a lot of Molotov damage this half.
It's been rough, hasn't it? Well, that'll be that. Ustilo finishes it off, and Order pick up map number 1 of ANZ Champs in 2020. Vertigo, obviously the choice of Skyfire didn't quite go their way. 16-7 felt like that probably could have ballooned a little bit further out, maybe to 16-8 or 16-9, something like that. But when all said and done, it was always Order's map to lose after seeing that first half, and obviously they finished things off. They're going to move on to their own map choice next, and things are looking pretty good for this new Order roster coming into yet another season of ANZ Champs.
Yeah, I mean, Skyfire, they only really got rolling on a couple of rounds there, a couple of T rounds where they were able to set up well, or they got a nice early entry, or on the CT side where they were able to get the economy together, but for the rest of the time, it felt like it was pretty much domination from Order.
Any chance for Skyfire going into the second map?
I'd say not. I mean, it's Inferno. It's going to be pretty comfortable ground for both teams, I would imagine, but Order should just be able to close this one out pretty concisely, unless they let the foot off the gas pedal. Looking like a 2-0.
No real reason for them to do that. You're 100% right. It is looking like a 2-0 for me as well. Still, not terrible signs, I thought, from Skyfire. Again, they probably could have consolidated one or two more of those rounds. I feel like there was a couple of instances where Order did have just an individual or a couple of individuals that kind of popped off and found frags that they probably shouldn't have, which then resulted in rounds that went the way of Order, where you would have thought they probably should go the way of Skyfire. So maybe in some instances you could have said they could have consolidated a little bit better on their rounds. But by and large, I do feel like, Skyfire is putting at least a decent mark on the NZ Champs to start things off.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, even if they do lose in this series, which is what is pretty much the expected result, that they could try to make a little bit more of a run through that lower bracket, or even potentially make a dent into Order once they've learned some hard lessons in that Rio qualifier on the weekend.
I mean, you've got to understand, this is supposed to be the most one-sided matchup. This is Seed 1 versus Seed 8. Yeah. So if we get 16-7s out of our most one-sided, on paper, most one-sided matchup, then I suppose I'm pretty happy with the results so far. For now, though, it's time for us to take a quick break. Don't go too far, though. ANZ Champs will be coming back with map number 2 after this short break. But I did feel Skyfire had some degree of difficulty taking this area of the map, even on their gun round. They weren't really able to progress on that. Remains to be seen as now Order start to work their way out for the retake. A nice position there. 4 or 5 guns through here for Order really just does.
Molotov being thrown out there, the push forward from...
It's just a pistol here for Skyfire, and I feel like I've said that a few times, which is quite...
Contextually, you can't really compare Order and Fnatic, but in this series, it's a similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can.
That was instantly... Okay, practice properly and just do the best that they can.
We can respect that.
And I think that's a better approach. That's
allows Licky to repost on the line with your peer, and Valiance
gets themselves some kind of definitive advantage. Something goes wrong.
I wonder if they heard Licky dropping. Oh, it doesn't match point. And I think I'd probably agree with what you're saying. At the moment, Skyfire seem to be finding a bit of a second win on the CT side.
With those rifles. And that's not a miss. It's going to be the Orphers who are going to make the difference here, particularly for Skyfire, but unfortunately that's just the bait and switch.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Calamari.
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 Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
Oh my God! What is that? Back again for day one of ANZ Champs. It is season 10, the first season of ANZ Champs in 2020. We're watching our first match of the season as well. Order up 1-0 over Skyfire. Melfish Guy, this is Pili. Make sure you hit us up on Twitter and let us know your thoughts on that first matchup. But for me, Pili, so far so good. I think things are running along as expected. No real big surprises. I mean, I thought Skyfire did pretty well there on Vertigo, but it was always going to be Order's map to lose. And now we move into Inferno, which is map number 2, of course, and that is also Order's map choice. It's looking like a pretty grim best-of-3 series overall for Skyfire.
Yeah, it's Order's map choice since the dawn of time, but essentially, you know, all this really was, I feel like for Skyfire, was a bit of a chance to sort of test Order's defenses going up towards those Rio quals where they'll have to play them again this weekend. So if you're going to lose at any point, losing a game like this is going to be a good opportunity for you to learn some valuable lessons. And
not an elimination match either.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly right. They're just going to be locked into the lower bracket, which is where a team like Skyfire will probably do some pretty decent work, I would say. You know, I've been looking at them quite a lot. They've been doing a decent job of giving more sort of the gatekeeper teams in the scene a bit of a run for their money. You're talking about, you know, Paradox or Ground Zero, someone like that. They can definitely try to take it to a team like that. That
said, it was an 8th seed place for Skyfire coming into tonight, right?
Yep.
They did technically take the weakest spot. They came second in the second qualifier. So that, with that kind of expectation in mind, you'd probably say that they, of anyone, should be the team that gets knocked out first in the upper bracket and then first in the lower bracket. It depends on really, I think, who they do end up going up against. And I will also say to take second seed in the open qualifier on Sunday night, they were playing for quite a long time. They would have started at 10 AM and I think that qualifier finished at about 11 PM. So they probably got to the end of that. They were down 1-0, obviously by virtue of the fact that they came through the lower bracket. And they didn't seem to have played their best game, to be honest, on that map of Dust 2, which as far as I understand was also Paradox's map pick. So it sort of seemed like everything was going against them. Maybe that didn't quite do them justice, but I mean, they are supposed to be one of the weaker teams here, so we'll have to see whether or not they can cause some of that damage, or if it's going to be a situation where we have to wait and see for split number 2 for them.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it's exactly like you said. They didn't come through the first qualifier. They were able to come through the second qualifier. Maybe it'll be a similar story here in the actual champs. You know, that first sort of qualifier or the first bracket is usually the time where we see the favourites go through quite easily and have themselves a little bit of a relax, put their feet up for a little bit before the finals.
Is that a good thing though, or is it a bad thing, right? Because you spend a lot of time not playing in the ANZ champs before you get to the finals. Like, it feels like everyone sort of just forgets about you. Like, yeah, you did your job. 3 weeks later, 3 or 4 weeks later, we get to the season finals. We're like, how did they win again? Like, how did they go through the bracket? I can't really remember what they were doing.
I mean, I remember, Jordan. Sure. I don't have the boomer memory like you.
Okay.
We always have all the stats.
What are you, like 24 or something? I'm 25? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
I can't throw me under the bus that hard.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, Jordan, I feel like with the amount that you cast, your brain is potentially a little bit more fried than the average human.
Certainly.
Trying to follow all these games, getting your attention span pushed in so many different directions,
yep.
It's got to be hard for you.
I tell you what, the benefit is that in most games nowadays, I feel like there's teams that are in Counter-Strike, there's teams that are in Overwatch, there's teams that are in whatever other games, you know, right? Like, so it's not like you have the same org for every single thing. But when there's the same org in every single game, you're like, okay, well, was that team this team or that team this team? Who's on what side? Like, I don't even know.
Plays a pretty good diva, you know? Yeah. Like, yeah, really enjoyed that.
The problem for me really arises when we've seen a lot of roster changes. Because, like, you know, I cast a lot of Counter-Strike, so I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on the scene. And then I don't cast Counter-Strike for 2 months because it's been the Christmas break, and I come back and, like, Chiefs doesn't exist anymore. But wait, Chiefs does still exist, but, like, it's not the same Chiefs team.
That's genuine. Let's have a look. Who did they change? It's going to be Texters. Like, who else is going to be
wait, all of them?
Entirely different team.
Yep. And then, you know, Avant's a pretty new roster as well, which is also half of Avant, half of Chiefs.
That's all right. It doesn't matter who Sterling puts on his back. The other 4 players, less relevant. Sterling will still just, you know, trudge his way across the finish line. Whoever else is doing it, it doesn't really matter.
Is that the way you see the Avant roster?
No, not really.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, they do have some pretty good players, and it's nice to see Blitz really have some pretty good games for himself. I want to see him keep doing that. But, you know, that's a story for another time, another day.
You're a big fan of the Blitzy boy?
Oh, I love me some Blitz.
All right.
Yep.
That's interesting. There you go. I tell you what, for this first matchup though, we're kind of enjoying watching Valiance. I feel like he was kind of the standout, at least for the majority of that T side for Order. On CT side, it kind of seemed like the game was already over and more or less everyone was sort of pitching in for Order. But I felt like Valiance was having another good day for Order, which is always good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at the stats of Order. It's, you know, not terribly exciting, if I'm honest. You got Alistair, he's bashing noobs. Ricky's got the highest rating, but it's mostly predicated off the fact that his rating's a little bit inflated from playing a lot of online CS as of late. Right. And when you're a team like Order, you're usually winning in those online CS games, whereas the rest of Order, they've still got those stats on their record from whoever, if people actually remember it, the Global Challenge at the end of last year where they did play Ints, they had Imagine on the roster before they made that roster change. So they've still got those ratings on their records. And I don't know if you know this, Jordan, but usually when, I mean, in the past at least, when an Australian team goes overseas, usually your rating, it goes this way.
I do know that, funnily enough. That has been the case for quite a long time. I did feel like there was one period where Greyhound really started to get quite solid and they started to really take it to the Asian scene, and it kind of felt like, at least for one, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 month period, ANZ Counter-Strike was the strongest region within Oceania, within ANZ, and even further to Asia, with the exception maybe being China. I still feel like, but even still, like, Tai Lu was kind of on the down at that point, so I felt like almost we were there, right? Almost ANZ was the strongest within Asia, and it seems like we've kind of gone back a little bit. I don't know, really. I guess it depends on how Renegades are, like, associated. Are they still an ANZ-based team?
Yeah.
For now, yes. Yep. For now they are, but I feel like there is always going to be a world where once they start getting those opportunities internationally, because they have the Renegades name, they probably go in the same footsteps as the previous Renegades roster, in that they're no longer associated as an ANZ-based team. Yes, they are still an Australian and New Zealand team, but they are not part of our region anymore, which is, on one hand, good for them. On the other hand, probably not so great for us, because I really did like watching them.
Yeah, I think the region in general is going through a bit of an interesting phase. I mean, you're even seeing, you know, in Asia, you got Bentet going over to an international team, and for some reason, Bentet just not being in the Asian region makes me feel different. I don't know about you, Jordan, but it just makes me feel differently about the Tai Lu roster, about the strength of China.
Tai Lu picking up, who was it? It was one of the MVP players.
They picked up Zeta.
Zeta, yeah.
And they just tanked at Katowice.
Well,
they just tanked it.
Who's super surprised? Not really too surprised with those
But how
results.
happy would you be if Zeta just went Super Saiyan?
I'd be incredibly happy. I love Zeta. I love the MVP guys, and I don't mind the Tai Lu roster either. It's just that it doesn't seem like it's meshing for me, and I'm not sure that's the right call, but I guess that's probably a discussion for another day, as we are here in the ANZ Champs, and we do need to talk about the ANZ Champs, and what's really important, Pili, to talk about is the ANZ Champs Finals this season. They're going to be bigger and better. It's a 2-day event, and it has got most of the top teams in attendance. So we do like those 2-day events. They're not over too quickly. More activations, more engagements with the fans. And you can pick up some general admission tickets right now.
Also, added benefit of the ticketing is that you can breathe the same air as Elfish Guy.
Certainly that. Not only that, but you can also pick up the ANZ Champ Supreme ticket, which gives you a hot lunch and a goodie bag.
Ooh, a hot lunch.
Yep.
Nice. Hot in what sort of context are we talking?
As in, it's been cooked.
Oh,
not
like a hot lunch with Elfish Guy.
I mean, if that's what you want, probably costs a little bit more than a standard ticket, though.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
But check out the ESL Australia Twitter. Sorry, I think there are ticket links on the Twitter. If you are interested in that, would love to see you. It'll be here in Sydney. For now, Order trying to make their way into the B-Bomb site, and they do have a player disadvantage. Mizzy at the back of the site should have been spotted out by now, but Order have bigger problems in the name of Leto. That was dispatched of easily. Mizzy finally gets put to bed. But he might have done enough damage to win the round here for Skyfire.
Just chilling at the new box, the classic USP position where you're just popping out and tapping heads, and he's done that fantastically. Yep. Initial pick going the way of Skyfire, and they're just going to line up ready for Usillo to come around the corner. Nice little jiggle. He's still so good at isolating. How has he isolated that aim duel?
Just
with three people on the same angle.
Oh, he might actually win this. Affinity in the 1v1. Oh, no. I felt like it was going to happen.
How disgusting is that, though? Like, that just makes me feel like a massive noob. because I know that maybe I would jiggle it a little bit, but that's the thing that a lot of like lower level players don't understand, just how good some of these better players are at isolating angles, at jiggling, at creating those favorable aim duels for themselves where they can actually create a situation where they win that.
I think one of the things that really struck me as we do see another force buy through for Order here was, so I can't remember who it was, but someone talking about Azza when he used to play in DM servers. I think it might have been Sniper. Talking about Azza, who obviously now plays for 100 Thieves, and how he used to just come into the server and absolutely wreck everyone. And that was like not even when he was like an excellent Counter-Strike player, you know what I mean? Like he just had that natural talent within ANZ, but now he's obviously gone on internationally. So I think that kind of ties into what you're saying, in that some of these players just are on another level and you don't really know until you experience it. Like you can watch it on the screen, you can see them hit these good shots, but it's another thing to feel it in the server.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a couple of players who definitely make you feel inferior as not just a Counter-Strike player, but also just as a human.
Yeah, okay. A little bit deep. See what Order's going to be able to do here. Ricky with an SG. Bit of a scary prospect if they get that smoke down into CT and all collapse out here with the Deagles and the CZs, isolate some aim duels maybe. Could definitely see Skyfire capitulating here on the B bomb side, but nicely timed utility. Order's going to run right into it. Still a 1-for-1. Valiance has a big job to do here, because if he gets Mizzy, that'll be all done and dusted. Alistar in the cutout. He's only good for one, but one might be enough because they've opened up the bomb site now, Order. Well executed take. The key flies around the corner though, and you still only just able to get the bomb plant down before he dies to a grenade. That said, Ricky is the player that's alive, and he's the one with a gun. Runs out of ammo, has to pull the Glock out. Spots comes in close, he's really low on the bullets here, but no, he gets the headshot, it doesn't get the kill.
Oh, you can't do that.
Not against Ricky, you can't do that, sir.
No.
You have not earned your stripes just yet.
I had a little bit of that in a different game last night, but we won't get into it. We've got a bit of a connection issue.
Well, I think it's fair to say that round was a win for Skyfire.
He was on the bomb, but it didn't get defused. Oh, it's gone off.
Oh, so Order won the round.
Oh, wait, I didn't hear the explosion.
Well, what are we going to do now?
I guess we're just going to run the smooth that starts with 17-14.
What happened in 17-14, Pilly?
Was the Spanish Inquisition, I believe.
Was it?
I have no idea.
If you give me a moment, I will find out for you.
Okay, let's have a history lesson.
Let's have a history lesson, because it seems we have a bit of time. 17-14. What am I going to Google here? Events?
Yeah.
World events?
World events.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look what happened in 17-14. Events of interest. August the 7th, the Battle of Gangut. It's the first important victory of the Russian Navy during the Great Northern War against Sweden. Did you know that?
I did not know that,
Well,
but that is very interesting. I love hearing about the wars between Scandinavia and Russia. Did you know that the deadliest sniper of all history is from Finland?
I did not know that either.
Yeah.
Did you know that on January the 7th, the typewriter was patented by the Englishman Henry Mill and built many years later?
I did not know that.
So that's actually pretty interesting. 17-14.
You can all thank Henry Mill for your keyboards.
Yeah, exactly.
To some extent.
I wonder if it was the same keyboard layout. Probably not.
Probably not.
Do you reckon it went A, B, C, D, E? Like all the way through the alphabet?
Maybe. It might have also just said yes or no.
Maybe. I'm looking for some more interesting events.
I could tell you more about this Finnish sniper, man.
Oh, how about this one?
Okay.
October 7th, people riot due to a beer tax in Alkmaar, Netherlands. As we jump back into round number 3. Great segue.
Yeah.
Skyfire looks to be winning the round right now. Alistar trying to get the bomb plant down, but probably won't be able to here. Nice grenade, though.
Yep, we like that. This is definitely winnable. He is surrounded, though. 8 seconds on the clock.
Has to plant the bomb, and he's got a player right behind him. Leto, if he gets the timing right here, wins the round for Skyfire, and he does just that.
Beautiful.
That'll be a 3-0 for Skyfire.
Very well done.
Interesting start to the second map, that's for sure.
Yep, up 3-0. They do have 2 guns carried over. Not the ideal amount. With that bomb plant, you do see Order, although they had money for rifle and armor on some of their players, instead they will just try to even out their money, give themselves a good chance to do some damage to that CT economy, or potentially even give themselves an outside shot at winning the round. Speaking of not seeing a Tech 9, thanks Valiance for bringing back all of our horrific memories from
I
2015.
don't think they were horrific. For me, that was excellent.
Glorious.
Staying up until 2 a.m., betting $2.30 on Fnatic to win against NIP and making $1 profit.
All the money that you had from the Woolies Deli, or the Collins Deli, or whatever it was.
Those were the good old days.
Yeah. From squeegeeing the seafood section, you earned your $1.30 to put on Fnatic, and Olafmeister gloriously came through with the Tech 9, just like Valiance is doing right there, except he didn't kill anyone.
Probably a different result for Olafmeister back in those days. But for Order, things are pretty rough in this round. Still getting some damage done. They're keeping Skyfire honest in these rounds.
It's 100% what they wanted to be doing, and they still have potential to do more. I mean, Alistair on the Deagle wouldn't be an outside shot. Ricky has gone on an adventure through Narnia, through Middle-earth, all the way over here towards the B side of the map. He's where the CTs buy guns. He's going to see if he can take some more guns off of them.
Nope.
Nice little off angle from Mizzy. Does close it out, does net himself a creek. And that's going to be 3 guns surviving for Skyfire, so not too bad. The thing is, they have been taking some economic damage in the last couple of rounds, which means their money's still going to be a little bit shaky, a little bit breakable for Order. And Order, at this point, obviously down 4-0, have built up a lot of loss bonus, so they're just going to keep putting these buys on the board time and time again and keep trying to break through. A bit like a NFL match, sort of. They're just seeing how many yards they can sort of put on the board to try and put themselves in that position to get the touchdown or the economic break of the CT
you really sound
side.
like you know what you're talking about when it comes to NFL.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
Man runs across the line.
I was going to say, I would have been pretty surprised.
I watched a little bit of NFL. I did, live in that country for a while.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That'll happen, I guess.
Honestly, I actually miss, the sports bar vibe. It's a vibe, and I don't think, it can really be nailed that well over here. At least I haven't. And I even work in a place that has a sports bar, and it's not the same.
There you go. World Traveller Pili with the lowdown. Congratulations, America, on having the world's best sports bar.
I mean,
As
in
cited
my
by
opinion,
Pili.
as cited by my opinion of being to a few sports bars.
Yeah. How about Order's take here on the A bomb side as they do throw a couple of the smokes, one for Arch side.
Yeah, it's some bracket control, and they're just going to leave you Stillo there, but okay, just walk through a smoke and 1B somebody. I guess that's one way to do it, and not going to be too happy about that if you are Ustillo, but Order just going to do what many teams will do in a 4-on-5 situation in Inferno and roll straight into that big site. Nice little setup from Skyfire with the boost.
Yep.
Mizzy ready to put out the Molotov, and here comes
Smoke's
Order.
good though for Order. It's actually going to keep them safe from Leto, and it looks like they're going to try and take control of CT, which is a little bit out of the ordinary. Valiant's perhaps a little over-eager to get some presence on the site. Ends up actually dropping the bomb into the site itself, past the smoke. Still Ricky gets a kill there onto Leto. Not sure whether that was through a smoke or not, but it certainly seemed like it to me. And Gyra is waiting for Mizzy. Bomb plant just about ready to go down. Do they have a smoke to get on to CT? They do, which will allow the smoke, will allow the plant rather, from Gyra. And a 2v3. Winnable here for Order.
Gyro has a flash over towards that new box position. Nice 1B for
Who needs
Ricky,
it?
sending him in with the flash. Look at that.
Excellent work from Ricky, and a great flashbang as well for Alistair. A second to follow up as well. Stops Licky on that progression as soon as he starts. And Licky will have to slow down here. As,
That's a premium 2-on-3. That's exactly how you'd want to be playing it.
yeah. Was it? It was Gyra that was
Gyro
throwing
was
that.
on the new box.
Yeah, but it came up with Alistair having the assist, so it must have been a bit of damage done by Alistair earlier
Yeah, probably.
instead of the flash assist from Gyra.
There you go.
It's kind of confusing.
It's okay,
I
Jordan.
wonder how it shows priority. Like, does it prioritize? It must prioritize damage, right?
Must prioritize who's most good looking, which means Alistair just comes up in the kill feed 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, fair enough. It's a bit of a BM there for Gyra. Pili's words, not mine. Just want to put that out there.
It's just my type, man.
This your type. Blonde hair.
Blonde hair.
Does he have blue eyes?
He has eyes.
He does have blonde hair and eyes. That's always a good start. Oh god.
More of an eyeless man myself, you know. Alright, well, Skyfire, they've gone for a bit of a force around this AWP. Pistols definitely can do some work on Inferno, but they are just dropping their utility right and left. Orp has rotated over towards that B side of the map where Order have shown a little bit more favour, I would say, although they were on that round that we were not watching. So, you know, there's that. Is going to be the carpet's bust here from Order. Only Licky to defend, so it's probably not going to go too well for him.
Not likely. Decides not to throw the smoke down. Oh, and that's a good decision indeed. As Alistair and Valiance will just line up for him, and he almost looked like he was going to get a third one there, but Ricky puts him to bed. Still a dangerous round now for Order, especially with a kill there from Gumpton.
The 2-on-4, no utility for these players on Order. Plenty of flashes for Skyfire to try to make a bit of impression into the side. Gyro's going to get on his bike and see what he can make happen.
Gyro's been pretty clean so far today, I've felt. His shots have been good, and Ricky has also been doing damage on Inferno, so this is still salvageable for Order, but under a bit of pressure now is Ricky on the bomb site. Gyro will bail him out as Leto and Mizzy fall, and Ricky gets one more. That's easy for Order. A little bit too easy in the end. Skyfire, a 4v2, and they've not quite been able to salvage things there. Of course, they've done a lot of damage to Order's economy, but at the end of the day, a round win is what they were looking for, and that would have really put Order back a peg, but they just haven't quite managed it.
Definitely should have been around there for Skyfire. I mean, you're looking at a 4-on-2. They have a whole bunch of flashbangs that they can use to just try to create some space and allow the CTs to come in for the retake. And at some point, either the spacing was off or the flashes weren't used correctly enough for them to be able to get into that site and create enough space to get those kills, or even just trade out the numbers advantage that they had. So now they're going to be hard reset. They're going to have to take that singular eco and allow Order to get within sort of spitting distance of them in terms of round count. Start to trade rounds back and forth on the T side, but Order haven't really built up their economy enough just yet, so they want to make sure that they have a nice and clean round here, build up some of that money on the T side.
Big stack on A, which is quite quickly being found out, I think, by Gyra, as he is in B and not seeing a whole lot. So he'll be keeping an eye on that rotation. Order making their way back into the banana. Valiance is in trouble, though. Needs the backup here of Ustillo, which he'll get just in time to see Ustillo fall there as well. So Valiant survives, but Ustillo doesn't. Heroic effort. All's well that ends well, though. Order losing only one gun. You'd be happy. Unless Gumpton can do something a little bit silly here, which he might be able to.
I would just hold on to the AK, to be honest. You're looking at some of the CTs a little bit on the poorer side. He could even just drop over an AWP or something like that. If he holds on to this, definitely wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Gyra is going to try and hunt him down, though, because he wants to swap out a MAC-10 for an AK. It's a trade that anyone would take in their right mind. I'll find him, though. So Gumpton is going to hold on to that. Can't drop over the AWP because he doesn't have the loss bonus built up yet.
Yeah. Does Skyfire want the AWP?
Potentially.
I think it was getting the ball rolling a little bit with the AWP at the end of Vertigo.
It's really just Licky who's standing out here at the moment. See if some of the other lads can get themselves rolling a little bit. Alistair expecting the jump across. Won't find anything. Again, as we always see on Inferno, utility being exchanged back and forth. I think at this point, Order's sort of winning that utility exchange at right now. You do see Licky is completely out of util. They haven't really gained themselves any control of Banana. They are just going to fall back onto the site with no Molotov on that B side of the map, and only the smokes to throw down in Order taking that Banana control. I would say that's not an ideal position, particularly with the Famis on Leto.
Yeah, still a decent amount of utility, though, heading into the late round for Skyfire. Leto still has his smoke. Busy as well, so the B site's well and truly accounted for.
And there's Order taking control of the bracket as well. So essentially, they've ticked all the boxes you want to tick here on the T side in terms of taking that map control. And the only question really that remains is what are they going to do with it? Smoke deep in towards the arch side is going to allow them to wrap through in towards CT spawn if they wish to do so. And I would say that is the plan at this point.
Yep.
So you see the shift from Skyfire, their priority being pushed on towards that CT spawn area now. Nice smoke on towards the library side.
Ustillo might still well be able to get one here if he hangs around. They're not expecting him there. Valiant's already into the B-bomb site, catching Leto, and Mizzy will be checked. Survives the first onslaught and the second, as well as Alistair goes down. But the Amoli, death from beyond the grave there for Mizzy, as he had finished off Alistair, but Alistair gets his revenge regardless. Bomb plants down, smokes down into Banana as well. That's a perfect smoke, really, for Order, because this is just going to keep Skyfire at bay for so long that by the time it fades, They might not even have a decent amount of time to retake this site. They're going to go through it. Flashbang helps on out. Jyra very quick on the draw, peeks straight back in and gets rid of Licky. Gumpton and Affinity to try and salvage the situation, but timer has ticked away just a little bit too far for me, I'd say. Ricky, last line of defense, doesn't need to do too much defending, just needs to survive and will for long enough.
That's good work from Infinity, though. Charges in there, cleans up a whole bunch of the guns and survives on 3 HP. Not allowing anyone from Order to exit the bomb site, but with the amount of money that they built up at this point, don't think they're going to be too upset about losing all of those guns unless they do start to lose a couple more rounds. Skyfire are going to try and put whatever guns and scrap set they could find together into a buy, which will result into SMGs being purchased and a whole bunch of utilities. So they're going to give it another fair crack here in this round. And it would potentially put Order in a very difficult position economically. Nades going straight down Banana, and Alistair just going to click through the smoke onto Mizzy. So all things considered, I mean, Skyfire, you're down a man, but you have gained some Banana control. I think at this point you really need to keep being active. If you fall back here, you're down a man, you're down in utility, you really have nothing going for you once you concede this map control, and unfortunately that's exactly what they're going to do. They need to be aggressive, be proactive, or take a risk here. If they try to play it out standard in this 4-on-5, they're probably just going to lose.
Order's already shaping up toward the B site. Decide better of it as the smoke goes down from Licky. You can probably bet that there's not too much utility here in the CT back pockets on the B bomb site, but Order have more interest in A by the looks of things regardless. Affinity does throw his utility down, which again keeps Order at bay. So Skyfire kind of answering the pushes of Order pretty reasonably with their utility at the moment, and they've lurked an extra player over to B now. So this is a ballsy play from Skyfire, but it might just work out. One player on the A side, Affinity on his own. Not seeing anything right now. And even another piece of smoke on B. This is going to be really bad for Order, actually. Timing not paying out for them too nicely here, but they are going to try and make the entry work. What a masterstroke from Skyfire to float that extra player across. They have just absolutely put the brakes on Order there. That was so smart.
That's what you got to do whenever you're in that difficult situation on the CT side. You really have to try to, you know, make some kind of a play, be proactive like that, and they've done that fantastically. It's not only just that, you also have to go back to the last round where Affinity did the heavy lifting there, cleaning out all of those players before they could exit the site and staying alive. Allows them to put together the buy, allows them to put Order's economy in a very, very difficult situation. And once again, now they put themselves in the driver's seat. They're up 4-0. They started to let things slip a little bit, but now Order's been put on that singular save. And we'll have to take a little bit of time in this round. See if they can try to chip away this very, very fragile economy of the CT side. If you're Skyfire, now that you've got control back, you don't want to let it go again. You need to keep as many of these guns up as you can, start to build your economy.
Alistair on points, doesn't have too much HP. Gets the info though for Order. Forces Skyfire back into the site itself. So far no extra rotation from A. A lot of utility here to play with though for Order in Jyra's back pocket.
Just the smoke onto the front of the site. Going to try and double flash high to allow the players straight in. If they can do anything with this space that's been created.
Stillo has done just that. Bomb plant's going down in that smoke as well. I like this setup from Order. And if Affinity would have copped a headshot there from the Deagle, that could have actually been the end of the round for Skyfire. Still looks to be in their favor, but who knows what Ricky can do with an AK now. Skyfire will set themselves, and immediately Jyra does fall, and so too does Ricky pretty quickly. Done by Gumpton to get rid of those two players. I like this setup, though, that Order seem to have on the B bomb site. Haven't seen too much of it just yet, but they're throwing that smoke onto the site itself as opposed to in CT spawn.
Yeah.
When they have the guns, they like to try and take control of CT spawn. There, they were just trying to get the bomb down.
Yep.
But it seems to be working more often than not.
Yeah, I think you see the same execute done in the same way too many times. It's nice to just throw a smoke in a different position every now and again and just change things up. And if you're on the T side and you're the one initiating that and you're the one, you know, creating the aggression, then you're going to be able to, in theory, you know, maneuver around those circumstances better than your opponent who's reacting to it.
All those grenades have done a bit of damage to Ricky. Again, though, Order copping damage from the utility, but also finding the opening kill. Affinity playing with fire here.
A lot of players all in the same positions from Order. They're going to try and go for this carpet past Licky. This gets caught out with the grenade in his hand, but it's going from bad to worse for Skyfire as Order. They put the brakes on. They don't want to be running through a Molotov out of carpets here. They've already got themselves a definitive advantage. All they need to do is not screw it up.
Nice round so far from Order. Timing their pushes well, catching 2 players so far. Still plenty of time as well, so it's not a bad idea to see them put the brakes on. Wait and see whether there's going to be an aggression from any of the CTs, as you might expect in a numbers deficit such as this. But so far from Skyfire, no real pushes, apart from that little extra float of Leto into CT spawn, which will help his rotation into the A bomb site. But equally, it'll stop Order from rotating into B with at least ease. Inevitably, they do run over him. He was good for 1. If he would have gotten 2 there, things could have gotten interesting. But I think that's probably the round over and done with now. Is he just not getting the timing there either? If he had his gun out, again, could have been a different story. But these little half chances for Skyfire almost always seem to go the way of Order.
Yep, they always do a fantastic job when they're in an advantageous position of just not rushing things, slowing things down. They've got the experienced players that know how to sort of navigate their way through these kind of scenarios. They do so very, very well. Essentially, you're just giving rope to Skyfire and see if they hang themselves with it. And even if they don't, you just have that future plan to be able to just make your way through CT spawn. You've already gained yourself the man advantage. You've already gained yourself the map control. Essentially, at that point, your opportunities are endless. And even if, in theory, you make the wrong decision for that round, as long as you do it together and you do it correctly, you still give yourselves pretty high percentages of closing things out regardless.
Money's not looking great for Skyfire here. They'll force a buy through. An AWP on Affinity. Decent amounts of utility as well. Oh, actually, the buy ends up being pretty good. But this will be the last of the buys that they've got. At least for now. Order with 5 already on the T side. They're progressing relatively well. But I mean, Skyfire is making them work for it. I think we give them credit there. Bit of a default setup though from Order to start the round.
And feel like Order, as they always do in every iteration of their lineup, have doing a fantastic job of taking that control of Banana. Again, they've been given it. Skyfire try to go for a double nade setup. Doesn't get them anything whatsoever. Now, with that Banana control taken, they start to, Order that is, make their way through carpet. Gonna go now and try to take bracket control. Busy, nice little pick there over on towards that Banana side of the map. That was from Coffins or Fountain. That's got them the man advantage, but Order just going to go back to retake that Banana control. I mean, they already had it.
Tried and true, really, isn't it?
Yep. I mean, it's a 4 on 5. May as well just try to roll into the B bomb site and see what you can get done.
I wonder if Skyfire should just start rotating an extra player across when they have the advantage.
Potentially so. It is actually going to be a fake on that B side of the map.
Well, and that's the reason that they don't float the extra player across, but they've been baited into actually rotating. So this is the problem. This is where the mind games come into effect, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you got Affinity there. Nice little one-way from Gumpton. He's playing this very, very well in pit, but he is quite low. He just needs to buy time. He doesn't need to take an aim duel here. That's a nice shot from Affinity, though.
How does Order deal with Affinity's position here? Not an easy one to dispatch of. They force him out with a molly, but he just repositions, and Gumpton did well to get 2.
That's just textbook from Skyfire, really. That's exactly how you see a lot of the pro teams play it. You know, you float your AWP over towards that arch side. He can play around the site. Your pit player really just drops smoke, and he buys time for the rotates. And the Ts, you know, they have to take that pit to be able to put themselves in a proper post plant. You can't defend, you know, a CT in the pit as well as CTs rotating in from Moto and up dig, etc. That's exactly what you want to be seeing from them in that late round. They did that perfectly.
It's an important round from Skyfire as well, because they were on the brink of being broken. I mean, not really broken anymore, can you be? But
I mean,
money was low.
Money's good now. I mean,
Yeah.
1k plus, as long as you're not losing extra guns to these Deagles, you're starting to build some economy into the last 2 rounds of the half, and potentially could see yourself getting in towards that double digits. Here's the Carps explode though, flashes fly over.
Gumpton ready and waiting in pit. Does get rid of Usilo quite nicely, but himself and Licky will both fall. That's actually the A site opened up. This will be a bomb plan for Order, and now a winnable round.
There's a Moto smoke down already. You do have an AWP on the hands of Valiance there. He's going to refresh that Moto smoke. Bomb goes down in the back side of the site.
This is just those rounds.
It's unretakeable. You can't do anything here if you're Skyfire.
I mean, you can mark this as the round, like similar to what we saw on Vertigo, where Skyfire should have won this round, and if they did, they would have put Order into a pretty awkward position for the last few rounds of the half. But now they've allowed Order right back into the swing of things, and I don't know how much they get punished for it, right? But if this ends up being an 8-7 for Order, you can probably go back to this round and say this is where it started.
And it's the same thing you see with inexperienced players all the time. You know, it's the same thing that used to happen in all of my teams. It's just not being able to deal with very, very simple sort of fundamental plays like a smoke on the Moto and flashes over the top of Carp and just some sharp players rolling out and hitting some shots onto you. You need to be able to know what the protocols are to be able to stop those kind of plays, and that's what you see a lot of the better players able to do a little bit better. They know and expect what kind of plays are going to be able to come out, and they know how to react to them and minimize those rounds from happening as much as possible. And they still do happen in CS, but it seems to happen more frequently and on more, you know, how do I say it, more critical rounds, and in games like this, a lot more to inexperienced teams. And it's not even just about, you know, how well are you sort of playing in your setup. When you're playing an anti-eco, all it takes is just one mistake from one key player in an anchor roll, and all of a sudden the whole round falls apart. You know, your anchor player in pit dies, and then you got 3 guys who've been given too much space to run out onto the bomb site. Moto smoke's already down, the round's over. And all it takes is just one guy to miss throw a Molotov or not be ready for a certain play.
So it was attack pause by Skyfire, which was something that I really was interested in seeing whether they would do or not here on Inferno, because they didn't take any attack pauses on Vertigo, or at least it didn't seem like to me they took any attack pauses on Vertigo. So I felt like that was maybe a missed opportunity for them there in the first map, but nice to see them picking that up here in the second and see what comes of it. Already a much nicer start to the round for them.
I mean, Ricky doesn't have head armor. I'm not sure if Jira rather had head armor or not.
Well, he certainly went down pretty quick, didn't he?
He did, and I didn't necessarily hear a bink, but what I hear in my headphones is not fact all the time.
Oh, well, maybe it won't matter too much as Order is putting some pretty good work in on the A site. Affinity, all it needs to do is spam through the smoke here. Usilo certainly putting a lot of faith in that. But does Affinity expect a player here in the smoke? This is... Surely this can't go well for Usilo. No way. He's dead. Just hung around a little bit too long, not expecting that extra player in the site. And now Alistair has it all to do on his own. Misses the first shot, and that'll be that. Skyfire win the round, 8-6.
Critical one.
Yeah, they make amends for the last at least.
100%. So, I mean, that round was essentially the difference between getting 8-7 and winning the half 9-6.
Yeah.
Or giving yourself the opportunity to win the half 9-6. They've done a fantastic job there. They, you know, previously have been playing quite passive on that B bomb site. This time they just send old mate straight down there with the MP9, gets the initial frag, and from there they were just able to control the tempo of the rest of the round. So if they can earn that 9-6 that they were looking for, now you see utility being exchanged back and forth in towards Banana. Order trying to force their way up. That should be a nice little nade for Mizzy there. Does a lot of damage, but Jira, what is that? Just rolls straight through and drive-bys.
Yeah, who needs grenades when you got the headshots? Mizzy looking for some of those as well.
That's the B site cracked open. It's a 3-on-3. I mean, over on the other side of the map, in Carpet, Skyfire found a pick. But from that situation, I mean, now they're way out of position. You've got the utility already down here for Order, and they're putting the bomb down on this B site.
That said, there's a lot of utility to play with for Skyfire, and that kill from Gumpton will help. I will say, he's been good on the retakes on B for Skyfire.
Ooh. Flash again.
Timing's not great there for Order. They mess it up a little bit, and Ustilo gets caught with his pants down. It's on to Jira now, who I feel has been pretty sharp.
Stuck in between two mollies.
Yeah.
What can you really do at that point?
Not really quite sharp enough. 9-6 will be the result at the end of the half here for Skyfire.
Not bad.
Yeah,
definitely salvaged.
I thought that was going to go another way, to be honest.
And a lot better than what we've seen on Vertigo. I mean, on Vertigo, Look, let's face it, it looked like they were kind of just getting shut down at every turn. Some of the rounds they got things together when they were able to set up the rounds exactly how they wanted them, so to speak.
Yep.
But here, I think they've had a little bit more bite to them on Inferno. I think we are probably seeing a team that is a bit more CT-sided in nature. They seem to have some decent rotations.
Yep.
They seem to have some players who can play their positions quite well and read that. But again, if the T side is going to be their downfall, like we saw in Vertigo, then it could be very, very quickly turned around by Order, particularly on a map like Inferno, where they're very comfortable.
Might be right, but you could counter that with the argument that Inferno is one of the maps that's been in the pool for God knows how long nowadays, right? So maybe there's a bit of a better grasp of the map for Inferno on the T side than there is for Vertigo on the T side. That's total conjecture, though. I have absolutely no idea. I haven't spoken to any of the players. And you'd think that if they're playing Vertigo and they're choosing Vertigo, that they would probably back themselves on that map, maybe a little more so than they would on Inferno. But who knows, right? See how things go here in the second half. I think it's pretty important, though, to get off to a good start in the second, though, here for Skyfire, right? You need to kind of put Order under the pump early on in the piece. Otherwise, if you let Order come back into this and just sort of start dictating things in the second half, that's going to be where the map's very quickly going to get out of hand. You know, you might go from 6-9 to 9 apiece very quickly after maybe the first gun round, and then all of a sudden you find yourself at like 12-9. You're like, oh, we're almost out of this map and this series already.
Yeah.
In the space of like 6 rounds.
Thing is, though, that Skyfire, they've given themselves an opportunity to be able to make some mistakes and recover from it and have a bit more of a scrappier half and not be punished for it as much. Whereas you're looking at a map like Vertigo and how that sort of unfolded. They were so early on in that position of, well, if we just lose this round, then this map's over, or if we lose, you know, 1 or 2 rounds, then that, or 1 or 2 gun rounds rather, then that's all she wrote. But at least now they have put themselves in the lead. They have given themselves a bit of a deficit to potentially for Order to potentially chase up, and then from that position on, even if Order do take the lead in sense of the map, they'll be able to respond and see if they can try to capitalize on some of the things they've seen from Order, or just be able to iron out a few of those mistakes or nerves that they might have.
Tell you what I am looking forward to seeing is Ricky playing here on Inferno. I'd go back a long time to watching him for Team Immunity, you know, back when I started casting Counter-Strike and playing on Inferno. Different times. He was the primary AWPer, of course, in that Team Immunity roster.
Definitely
doing some special things on the B-bomb side.
He's a pretty interesting player, because I feel like internationally, like, at least with all the stuff that happened in NA or whatever, I think some of the players internationally think he's a bit of a meme. But here in Australia, at least, like, he's legit like a legend. Like,
yeah.
We just remember all the times in the Nats where he's just running around AWPing everybody, like in Immunity and stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of people internationally don't really know him with the same reputation as we know him in Australia.
Yep.
You know? And I mean, just speaking from my personal experience, I think he's a pretty fantastic player, and that's how I think of Ricky. You know, I don't think of when he went overseas or when he went internationally or anything like that. I always think of him in 2015, 2014, even 2013 when he was on Trident and stuff like that, just running around the map, killing anybody and taking every duel he wanted to.
But I mean, I don't think he played particularly poorly overseas. Like, I felt like he had a pretty decent run, particularly during like the CLG era. It seemed like things were going relatively well.
Oh, he was quite good on CLG, right? Yeah.
It just didn't sort of seem to work out towards the end, unfortunately.
See, again, it's just like me memory holding an entire period where he played decently on his career, because it's just been such a long time, and because I just go, yeah, just prefer to favour, you know, the glory days of AUCS.
Of course, as you would. Well, let's see what Ricky can do, as we do have the camera on him.
There you go.
And Sharp As You Like finishes off Mizzy with a shot to the head, but this is going to result in Sky5 putting the pedal to the metal into the A-bomb side. Affinity will fall pretty quickly. Oh, no, he won't. He will get the kill onto Jira. Survives, and is alongside Aliki as the bomb plant goes down. It's a 3 versus 2. No defuse kit there for Order, but perhaps one dropped on the site, although if there is, I can't see one. So I think that Order's going to have to speed things up here, which is what they're trying to do, and they've run into a crossfire. Licky in an aim battle with Ustillo, but Affinity's the one doing the damage from Pit. A 2v3 retake that doesn't work out for Order.
Yeah, and that pistol, I mean, just further increases Skyfire's chances to actually make their run at an upset, or at least just stay competitive in this map.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to have to avoid this major snag, which is a pistol force buy from a team like Order. How many times have we seen Order, even without armor, just win a round like this?
True.
Just one player, snap off a couple of heads. But if they can navigate their way through this round, and they can, you know, even if they take some losses in this round, navigate through the next round fairly solidly, you're looking at a 12-round lead over to the 6 of Order. You know, it's a decent shot, but again, you know, when you're looking at an underdog, unfortunately, the reality is that it's even an extra step further to even complete that upset.
Yeah. Oh, not a great start to the round here for Skyfire. Already losing quite a bit of HP for Gumpton, and they haven't really drawn much of the utility out on the B site from Order, so we'll see a smoke go down fairly late, I want to say, there from Order. This will actually allow them to retake a little bit of control of sandbags. Grenade to do a bit of damage. Nice response from Skyfire, but overall, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Order. But similarly, I'm liking this departure from Skyfire. The question for me is whether or not Order decides to push through the smoke, and if they do, they get the information early enough. But they don't. They are going to send the rotation of Ricky across.
Both of these A players still had their smokes. Still just throwing his out now. Valiance is still holding on to one. Skyfire, no information or control or emphasis over towards Banana, which they're soon going to try and amend.
This could be dangerous. Gyra definitely going to get the first and the second as well. Oh, Gyra, he's doing it all on his own. He's gotten 3. Should never be able to do that with a 5-7. Even despite the fact that Gumpton was on 5 HP, has turned this round on its head. And Order are now probably the team that you'd expect to win. But with that kill, and if the bomb plant goes down here, there might still be another story to tell. Ustillo gets cleaned up by Leto, who then falls to Valiant. And it's just Mizzy left alive now. He's got no HP to play with. One Deagle shot is going to do it. Surely he can't survive here for Skyfire. And Valiant puts it to rest. Order.
There it is. Again, Order.
I've done it.
Just the pistols. It's always the Deagles with this team, isn't it? Every single bloody time, Jordan.
It's a 5-7 this time.
Yep, 5-7. That's true. Just every time I see one of those force buys come out, it just reminds me of the AUNZ seasons where we had like Chiefs and Order in the same competition playing each other.
Yeah.
And one team would force buy and beat the other team's gun round, and then like say if Chiefs had beaten Order, Order would then force buy in response and then win that one. It would just be a clown fiesta.
All right, how does that turn the tables of this half, though? Order back in with the buy, Skyfire, nothing to their name.
It turns the tables as much as Order is able to hold on to as many of these guns as possible. That's how much it does.
Doesn't look like there's much in the back pocket here for Skyfire, although Alistair doesn't really do too much to help Valiance there. Has to do the job himself.
Well, 4 guns have been retained here for Order, so that's a pretty good boost to the economy. We'll see the buy-up come from Skyfire, but it's going to be pretty limited in terms of utility, and that's a big deal on Inferno. That extra flash, that extra smoke, or a Molotov is a massive deal because the protocols on the T side are so important. You need every single piece of utility that you can get, and if you're going to be in a role where potentially you're missing a key piece of utility, it's going to be a little bit harder to do your job, even just a flash over towards that Nana side. It is the progression smoke up onto sandbags. Gumpton's going to use his Molotov onto car and use one flash, and he's out of util. It's exactly what we were talking about now. He's in a position where he's got no util. He's kind of getting pushed in by the Ts, or the CTs rather.
It looks like Order's trying to retake a little bit of control of Banana, but they do just get held at bay with that molly. Still, the smoke will go down, and you expect to see a peek out here from Order. Gumpton waiting for it. Ricky didn't really spot too much there, but still deciding to head back into the B-bomb site. 3 players over on A. Alistair again playing the cutout. Actually, it was Valiant's last round. This time, Alistair suffers much the same fate. As Ustillo rolls around the corner, there was a good flash for him, but it doesn't seem to have caught Mizzy. At least it didn't catch him enough. And now Valiant puts the smoke down in pin and does what you've spoken about before. Tries to buy time for that rotation. Won't have too much success here, though, as Affinity is right on top of him. And this is really just a textbook round from Skyfire. Pushing the A-bomb site, winning their aim duels, catching the timings correctly. And Order are just going to have to save these guns.
Yeah, they traded the utility back and forth over towards that Banana side, but it's exactly like you said. If you don't have the utility to be able to play in towards that mid to late game, you can just go and try to take some duels, try to make something happen. It's exactly what they do. They do a fantastic job of heading in towards that A-bomb site. win a lot of those duels. And at the moment, I mean, 5 alive, heading forward in towards this T side. You're up 11-8. You're putting yourself in a fantastic position to be able to try and cause an upset here in this game.
Yep. See, the interesting thing for me is like that's what you've been saying for probably the last 10 or 15 minutes, where it's like Skyfire are putting themselves in a position to do it. But at what point do they find themselves in that position? You know, are they already now in that position where Order actually has to put in the hard yards now?
You can't,
Or is it not
ever,
quite there
no,
yet?
until they've got 16, they have never done it. Because
Exactly.
the problem is you got a team like Order where
Yep.
all I need for Order to win a round sometimes is Alistair to have a deagle.
Well, that's the hard part, isn't it, right? Because you can never feel like you've gotten on top of Order.
Yeah.
Even when you're up. I mean, 3 rounds, it doesn't seem like that significant, but there are very few rounds left in this map.
I mean, Order, they're going to buy up. Their economy is incredibly fragile. Skyfire, this is just a full execute over towards this A side of the map. You're seeing a lot of pressure. Alistair's going to be a key player over here on this site with the AWP.
So as Ustillo in the pit, eventually becomes unblinded and will just find a double kill as soon as his sight is restored. Licky's hiding behind the smoke, thinking, what on earth what do I do here? You know, how do I get out of this one? Probably not much of a chance. And this is just the danger of Order, right?
5 alive.
Last round looked good for Skyfire. This round, 5 alive for Order. We're right back into square one where, well, Skyfire had the potential of putting themselves in a winning position. And now it really feels like we're back to par.
It went just for that full exit onto that A side of the map. There wasn't a whole lot of utility for Order. Honestly, if you freeze frame that round before anyone dies, you've got the T's up dig. I see where the CTs are. I see what utility they have, what armor they have, all that stuff. I go, T's probably should win that round 7, 8 times out of 10. And then you get Alistair gets the initial pick, stays alive on the site. With that initial AWP kill coming through and the entry not going the way of the T, right? That just draws all the aggro onto Ali. They're trying to trade that kill out, and Ustillo is just able to pop out from the left side of the pit, which is a little bit of an off angle, and double up.
Difficult times for Skyfire. Trying times for Skyfire. Trying times for Order as well, I want to say. You know, this is where you sort of earn your stripes, I guess. It's good to see.
I mean, even just them being in the lead in this game is impressive enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's good to see Order being challenged. In my mind. Good start for Alistair. Get an AWP in his hands and you are bound to find a reward here or there. And it's come in the last couple of rounds. Well, that's not fun.
Very sharp.
So we might be heading in a very similar direction to the previous round where there may well be 5 guns alive here at the end of the round for Order.
Scary prospect for Skyfire, that's for sure. Flash over towards the top of dig. Definitely would not have been fun running up dig there.
Ricky, big spray, just the 1 kill from it. But now Skyfire are more or less locked in the CT spawn. The prison guards are on watch.
Like Jailbreak, you ever played that?
No.
Give it a go, you would like Jailbreak.
Would I?
Yeah, you
What?
would really enjoy Jailbreak.
I don't know what, like, I don't know if you're trolling me or not.
No, I'm serious. You would love it.
Explain.
It's like a CS game mode where you've got prisoners and guards, and
Right.
the prisoners are in their cells, and they have to try to find a way to escape.
Uh-huh.
And the guards like tell them what to do.
I think I've had I've played a similar thing in Star Wars Battlefront 2, actually, funnily enough.
Oh yeah.
But it was on the Death Star map, and you were stuck in the Death Star
Okay.
as a prisoner in the Death Star.
Alrighty. Well, let's see if Skyfire can try and break out of this little bit of a losing streak they're putting together over the last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Going to have to do it sooner or later, and it's not going to be easy. At this point, they've allowed Order back into the game well and truly. Looking at the money on this CT side, they can definitely put at least one more buy together.
Need to find a way to deal with Alice's AWP.
At this point is just Gumpton putting some light pressure on Banana. Hasn't taken it, but he is just keeping the CTs honest. while the rest of Skyfire tries to work that A side of the map. But it's exactly like you said, Alistair's on the AWP towards that dig side. That's where there's a lot of emphasis and pressure here for Skyfire. It's the smoke on towards the jungle side and towards Moto. They're going to pressure him off the line without losing a player, and there's a pick onto Valiance.
Good utility damage, though, so far from Order. Might make the job a little bit easier, and Yasilo's is in a great position just to shut this down. Bomb's gone first, which means Order know this is going to be an offensive onto the A bomb site. Alistair sets himself on the site, gets Leto, but Affinity coming through the smoke will be able to trade. Still, Ricky is only good for one. It's a 1v2 for Gyro, who has been heard by Gumpton. So if Gyro's not quick here, he gets wrapped on from behind. Does he have the awareness to check his back? Surely not. Gumpton will finish it for Skyfire again. Skyfire put themselves just another round ahead to keep that scoreline from equalizing.
It was a good round from them. Nice utility to be able to come up that A side of the map. They pressure Alistair off of the line, get that nice pick on towards Valiance towards that A side. And they're able to break the round down from them, just trading down players. But the problem is that they didn't close it out cleanly enough. There was only 2 of them surviving, which means their economy is quite fragile. And like we said before, Order's economy is strong enough to put together another buy here. It's going to be another opportunity. This is a pretty critical round here for both teams. Skyfire pick it up, they can potentially put themselves in towards that 14 round count and put themselves in real touching distance of actually causing the upset, pushing it through to a third map. If Order wins it, they're potentially just trying to even up the account of this map and build up a little bit of money. Maybe try to switch things around a little bit.
Be a nice HE nade. Gumpton's very low, and so is Mizzy. So low, in fact, that he won't be taking any more part in this round. Oh.
Problem is, I feel like Skyfire have used that A side of the map, execute both variations of it multiple times now.
Yep.
And it hasn't really felt like a whole lot else has been working for them. So at what point is Order going to start to figure that out a little bit more and start adapting? And do Skyfire have a deep enough playbook on this map to be able to try to complete this upset here on the T side? That's what we need to find out.
I like your train of thought here, because it again seems that Skyfire is putting a bit more presence towards A. It's a totally different setup this time from Order, though. Much more brackets control. Smoke will go down. Valiance jumps into pit. The timing could have been right there for Affinity if he would have walked out onto the balcony, but he didn't. And so that is a chance that's missed.
They're just making their way back towards B, but there's 3 players already here. You've got the counter flashes ready.
Oh, that's
what
an
is that entry?
I mean, Ricky totally on an off angle, and Gumpton seemed to have read it. Gyra's fully flashed, but they haven't actually spotted him. He's not fired.
Not down.
They can't plant the bomb because Gyra is on the pop plants. That is perfect. As far as Order's concerned, it wasn't the perfect round from Order, I will say that. But the way that it eventuated and everything that panned out ended up being perfect. No one checked the pot plants.
Got to check the pot plants. The problem is, though, that, like, you got to try and spam it. And, you know, if you don't have the spacing as the entry there, or you don't have a secondary player following you up, you can't really do that without checking the angle like Ricky. Like, if you did spam out that pop plant for a player hiding behind the smoke, Ricky would have just banged him from that off angle. So in that round in particular, he did do the right thing. But end of the day, didn't have that secondary player behind him in a timely enough manner. Okay. Hero's just going in for another pistol round.
Yep.
Why does that work?
That was weird. That was a very weird round.
Yeah. I don't... Anyway, 3 guns alive. Let's just pretend... Like, I'm just going to black hole that one. Like that
round didn't exist.
Do not care, really. Just don't care about that one. That's why I love Counter-Strike sometimes, you know. Some people think it's a bad thing for just like, oh, there's rounds that don't really matter where they only have pistols that just get slaughtered. That's so boring. Like, man, my attention span sometimes is just like, maybe I just don't want to focus that time, you know? I just don't want to be watching that round, and I want to wait for the next one. I need a bit of a break, you know?
Yeah, toilet break.
That's it.
Make some tea.
I wouldn't mind a tea right now. What kind of tea do you like, Jordan? I like nice oolong.
Oolong?
Yeah.
Wow, that's really pretentious. I'm a bit of a English breakfast fan, you know, just standard.
English breakfast.
Give me some English breakfast. I actually have this strawberry tea that my mum bought me.
Strawberry hibiscus, maybe?
No, just strawberry. It's just strawberry, yeah. Black tea, strawberry and black tea, like, quite nice.
I don't mind a bit of
Tastes
Earl
quite
Grey
sweet.
though. A bit of bergamot.
I like anything that's sweet, you know? Put 2 spoons of sugar in, I'm happy.
Must be why you like casting with me.
Absolutely. Gyra under pressure here, though. Just the pistols and SMGs and everything. Ricky's gone to town, though, and he's spotted the bomb. We'll smoke it off. This might be one more of those rounds that you don't want to watch anymore, Pilly.
That's okay. Feel bad for Gyra. He was just trying to mire the sandbags, maybe try to sling one of them over his shoulder, and all of a sudden a bunch of terrorists just ran.
Yeah. This is not something I've seen, actually, Skyfire do a few times. When their back is against the wall, they seem to just throw out a rush in.
Yeah, that's a big hallmark of an inexperienced team.
Yeah, exactly. It just seems like it slipped a little too far now, doesn't it?
Yep.
Skyfire had that chance, and they've let a couple of the rounds that they should have won go the other way. Maybe not even rounds that they should have won, but rounds that they could have won.
This is where Skyfire, they either throw the A play again in here, and it, for some reason, catches Order off guard, like they're not ready for it, even though they've seen it multiple times, or they need something different. They need a good read in this round, because I feel like once you give Order that 14th, it's probably over. But this is where Skyfire, they can still fight for this map. They still will have another chance after this, but it's really just about the pressure factor once Order gets up to that 14th. Reading something interesting from the chat there.
A few interesting things. Someone said you've got 1,000 flavors of tea, holy hell. And you should just have a VB long neck in the morning instead.
True.
Which seems fair enough to me.
Here's the A play again.
Yeah,
by the way.
Skyfire's probably going to need a VB long neck after this by the looks of things, as Alistair gets one onto Leto. That's a nice shot from Licky, and he'll actually double down. Oh! Affinity through the smoke gets Alistair, but Gyra is so close to the side. He should get one here for free, and he will, which brings it back to 2 versus 2. So Gumpton and Affinity to try and salvage this for Skyfire to keep the dream alive.
Ricky's in through the dig side, creeping up as you do have Gyro applying the pressure. He would have had a flash to drop there.
Oh!
What is that from Gumpton? Just magneting straight to both of the heads of the Order players. And
Gumpton's
that's going to
been
be
impressive.
the round over.
13-13, okay.
Well, that
Still
was
a buy for Order, though.
Look, that was still the A play, but it wasn't the hard exit that they've telegraphed before. This time it was just a simple flash up onto the bracket side. They run straight through jungle, drop the smokes on towards Arch and on towards the library on the fly, and it worked very well. As soon as they got that headshot, pretty important frag for Licky to be getting, the one tap on towards that pit player. As soon as they got that, though, they were cruising.
Now, again, it hangs in the balance. Oh, well. I don't know what to say, Billy. This map has certainly delivered.
I'll tell you what to say. Got a bit of a contest over here towards Banana, which has essentially been won by Skyfire. Ricky didn't really have the utility to be contesting that one.
Yep.
Gyra didn't have the money to go for a big primary weapon or buy utility. Instead, he's going to go for the util, try to set Ricky up for some big plays. And now Skyfire, after so many successful rounds out on A, will try to go with limited utility over towards this B bomb side. The Molotov ready for Gyra.
Valiance is starting to look to float across, but he's not going to come fast enough. It is really onto Ricky, and he does get one as the smoke blooms on Coffins. That relieves a lot of the pressure, but now it's on Gyra, who'll do some good damage. And Ricky! No, it's Valiance through the smoke that got that one. Ricky just stays a little too long, though, and will give up his life to Licky. It could have been a 4v3 retake.
Look at the util, though. Even in the 3-on-3, so much util, and what a shot from Alistair, punishing the aggression from Lado. Now a 3-on-2, completely surrounded. He's seeing the push in towards CT.
Valiance does trade back, though, onto Licky. It's Affinity with an SG in hand, and he's usually pretty good with those scoped weapons, but a double peek from Order will give them priority. Still he hits the shot onto Alistair. And Valiance now under so much pressure. A pop flash out, a molly in, and Valiance goes down. Skyfire have won the round.
He's done it. That is such a huge impact play from Skyfire. Even though that, push in towards Banana was punished, even though Order had all of that utility on the CT side, still the push in towards CT, they get aggressive, they stay proactive under pressure, and they put their best foot forward, and it gains them that 14th round and the economic reset onto Order. So this is looking potentially really dangerous here.
Yep.
I mean, he has a deagle. But,
Ricky's got a Zeus.
Yeah, someone's got something. Valiance, he's got a flashbang. He has a mouse and keyboard, and his monitor is probably turned on. So, it's, you know, you can't count him out really. But, I mean, look.
Oh, no.
Okay, no,
Don't
show,
tell me.
please. No,
Oh,
stop. No,
2
stop.
for 2. It's 2 for 2. It's all right. You can see it happening, though. That's the problem, right? Alice has got a lot of info. There's players
Look where
standing on
Stilo
T-stairs.
is. He's on an adventure.
Oh, I mean, he is. He's on a bloody long adventure, too, isn't he? He's taking the scenic route. Visiting the 12
Look,
Apostles.
they're slowing down. They were going towards Banana.
This is
Now they've
dangerous.
made their way up mid to where Ustilo can flank around behind them, potentially get a kill. Alistair floats over towards that jungle arch side. Maybe Ustilo taps one in the back of the head. That gives time for Alistair to come and pick one up. No?
I don't know if he's got them.
There
Yes,
it is.
he does.
He's tapped him.
He's found him. He's
tapped
seen
him.
the bomb.
And look, he's drawn the aggro. They're going,
I can't believe it. Surely not. Alistair has to go down for free here, doesn't he?
Maybe. Look, is he going to check it properly? Yep, there you go. Lado's cleared him out.
Mac 10 in the hand of Ustilo. Lato's low on HP. Oh,
Oh, no, he's got an AK.
really hanging in the balance here, isn't it? Molly goes out from Licky. It's Valiance that does have that AK that's being forced away by the Molly. They'll
Lado's
know
coming
there's a
off the
player in
they're
pit.
going to double pit.
They don't take so much damage. Licky gets spotted as well. This is not great for Skyfire. Smoke to go down here, but this is really just a 50-50 round, isn't it? Jumping off the balcony is Ustilo with that Mac 10. Doesn't get much done. Valiance trades, though. And he
Got a
knows
smoke.
that Licky's in the pit. He doesn't have time, though. He has to move. And he'll win the fight. Does he have time for the defuse?
I don't think he's got time for it.
There's no
Wait,
kit.
has he? No, he hasn't got
There's
it.
no kit.
The thing is, though, look at the money on Skyfire. 300, 350. They're going to get that win. That's going to be like 3.5, 3.8 in the bank. 3.5 on Licky, 3.8 for the other two. That's not really great money on Inferno T side where you need that utility. Lado and Affinity, they're going to be able to put together a good buy. But with that gun salvaged over from Order, with the money to be able to buy, not only from the kills that some of them were getting, but also from that weapon being dropped over, you're looking at probably much better weaponry and not as good utility, but still pretty good for Order. And Skyfire, if they lose this round, they're going to be economically pretty sad. You know? Economically sad.
It's the rush
Look at
B
this
strategy. Is it going to work? Gyra's been spotted. He goes down for free.
Oh, the lineup!
He's lined them all up. Gets 3. Oh, is it enough to salvage the map? I'm not sure just yet. Ustilo has done some pretty magical things through the smoke into B, if I remember correctly, at IEM Sydney 2018, watching Renegades play. But not this time. Still a 2v3. Still winnable for Skyfire, especially with that kill onto Ustilo. But do they expect more players to come from construction? The answer was perhaps not. Valiant! He's got no idea, but Alistair trades.
Oh, the
5
nade almost
HP.
killed him.
5 HP, he survives. That could have been the difference. I mean, it would have been the difference, right?
Ustilo was literally holding a nade as he died and almost killed Ali. Literally one more bullet landed by Affinity coming through the edge of that smoke onto Ali, and Skyfire wins this map. One more bullet. That's it. Just a stray bullet anywhere.
I'm actually astonished.
That's how close that round was.
What
But
a great
now,
start. What a great start to ANZ Champs.
100%, this map's bonkers. Here's the pause. All right, let's break it down a little bit.
Break it down.
You're looking
Everyone,
at Skyfire.
get your dancing shoes on.
Yeah. Ready? I can't dance at all, but I will try to talk about, the CS, because that's something that I can do a little bit. You got Order. You got all the rifles. We got ourselves a Krieg. We got some decent utility, but we're lacking the Molotovs. We're lacking a couple of kits. If those kit players do die on the other side of the map, particularly looking at Val and Ustilo, that's the Pit and the Dick player. If both of those guys if both of those guys die, for example, or they're the players that die on that A side of the map and the B players come in and retake without the kit, that could be a problem. Skyfire obviously do have the worst end of the exchange. They got to go down to the Mac 10s and the CZs, which probably indicates that, number one, they're going to have to go for a bit quicker of a round, not only because they have a less good buy, but also because you're pointing out the fact that they do like to go for a bit of a rush when their back's against the wall.
Well, is it going to be goodbye, Pilly? That is the question for me. Inferno could be done in one round, I should say.
It's the progression smoke to the top of Banana for Skyfire, but they haven't gained control of Banana. Order did throw a fair bit of utility down Banana and try to take some control, but both teams in a pretty important round like this have decided it's probably not worth the risk to try to force their hand.
Yep.
They're both going to play a little bit more passively. Skyfire, they are going to go for a pretty high percentage play with this kind of a buy. It is going to be a carpet's bust. You still owe to defend.
Oh. He's got a molly in hand. You still has to hold the gun out. Needs a couple kills here. He's going to get caught with the gun out of his hands. Alistair at least able to trade. Actually gets 2. He's almost the hero there. Almost gets 3.
3-on-3. Order trying to rotate back in. You do see those players with the kits for the most part dying, but Valiant was actually not over towards Dig where he usually is. Said he's going to be on the retake with the kit. Does have some smokes. It's the double retake in from Dig and one towards the Moto side.
Smoke for Mizzy. Not badly timed. Is going to keep Gyra out of the round. But the push comes from Dig. Ricky down early. Affinity's gotten 2. Gyra. It's all onto him. 1 versus 2. Surely not a winnable round there as MTIW Mizzy knocks his head off and Skyfire will win the map 16-14. What an upset and what a round. What a map played by Skyfire really, because it just went backwards and forwards and up and down. It seemed like for so many situations, Order was going to be able to bring that back and be able to win that map. But inevitably, enough mental fortitude there by Skyfire to come through with the victory in the end. Very close indeed. And great series to start things off here in the ANZ Champs. We're only into the second map of the night.
Yeah, I mean, you even talk about just some of those small rounds, like the 9-6 half lead that they got themselves and then winning the T-pistol. They needed every single inch that they could have gotten. Even those later rounds came down to like your 3-on-3 situations, your 1-on-1s. That round where they're in a 2-on-3 and they lost that 3-on-3 and lost player over towards Nano and pushed into main, that round was insane as well. That was an entertaining game of Inferno.
Good individual stepping up there as well on Inferno. I thought Gumpton during the majority of that map was the one that made a massive difference for Skyfire.
Those later rounds, he seemed to just find the headshots, just tapping people in the head in those critical rounds. Not an easy thing to be doing, you know. I'm a panic sprayer. I would have been crab walk spraying them and probably did 50, 60 damage. He's just calm and composed, tapping all the heads that he needed to do.
Well, I tell you what, if you're not calm and composed right now, I'll give you a little bit of a break to settle things down because we do have a third map in this series. It's going to be Train. It's time for us to go to some ads for the moment, but don't go too far because the combination of those 2 maps coming up after this. But Order have bigger problems in the name of Leto. Dispatch of it
Corner, nice little jiggle. He's still so good at isolating. How has he isolated that aim duel?
Just
with 3 people on the same angle.
Oh, he might actually win this. Affinity in the 1v1.
Oh.
No. Likely decides not to throw the smoke down. Oh, and that's a good decision indeed. Into the B-bomb site, catching Leto, and Mizzy will be checked. Survives the first onslaught and the second as well as Alistair goes down, but to go through it. Flashbang helps on out. Gyra very quick on the draw. Fire will set themselves, and immediately Gyra does fall, and so too does Ricky. Pretty quickly, one to dispatch of. They force him out with a molly, but he just repositions.
Soon going to try and amend.
Would be dangerous. Gyra definitely going to get the first and the second as well. Oh, Gyra, he's doing it all on his own. Doesn't look like there's much in the back pocket here for Skyfire, although Alistair doesn't really do too much to help Valiance there. Has to do the job himself.
It's impressive enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's good to see Order being challenged. Gumpton seem to have read it. Gyra's fully flashed, but they haven't actually spotted him. He's not fired.
Not down.
And they can't plant the bomb because Gyra is on the pot plants. That is perfect.
Ricky's in through the Dig side, creeping up as you do have Gyra applying the pressure. He would have had a flash to drop there.
Oh.
What is that from Gumpton? Just magneting straight to
weapons, but a double peek from Order will give them priority. Still he hits the shot onto Alistair. And Valiant's now under so much pressure. A pop flash out, a volley in, and Valiance goes down. Skyfire have won the round. He's been spotted, he goes down for free. Oh, the lineup! He's lined them all up, gets 3. Which comes from Dig. Ricky down early, Affinity's gotten 2. Gyra, it's all onto him. 1 versus 2, surely not a winnable round there as MTIW Mizzy.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Calamari.
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 Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
well. Oh my God! What is that? Always enjoyable to go back and look at some of the great moments of the ANZ champs in previous seasons, but we do have some great moments for you coming up, and we've already seen some great moments here in the first season of ANZ champs in 2020. It's season 10. I can't believe we've got to such a milestone for Counter-Strike within this region, but here we are, and it started off with a banger. I mean, the first map, look, that one was probably pretty standard fare. Gone by the wayside. Order picks that one up, 1-0 for them. And then heading on to Inferno, you expect Order should just finish that series off pretty comfortably. But a 16-14 victory for Skyfire now puts us in a really interesting position.
Yeah, and you got to give it to them. I mean, they really earned that upset. Not only did they just front run just enough to give themselves the space to potentially make some mistakes and adjust, as we saw late in that T half. Like there were rounds where Order was starting to get things together.
Yep.
There was that round where they won, you know, with the pistols. You know, when you're behind, not only does that sort of just put you in a worse position, but potentially you can lose the map from it. When you're ahead, you at least have a little bit of space to readjust and get those gun rounds back together. But it wasn't just that. Even, you know, we got up to that 13-13 point. Skyfire, you know, they really came out with some little bit of adaptation, little bit of changes on that T side. It wasn't just that one-trick pony of the same execute every time over and over again. It really was a little bit of variation. Even if they're hitting the same bomb site, they're doing it slightly differently and winning some of those post-plant rounds and having some good individual playing off of each other, some chemistry and some impact rounds from some of their players in the mid to late.
I want to say for me, it felt like Skyfire kind of let the ball drop just a little bit too much. Like once they let Order get ahead, I think it was 13-12, I was like, okay, this map's done and dusted.
That's what usually what we see, because usually the underdog just crumbles or they run out of ideas, but they didn't do either. They stepped up to the plate. And they also came up with some fresh new ideas. And
I think that speaks a lot to the mental fortitude then of Skyfire to be able to come back and win that map.
Particularly after getting 16-7 as well.
Yes. On their own map pick to boot. But we do head into map number 3. It's going to be Train. I do think that's still not a bad one for Order. You know, I want to go back and do those parallels between Kings and how Kings, you know, Train was their map and everyone perma-vetoed it against them. But unfortunately, we've got no more Kings players on this Order roster. So jury's out as to whether this is going to be a great map for Order or not, particularly with this new iteration. But I do have to say one thing, Philly. You know, you got Ricky, you got Alistair in one team on a map like Train. God forbid being the other team.
On CT side, you let them get a little bit too much money. They can buy double AWPs. If you don't have your T side really ironed out, you don't throw the right utilities, you don't have, you know, your protocols in order, you will be losing a lot of players very early on, and you will be finding yourself very frustrated. And it's not just those two. You're also looking at, you know, some pretty solid anchor players. You know, Jira and as well as Valiance can be quite solid on those anchor roles. And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, whether you see Valiance or whether you see Stillo in that SL area, that's going to be difficult to take, whether it's either of them.
Oh, well, into the pistol round we go, and Order starting off on CT side, so I'd have to assume that they did win the knife. You'd be a little disappointed, I think, if you're Skyfire, but they're making their way into the A-bomb side and getting the bomb plant down pretty early on in the proceedings. That said, Alistair and Valiance very quickly do find a kill apiece, and that doesn't make things look too kind on the Skyfire roster. Hopefully they can play down the time. Leto is caught out in no man's land and will fall to Ricky, who was up in heaven. Alistair now toward the other side of the site. It's not really going to do too much. It's actually Usilla that finishes it off.
Yep, crushed him on that CT pistol, as we see Order often do. They have just been a solid pistol team for a long time. Always had very strong pistoling players on their every iteration of their lineup. And, I mean, that's a pretty good start for them, particularly on the CT side of Train. If they can get their economy rolling nice and early, they can get themselves some AWPs, then they're going to be pretty hard to stop. Skyfire straight in towards the buy. Will force up, going to try and utilize some early purchase rifles and some deagles. Try and make something happen. Try and stop Order's economy train before it gets rolling.
Towards B.
There you go, you got your Silo in that SL position. That's going to be pretty upsetting to just step foot in that general area of the map.
I'm sure. Solid and steady on the T side this round for Skyfire, not doing anything too untoward. Ooh.
Hello.
Just a little bit too slow there from Ustilo. I wonder what this utility is going to net for us, though, for Skyfire. I mean, they've got to smoke a few flashes there for Affinity and for Gumpton.
It's probably just the deep smoke on towards the left side, towards the hump train. Some flashes over the top, send those pistol boys in first, and then try follow it up, get the trades out with the rifles.
I guess the FAMAS here is not particularly well equipped to deal with a push from the pistols, but if Ricky is on point, he'll still be able to make it work. Valiant's there to help him out, and Alistair also getting involved in the mix. It's much nicer to see for Order.
Definitely not a big fan of that smoke placement. That's a nice pick for Lato to get to do a bit of damage, but instead of throwing the smoke deep left side on towards that CT con area, they throw it in between the trains. Didn't really block out any lines of sight, kind of just had the players rolling out a CT connector and picking them apart on the right-hand side of the train yard. Well, they got 2 picks with that force buy. They did get the bomb down, but they're probably not going to... I would say they're probably not going to force up again. Would it be a bad round to just invest a little bit, try to continue inflicting some damage?
Bit of utility.
Yeah, a bit of util,
Probably
couple
can get the bomb
upgraded
down.
pistols.
What's the play here? 4 smokes. Could be a nice one to chuck into the A bomb site, which really seems to be the option for Skyfire. But they're not going for a bomb plant. That's not the option here, or not the goal, I suppose. The goal was to at least try and do some damage, because you've seen a few players rush on in. But great counter utility from Order has really put that to rest.
I'm going to slow things down to see if any of the Order players make a mistake, give up an early pick, potentially.
Oi.
Dancing around.
Can't creep out that angle against SGs and expect too much to happen. I guess it was an M4 that actually got the kill there. But either way.
Ooh, where'd that flash come from? 5 alive. And already we're in this sort of situation where 5 to 6k in the bank, heading into round number 4. Not too much damage has been inflicted on the economy.
Give me them AWPs.
Order, I mean, I don't think they're going to be doing anything in this round. I think it's just going to be the MP9s and the rifles.
No, but what's going to happen is Skyfire will lose this round, and that'll be a free AWP for Order.
That would literally be worst case scenario. And if ever there was a situation where you just click the button that goes to the next half, that's probably how it would start.
Fast forward. Although you probably prefer to rewind in that case. Either way, Mizzy does get the opener. That was onto Ricky, who did actually have a rifle, and Gyro also falls.
It's actually aggression in the inner halls at the moment. The push on the upper ramp was the one that was punished. Also a pick over towards Ivy. Licky's going to get a pick as well. So this round going fantastically for Skyfire. Order with the MP9s. We're trying to go for something a little bit different, a little bit funky. But you know, didn't work out very well, did it?
Well, looking for that bonus round, I suppose. But you're right, it hasn't worked. If you still can save the AUG, then okay, fine. Alistair won't really care too much if he does lose that SMG.
You know what, Jordan? I'm going to start an AUG called Groundwater.
Why is that?
Because I want to play, and then we're going to play against Skyfire.
Ah, I see.
Funny jokes with Billy.
That was really funny. I thought it was like a play on Ground Zero or something, and I was like, what?
No.
Look, you're going to have to work on some material. You're not up to your usual standard tonight.
Look, fun fact, Jordan. I used to play for Skyfire. I have a Skyfire jersey. How good is that? Should have worn it tonight, actually. Showed my support for the boys.
Right. Sure you have a lot in common with the current Skyfire roster.
Young, attractive, and very good at Counter-Strike. Yeah, okay.
Probably wrong on all 3 accounts.
Oh, Jesus. All right. You can't be that dog to these Skyfire guys. Come on, man.
Definitely wasn't talking about them.
Alistair, he's got himself the AWP. It's not the double AUG. We're seeing a lot of AUGs, actually. Ricky's that B anchor rather than Val or Jara. Obviously, Imagine used to do that. So Ricky stepped up into that role instead.
Ricky used to do that on when he was playing in NA as well. I remember seeing him playing the B ramp's position on CLG at the very least. So
If ever there's a way to get a player to have an identity crisis, take a star AWPer and make him anchor the small sites. Ooh, I like this aggressive position. It's given a lot of information to Order. Val's even in that SL area. So if ever you were going to be really comfortable at hard rotating inner, as soon as you see one flashbang or a smoke from Jara, it would be this situation. Ricky, he hasn't got a Molotov to slow down this push. Stilo's just going to try and perch up with that AUG. Could potentially drop a flash, though I doubt he's actually going to do it in this particular circumstance. And now we just await Skyfire executing that inner bomb site.
No movement just yet, but a lot of information was gathered by Alistair.
Oh, what a flash from Ustilo.
That is beautiful. Ricky's going to get a second flash down there as well to try and just buy some time. He won't be able to do too much, but Alistair and Ustilo are probably more than enough to hold off this bomb site. Gets the leg shot onto Affinity, but doesn't really matter. Affinity is going to back up right into Valiance, who was on the flank. And there is the double orb secured for Order. Wasn't last round, Pilly, but I was waiting for it to happen, and here we go.
Oh, the nightmare. This is literally the nightmare. They have a fair amount of money in the bank. They've got an SG, double orb, SG and an AUG, and a double orb. This is not going to feel good if you're Skyfire. Now I'm going to go for what looks like a bit quicker of a route, at least for Gumpton. He's going to get his way out onto Olaf and in towards that sandwich position and await further instructions as the rest of his team do try to put some pressure on Ivy, and that worked very well. I think that was a spam through the smoke from Mizzy, and another one for the man. I'm pretty sure he just shot 2 people through smoke.
Well, he said it wasn't going to be fun. Maybe it's not going to be fun for Order. Smoke's out here. Ustilo does peg one back, but Ricky is the man with the master plan alongside Ustilo. Can this AWP come into play? Valiance doesn't get too much done. Still numbers here for Order, although I may speak too soon. Well executed onto the bomb site. Skyfire have put the double AWP to rest very quickly before it can even get going.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see from them. You want to see them keep Order honest. Obviously, Order will be able to buy up into the next round regardless, but you can't let them win a round like this and start to get their economy rolling and the confidence rolling. Obviously, you know, you can go either way with it, but spamming 2 people through smoke is probably one of the more gimmicky ways, lucky ways to win a round. Yeah. Not saying that their A-split wouldn't have worked anyway, particularly against the weaponry that Order had and the position that someone like Gumpton was in at Sandwich against a defensive sort of a hold on the bomb train like Order were running. I'd say that that's probably going to work.
2 kills through smoke does help.
Definitely. All I'm saying is, let me see a round where they don't kill 2 people through smoke, and I might feel a little bit more optimistic.
Double AWP's going to be the play again for Order. So even when they don't get it for free, they're going to invest in it. Gumpton has yet to buy, so I'd suspect this might be a technical pause.
What a name, by the way.
Gumpton. I keep thinking gumption because
yeah, same.
You know that's a cleaning product, right?
Yeah, I just knew it as a word, but anyway, yeah.
Isn't it a cleaning product, or am I thinking of a different word?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I guess he's cleaned out any issue that he may have had before because he's ready to play, Jordan.
Yeah, it is a cleaning product.
Can I see it?
Multi-purpose cleanser.
Okay.
Mild, abrasive, smooth paste that removes ingrained stains and dirt ordinary cleaners can miss. There you go.
Ordinary. Name names, Jordan. Name names.
It's actually poggers. Can I just get some poggers in the chat for gumption? If you've used gumption, put a poggers in the chat. That's all I'm going to say. And if you have, you'll understand. It's an excellent product.
Anyway, Gumpton in towards T-Con.
Gumpton, not gumption.
Throwing some utility. He has drawn out the double Molotov and kept 4 players on towards that outside bomb site. Now the pressure onto Gyro. He's only got the Famous. Can't even get one. It's a messy spray. Val gets the double up, though.
That's what you want to see from your rotator in. If your anchor goes down, to be bailed out like that is always nice. Double up on the retake here, though, for Order. Not sure how well that's going to work out, particularly when you have lost your only rifler in Ustilo.
And you have someone flanking you from CT connector.
It just gets worse and worse as you keep looking. Gumpton ready to remove some stains.
Jesus Christ.
Skyfire put their third on the board.
That ordinary CS players may miss.
Indeed.
All right, well, turns out double AWPs are very expensive and Order now has no money. So Skyfire, I mean, T-side of Train, trading rounds back and forth. They're going to be up to the 4-4 count. Order's going to be sitting at around 4 to 5k in the bank in the next round. And if Skyfire has a clean round here, I mean, already they have a fantastic economy. If ever there was a upset potential here, Skyfire's putting themselves in the position to do it. And they're doing exactly what they did on Inferno, not what they did on Vertigo. They're putting their foot forward. They're making sure that they front run a little bit so that when something bad goes wrong,
Yep.
didn't have to specify that it was bad, but let's just say it was bad.
Let's just say that.
They can still recover from that and come back later. Always
Still
good
early
to
days.
put money away for a rainy day.
Yes, it is. Particularly in the current economic climate, Pilly.
Yes.
Emergency fund.
For all those stonks you were talking about.
Yes. Just in case.
We
your
need
portfolio loses 10% in
I
one
need to
week.
take a picture of you and put the stonks guy's head and call it like Caster with a U or something. Have you seen those?
Yep. I have seen those. Have I seen Skyfire lose rounds like this? Yes, I have. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. This one is not a foregone conclusion, particularly with Valiance finding a double kill with the Desert Eagle. 24 seconds to play with now for Skyfire as they work their way onto the A bomb site.
no.
Nicky falls to Valiance. He might be on for the ace here if he gets this guy behind E-Box. Doesn't quite manage it, but he might as well have done enough to win the round here.
Look at Ali's
Alistar.
position.
Oh,
8 seconds.
the
There's
round's
a flank
over.
from T-Con.
It's Affinity can't get the bomb down. The round is over. Order have won it. Again! Skyfire! No! That's not how it's meant to go.
Oh, man. Every time. All it takes is one deagle. Just all of them. It must be so easy if you order, like... Must be such an easy life. The average person has to spend like 5 to 6k on CT weaponry and utility to win a round. But Order, all they have to do is spend $700.
Yeah. Technical pause for Skyfire, so maybe that had something to do with the last round, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Away.
this is the classic untilt pause, also known as the coach lecture pause.
Yeah. Does Skyfire have a coach?
I think so. The Bizarre guys used to have a coach. So maybe they still have that guy.
Fair enough. That guy. Who shall remain
I
nameless?
think his name's Hudson.
Huds, yeah.
Huds G?
Yeah, I
Or
think
is that a different guy?
that rings a bell because I did see that name in the server the other night as well.
There you go. They have a coach. Clearly he's doing something because they have gone from a team that was in like intermediate and open divisions and now they're in most of the premier competitions.
Yep.
So can't be doing too bad of a job. What have you done, Jordan?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what Gumpton's done. He's got out to Olaf and gotten absolutely destroyed.
Well, that'll happen sometimes.
That'll happen sometimes.
Apple.
Sometimes it happens.
Yep.
Sometimes it be like that.
Well, Valiance this time is the one holding SL instead of Estillo. Seems to be working out pretty well, regardless of who's there. Two versus 4 for Skyfire. This round is kind of just falling apart. That's one of the ones that you probably want to forget.
Not one of those eco rounds, though, so I'm not allowed to forget that one.
True.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, all that was you look at one of the previous rounds where Gumpton's allowed to get out Olaf and allowed to get close to Sandwich and is given that space when they play the defensive setup on the back of that train. And it's a lot harder for Order. That round, completely different setup. They got the player not letting him out Olaf. On top of that, brown and green train. They got the player deep in SL. They're not letting Skyfire get into those advanced positions to buy space for the other players to come in behind. And it, goes from a... We actually got a hero AK buy. Goes from a round where they look like they are going to really make a run of things.
Whack-a-mole.
To a round where they look quite silly, really. They're just running out one at a time and getting absolutely banged.
Ali's still watching. Will he be rewarded? Valiant's just making sure no one can get out left side of the train.
I mean, I don't know why Mizzy's the one, like, spotting around with the AK. Surely I feel like one of the... Like, Affinity's just sitting behind him, like that annoying guy in the pug when you hear it by an AK, and he's like, just gotta wait for him to die.
Well, that's probably why Affinity wasn't checking. Because he immediately gets absolutely wrecked by Alistair. So too then does Mizzy. No one wants to face that. I wouldn't.
I feel like I just need to keep counting Skyfire out, to be honest, because now that as soon as I said the words, they are seeming like they're in a good position here.
They're just
They're
lost
getting
like 3.
absolutely banged.
That's a pretty bad round to lose. Like, you know, in the context of the guns, like, whatever. They've got a hero AK, no big deal. But the fact that you give Alistair 4 kills like that, really let him warm up with the AWP and start to hit some shots. A little bit worrisome. Ricky's also got the AWP in his hands as well. Alistair's gone from 5 kills to 9 in that one round, so...
And you're probably loving life if you're Gyro, because the one gun round where you got to do anything, you just got sprayed straight through a smoke by Mizzy.
Oh, don't worry
about it. And the rest of the time, you know, they're not even making it out SL or Olof.
He will be pushed off the line, although he's going to put a molly down.
No! Fix the game!
Yeah, that's not great.
Fix it!
He's like, oh, I'm going to get rid of this molly, and then just run straight into it again.
Why is that even a thing? So disgusting.
Ricky's probably saying the exact same thing.
Alright. Well, aggressive position from Val.
Does have to
Silo's
back
just
up.
on the line with the
Ooh,
Okay.
Or is he? It's all about timing here for Skyfire. Might get Valiance,
Oh,
but the flash comes
They
through.
just got team flash and didn't even blind Valiance.
Yeah, they've kind of baited themselves there. Not great.
Man, sometimes Skyfire, like that A execute on Inferno, just perfect execution. Literally not a person out of place. Sometimes just be flashing each other. A little bit of a kiss in the smoke.
What's
Nothing
you
wrong with
looking
that.
at?
It's 2020.
What's he looking at, Mizzy? He's looking at the roof.
Alright, Jara. It's time to get on the board.
Alistair's been spotted, but might be a little too late by Leto. Funnily enough, ironic name.
Jara's still fishing around out there, waiting for somebody.
I think he's seen Leto there. Leto's definitely seen him.
He's seen the bomb. This is pretty winnable for Leto, honestly.
Ooh.
Nah, Jara's brained him. This is the big brain.
Goodbye, Leto. And 8 rounds up for order.
Do you reckon he said Leto potato?
Leto, mato. Potato. Rotato. Out of the servero.
Alright, give yourself a pat on the back, mate. Very good.
I feel like I've done well with that one.
How have they not hired you for the big events yet?
I don't know why I haven't casted a major, to be honest.
Just absolutely nothing wrong. Just clinical play-by-play casting, really. All things considered.
That's right. Mechanics on point. Well, Skyfire, Deagle's in hand. I think they'll be hoping to do much the same as what Order did to them previously with a similar buy. I haven't been as impressed with the pistols by Skyfire as I have been by Orders so far tonight.
Hashtag order up. What do you reckon Skyfire's hashtag is?
Think about that after this. Still has a bit of a job to do. He's backed up by Valiance and decides to drive up the ladder, run up the ladder. maybe
Leto,
even.
hello?
Leto is... I mean, maybe he heard me talking about potatoes and rotatos and... I don't know, it's given him some sort of power. Come into this round and just bang 3 heads off.
Okay.
Still have to deal with Ricky and Gyra. Gyra, who did win the last round for Order.
He's got an AWP. Yeah, okay.
Doesn't have an AWP anymore. And Licky's gone down as well, so that'll be the round.
I was kind of running around like a headless chook there. Just chill, mate. Just hold an angle. Click on the CT. Double AWP retained by Order. Are going to quickly recover from that situation. I mean, Leto, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's on. I'm pretty sure he just, you know, It's like one of those horror stories where you read the catchy phrase out of the book and old mate pops out.
Oh, right, in the mirror.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Or like one of those really bad horror films about American teenagers in college or high school.
I don't watch those.
Oh, you're lucky. Have to watch a lot of those. Or Gumpton, he's back out towards Sandwich. And Infinity, that's one of the first picks I've seen him get so far. Onto Ali. It's a big scalp to be taking that AWP on AWP duel.
Definitely.
Licky's also up in SL. These are some fantastic positions. Gumpton's going to get one, and that could be the trade from Licky.
Oh, you still are just caught on the timing there. Should be traded down, Licky there. And
Oh.
Valiance by E-Box.
Just
He'll
unnecessary.
be the hero that Order needs.
The spacing is just way off from Skyfire here, but they've still got pretty good positions to come our way with this round. Ricky in towards Old Bomb there, just backing off, playing quite safe. Valiance up above SL now. It's going to be the Rotato.
Could be a big brain play, though, from Valiance. Get behind. See what Ricky can do from Z Connector. If he finds one, then that's surely the round. All comes down to the timing and the knowledge as well. Game knowledge, game sense even of Skyfire.
Oh, that's a great spot.
No, it's not. That's not a great spot, Pilly.
He could have just sat in the corner and it might have worked out for him.
Might have, but he didn't. Lato's up in heaven, though, and he's going to do some good damage to Valiance. This will be a hard one to challenge for Ricky with the AWP, unless he hits the first shot, but the molly down on the bomb probably secures the round, and I don't think Ricky's too eager to try and do too much here. He'll force Lato down. He'll hear that, but he doesn't hit the shots either way, and Skyfire will go up to 4.
Lato, this man is performing up against Order. That is no easy feat. T-side of train.
Lato's coming online.
He is. And he's not even like one of the players statistically that is, often doing the heavy lifting for him. So seeing him step up against one of the better teams in the country, it's impressive stuff. Do like to see it.
Yep.
Alrighty. It's going to be a pause. 9-4. Look, Order's still having a pretty damn good half here, but Skyfire, this is where they can make what was a pretty one-sided half completely turn on its head. Because essentially here, I mean, look at the buy. You got a glass cannon. That's the main danger point on the side of Order here. The rest of them, no util.
Well, is it right? I mean, Valiance is 21-9.
Okay, in theory.
In theory.
Theoretically. So let's say that Skyfire wins this round. Order's broke. They buy Deagles. Order probably wins that round.
Let's say Order wins this round.
And then wins
the
every round
11-4.
following.
That could happen. I mean, I'm just saying.
I think Lato is playing a little bit too good for that. And some of the other boys starting to warm up a little bit.
We shall see. Ricky's gone aggressive up B ramp.
Actually 3 smokes out from Skyfire right at the start of the round. They're going to flash straight out of T-Con. Ustillo up close with the MP9 in towards Sandwich.
Oh, that's rough. You roll around the corner and Gumpton just takes your head off. Gyra's waiting though. He'll actually get 2. Valiance is also good for 1. He should probably have gotten 2 there actually, but Licky shuts him down. Still good by Order as the rotation is quick from Ricky by virtue of the fact that he was pushed up on ramp. And Skyfire have let this round fall just a little bit too far. Bomb plant will be achievable by Mizzy. But past that, a 1v3, difficult. See if he can salvage something here. No chance. Not against Gyra.
Bomb plant will potentially allow a little bit better revive than Skyfire may have been able to get themselves though. Order do keep the 3 guns over. So looking at a 10-4, potentially an 11-4 is a world of difference from Skyfire picking up this round and potentially getting themselves a 9-6.
Yes. That's what I was worried about.
And we saw what happened on Vertigo when Skyfire doesn't put their foot in the door and allows Order into the game too much.
Yes.
But this is Train. These
CT
11-4 CT, this is the most CT-sided map in the game right now.
Yep.
Sometimes
Skyfire
this just be happening.
Also said Skyfire looked a little bit better on their CT side on both Vertigo and Inferno.
Ooh, quicker play, straight out onto the bomb train. Gumpton hit the
Quite
timing.
get Gyra, but able to have a second chance and continues to push forward. You still have caught off as well. Valiant has to do it again.
That's a great entry line, by the way. Bomb goes straight down, and now double AWP can't be saving in this round.
Nope. So this is the time for the fireworks from Ricky and Alistair. I will say the double orb has been probably not up to scratch tonight for Order. But that's not to say they still can't win this round from here. Great position though from Affinity. M4 comes out for Alistair. And he does spot one. But his position now given away. Good shot though from Ricky. Allows them out onto the bomb site. Allows them a chance. They're in with a sniff, a very small one. So Ricky's been spotted by Mizzy and can't even be traded by Alistair. That is the round for Skyfire. 10-5 in the half.
Not bad, not bad.
Is it enough?
Could definitely use a pistol though. They need this CT pistol. That was a nice little play though. Nice little execute out of Skyfire. I like the entry path that Gumpton took. Molotov on towards that close sandwich side and gets extinguished by his teammates' smoke. This will allow them straight out of T-Con, and he just hits that timing straight up the right side of Brown Train. Wasn't even ready for him on the side of Order. He doubles up, and from there it's pretty much a piece of cake for Skyfire to come away with that one. Gorgeous stuff. So now a team that, at least over the last two maps, have looked a little bit better on their CT side. Let's see if they can continue that trend, because damn do they need it if they want to take out this upset over Order.
Yeah.
And if they do so...
What a spanner in the works that is for the entire bracket.
I mean, massive spanner in the works. It's a big feels bad, whoever comes up against Order in that first lower bracket match, if they're thinking, oh, maybe we can, you know, try and make our way through, see what we can do. Maybe like a ground zero or something like that. Get knocked into the lower bracket. Oh, who are you playing? Order. Okay.
Cool.
Nice.
See ya, I'm out, I guess. See you in split 2.
Yeah, that's it. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate for everyone that's not Order, I guess. But that's like, I mean, to be fair, you know, if Order was to get knocked down into the lower bracket, you know, we come into this game and with the expectation that they should win this game. And then we go into the lower bracket with the expectation that they should win the lower bracket then, if that were the case.
Why don't we just let them win every game?
It's not always going to happen, right?
True.
All it takes is 2 games, you're out. In theory, right? 2 best of 3s. Definitely losable. Or a bad day.
Yeah.
New roster.
Yeah. But that format, I mean, is one of the more forgiving.
Well, the fact that there's another double elim bracket after this, yes.
Undoubtedly.
But when you consider the fact that, well, there's 8 teams here, 2 go through, you add another 2, so there's 10 teams overall, 4 slots available.
Throwing out a lot of numbers.
I like numbers.
Brain's starting to hurt.
How about this, 10-5?
10-5.
Yep. 20-10.
I played a lot of games of Train.
Have you?
A lot of games of Train. And 10-5 could literally mean anything.
That's deep.
Could.
That's really got me thinking.
Once
I don't know what I'm thinking about.
Once you get the pistol, it could be, you know,
could be
different
13-10. 13-5 even. Probably not 13-10 off the pistol.
Look, once they get the pistol, it could be 11-5 or 10-6.
That's true. Wow. You are a genius. This is why you're Australia's #1 CSGO analyst.
Jesus, what a title.
What
it's
a
like
title.
being the best basket weaver in Zimbabwe.
Yeah?
It's like, who cares, mate? I just had a Chucky oat bar. What flavour did you have, Jordan?
I've got strawberry.
Strawberry.
I haven't eaten it yet.
You did tell me you like the strawberry tea.
Yogurt,
so that
strawberry
you are
flavour.
staying consistent.
You're one of those guys that eats all the chocolate ones before any of the other ones go.
Maybe I opened up a whole other box and
could've.
fished through it until I found a Chucky one, because the other one only had forest fruits, and we aren't about that.
Forest fruits is good.
I'll give it a go next time.
You're the one that was complaining we didn't have any veggies for dinner. Come on. You're getting rid of the forest fruits muesli bars now.
Oh, I had a lettuce. Lettuce is a vegetable. I had lettuce for dinner.
That's it. That is vegetable, yes.
Vegetable.
Mostly water. It's mostly water.
Well, I'm
Water's good for
hydrated
you.
AF then.
Hydro homies, everyone in the chat, take a drink of water. Preferably not on the microphone.
Sorry.
There we go.
Okay, Skyfire, let's go. 4 sets of armor. We got the kit. We got the smoke. Lado's on upper ramp. He's going to be spotting out some Order boys over towards that inner area. Ricky. He's got the smoke ready to throw out, as well as the flashes onto that outer bomb site to cause the rotation. And it has. It's pulled Lado off the line. Yep. Oh, there you go.
Great timing by Order.
He's missed his opportunity. Oh,
Just going to wander
is he
their
even
way
going
into
to hear these
B-side.
tees?
They've certainly heard him,
Okay,
and
that's
he
a wrap.
is
That's it.
later.
All right, let's go next.
Look, he's looking for a frag here, but it's going to be Order
Oh, okay. Hold on.
that have the advantage. That said, Mizzy gets a couple.
Smoke and kit picked up by Gumpton.
Gyra's in a good spot, but can't land the shots. And as you say, Gumpton's got a smoke. He's got a kit. He's going to chuck that one down. And
Okay.
that's going to force Ustillo. He's going to have to peek. He's going to have to peek. He's not going to be able to do anything.
Where did that even come from? Excuse me. Mizzy just rolls out the connector, snaps two people's heads off, and all of a sudden, Skyfire. That's the pistol. That's what they needed.
That was a strange round.
Bomb goes down though, and for Order, that's going to allow the force buy with the Kriegs on multiple players. So this is the nightmare round. This is what everyone's having a big whinge about lately.
Yep. Well, we'll see. I'm sure there's a very real possibility Skyfire might be having a whinge after this.
Oh, what a
great
flash.
Great flash.
Don't know who threw it, but just saved all the diggers. Oh, look at this T-Con control. All right, getting straight in there with the MP9s.
Smoke down as well.
Yeah.
Really investing in it.
They've smoked off SL as well. And it's interesting that you say that, Jordan, that they're very much investing in it because Order does not look like they're in a rush. It's 1 minute and 20 on the clock. They're going to retake that T-Con control. After that smoke dissipates, there it is. Never mind, they're not going to retake anything. Mizzy's just going to spray 3 people down with an MP9. I didn't even know that was possible.
Oh.
All right.
Even
This
if Ricky
bloke-
gets 2, that would have been a bit how you're going for Order regardless.
Last round, he literally rolls out CT con, snaps 2 heads off. This round, just 4Ks with an MP9. Excuse me?
What can Alistair do? 1 versus 4. He's got them first. 3 to go. Don't count the man out just yet. Now count him out.
Can't just hedge your bets like that.
What a difference 1 second makes. I definitely can hedge my bets. I'm like the king of hedging bets, you know? You ask me something, I'll go, well, you know, there's a possibility that this has happened, but also I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
It's literally hedging language.
Yeah.
It's an actual term.
I like hedges. Haven't got one at home yet. I will one day.
You live in an apartment.
Yeah, that's right.
What other plants you got?
I got a palm tree, rose bush.
A palm tree
I've got
on
a
your
palm tree,
balcony.
lemon tree.
Could you be from Brisbane anymore?
I like palm trees. Palm tree, lemon tree, rose
It's
bush.
such a Queenslander thing to do.
Lavender, parsley,
Most of that's not edible. John.
rosemary,
You're just growing plants for the sake of it. That's such a weird thing.
flowers.
Flowers.
A lot of succulents. Many
Love the
different
suck.
kinds. I do love the suck. And that's about it. Unless I'm forgetting something. I check them every day, just make sure they're not dead.
I do that, but just for me. Don't have any plants.
Do you water yourself every couple of days?
I do water myself, so I will grow.
That's good. Not much in this round for Order so far. Deagle out for Ricky. Valiance as well.
They're doing it again, that thing with the...
Oh!
Oh, okay.
Goodbye. Double bink from Alistair. Bang! Holy cow!
Oh, no. Please stop.
No, you can't let this happen twice in a map, Skyfire. If you want to win this series, you need to win this round. Gumpton under a bit of pressure right now. That said, Licky and Gumpton are able to salvage just a little bit. Order not quite getting ahead just yet. Valiance kills Ustillo. And now he's in a 2v1. And he falls. Goodness me. Expensive round, though.
Yep. Only saved the 1 rifle over. That's going to put Skyfire in a pretty awkward position because they're going to spend a lot of that CT side cash just investing in this round. Which makes them very resettable. Not very, not hard reset, but a soft reset. Sit this round out and let's see what's going to happen next. Haven't won it yet, though. Again, it's the aggression with the MP9.
Ooh.
All right.
He hasn't heard him, has he?
No.
Neither have heard, or I think Ricky might have heard Licky now. No, Valiant certainly hasn't, so this should be a free kill. Won't
He
be
doesn't
happy
know
with that.
Ricky's behind him, though, and Ricky's just going to big brain it straight down that low. Oh, actually, Licky might have heard him. Has that been calmed?
No.
I think it has. Look how sure Lato is that he's there. That's been calmed by Licky. That's excellent work from the man.
All right.
gets the frag and secures one for his teammate. Order going to force their way out of Ivy in response.
Is it a realistic possibility that Order could lose this series?
This is a very nice round from Skyfire. Even the positions that they're in right now, you see how aware Gumpton is that there is one in towards Old Bum. They're playing around it very well. That doesn't mean that Order can't win this round, though. All it takes is that one timing from the Ivy player or T-Con player to just get that key pick on Affinity. And all of a sudden, the round could go pear-shaped.
I think you might be right. Ustilo's lurked his way out. Affinity does.
Oh, what is that shot?
Okay, never mind. I was really ramping up for Affinity gets traded. He did well to get one, but no, he's just shut the round down. Holy cow.
That was an insane shot. I'd love to see a replay of that. I know it's not possible, but I'd love to see it. Alistair going to chill out near the loading bay. Like Jordan did after a hard shift at Cole's Deli.
Woolies.
Woolies Deli.
Yep. I go back to a question that I asked in that map, in that round. Is it a realistic possibility that Order loses this series?
Yeah, for sure.
It's looking like it. It's looking like it could happen.
4 alive, CT side. Order's going to buy up again, but it's not going to be the best buy. 2 of them going down to Galil's, 3 of them going down to Galil's to be able to get some utility. If Skyfire shuts them out of this round cleanly and builds up quite a bit of money, that is like the dream scenario on that CT side, but that doesn't mean it's done and dusted. Especially on train. Like, on train,
see, the thing
it
for me
could
here
flip-flop either way.
I don't know that Skyfire finishes this cleanly. Like, if Skyfire wins this map, I think it's another close one. You know, it's a hard fought affair.
Come
like
down to those clutches. They're on the CT side this time around, so... Alright, see what Order's got for us. Looks like he's still going to be lurking over towards that Ivy side. Will he expend his utility? Looks like he's about to drop his smoke and Molotov to pressure Ivy. It's going to keep the CTs honest over towards this A side of the map while the rest of Order gets ready for this ramp, this upper ramp explode. There's the flash in, Lado. Waiting for the rotation from his mate, Licky.
Fully flashed, but the rotate's actually pretty quick here from Licky. Valiant's up past Oil Train, and, well, when Licky and Lado go down without offering too much resistance, you're not going to expect too much out of this round for Skyfire.
Okay.
Valiant's just totally whiffs.
That's a Galil for you.
Gumpton might have spotted Alistair there. Seems like he's got a good idea that there is a player keeping an eye from heaven.
Take a save. Smart
Yeah,
move.
smart.
I think the problem there for Lado is he's just not ready for that upper ramp play. Sure, it didn't affect him directly, but Licky, I don't think, was aware of how deep the T's were at that point.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Lado didn't even die to the entry. He died to like the 3rd or 4th T into the bomb site.
They had got a lot of ground before anyone actually died, so you might be right.
That's why it was such a domino round, and it's good to see Skyfire recognized like just how much control and emphasis Order has in a round like that, and just give it up and keep 3 of the guns alive.
Well, this is why I think it's just going to be such a hard-fought game for Skyfire, you know, because every step forward, or like maybe they take 2 steps forward and then 1 step back. That seems to be the way that these games are playing out for Skyfire, and it's just a question of it's like a race, right? Is Skyfire going to catch up before Order finishes this off?
Yeah.
Or is Order just going to get that one round that they need that allows them to finish the game?
I think that's a good way of looking at it, to be honest. That's what it was like on Inferno. They just got themselves enough space to... Every time that they stumbled, they just took enough steps forward.
The difference here is that they're playing from a deficit.
That's right.
So,
and they're playing on the CT side of Train,
yeah,
where when you win, your T side opponent gets infinite money. When you lose, unless you've been winning cleanly, you get broken and lose multiple rounds in a row. So all it takes is just a couple of mistakes, much less than the T's can potentially make, and you lose everything, all the marbles.
Skyfire do have the double AWP set up though.
They do.
Licky taking the secondary. I will say I feel like the AWPs, just by and large, this series haven't had as much of an impact as the rifles. Skyfire, we're hoping to change that, I'm sure.
The play out from Order. Looks like it's going to be progression smokes out onto towards that outside site. Setting up in T-Con, waiting for the flashes to come out from Alistair. There you go, drops them out. That's 4 CTs blind.
Oh, this is a great line for Infinity to hold. He's spotted so many coming out, but actually has only dealt the damage onto 1. They progressed nicely, Order, but the players are still there for Skyfire, and they are just getting mopped up. That is a perfect round for Skyfire. No guns lost.
It's all of those players straight out on the outside bomb site, and sometimes that's the problem. With a strat like that, you throw out those smokes, it really telegraphs what you're doing. If you don't get any entries or don't gain enough ground when those initial flashes do come out, then unfortunately the CTs can potentially just catch you off, can just re-peek and get the initial frags. If you don't find those tools, you don't find the space, or you don't have that initial entry player out towards Sandwich or out towards Olaf, you can just get the floor absolutely wiped with you.
Yeah.
But then again, you could say that for anything. Say like, oh, if you don't get the entries on any bomb site in CS, you're just going to get cooked.
Well, that is true. Just shoot them in the head a little bit better than they shoot you in the head, and then you can win.
Yeah. I don't like that, though. Anyway, Ali's going to get himself legged. Has purchased himself another AWP, but 5 alive for Skyfire in a round like that, building up this amount of money, and now changing up from a passive setup on that bomb train to double SL and 2 inside is, like, really impressive. It's really good to see them just mix things up consistently. Order's not really going to know what kind of a setup this is in this round. Again, they're going for a similar thing on Order. It's Usilo lurking over towards Ivy. He's going to throw his utility potentially over there. But already Skyfire, I mean, could you be in better positions to defend a B hit like this? I don't think you could. And unless Usilo throwing this one set of utility pulls a rotation or changes this setup somehow from Skyfire, this is looking fantastic from them.
See how it turns out. Leto to take the first contact. Does whiff just a little bit. That's dangerous because it has allowed Order out. I mean, the damage is there. Like, there's damage to the players of Order, but the numbers still need to filter in for Skyfire. Gumpton makes the difference, coming in from behind, catches the player on ramp. Ricky misses the player that's jumping across, and Gumpton, he's going to get in and double down. That's 3 for him in the round, just charging down ramp. Ustilo's way too far from the bomb to make a difference in this round. The defuse will come across. It's 11 apiece. Skyfire have equalized.
3 alive. You got 4 to 5k on all of the Order players. They're just going to be able to continue buying. They've built up the loss bonus. They're getting these bomb plants in, but Skyfire's winning these rounds cleanly enough to build up that economy. You've got the Krieg, you've got the double AWPs and AK. It's going very well for them. It looks like they're going to be putting together this upset over Order. Not sure if they've really had a result like this. Let's just wait and see, though, how the rest of these rounds pan out. Order very, very fast onto that outside bomb train. Or train yard, rather. Straight out Ivy and Olaf. Licky's been caught off.
Can he get one here at least? That's what he's looking for. Yes, he will. And well backed up by Gumpton. If he would have stayed scoped, he might have been able to get Valiance there as well. But a 2 for 2, considering the situation for Skyfire, is probably not that bad. Alistair and Valiance don't have much control of this bomb site, although up on the blue train, Alistair is looking sharp with the AK. No need for an AWP here. I think the rifle's doing the damage for Order. And Affinity now finds himself a 1 versus 2.
Got to recover the bomb from this Ivy side, but Ali's in the perfect position once again.
Oh, Valiance. Don't know how he lives there, but Order go back to 12-11. They have the advantage again. Yep. Money's okay for Skyfire.
Yeah, they're going to be able to recover from this one, but they are going to spend the large majority of their cash reinvesting in this round. And as for Order, they still have a fair bit of loss bonus built up, and this is the problem with trying to play at a close scoreline on the CT side of Train, or trying to chase down a deficit.
Yeah.
Because all it takes is a couple of rounds that you lose, even in those 2-on-3s, those 3-on-2s, the 1v1s, and it hits you a lot harder than the Ts that have already built up that amount of loss bonus that don't have to spend as much to purchase those good weapons. Skyfire really feeling the effects of that at this point.
Ooh, Gumpton's going to be okay. Izzy cops a little bit of damage on the way out. Concerns over the strength of the B bomb site hold, I think, for me.
Absolutely. I mean, the good talking point here is that Lato's got a full belt of utility. So even if he does sort of make a bit of a mess of things, as he did with that entry on the last time, he still can make a fair amount of impact just dropping down the Molotov or dropping the smoke at the right moment.
Yeah. I like to see the 2 players there on B, though.
He did just drop the molly with 50 seconds, though. There's the smokes onto the outside train yard. Has they pulled their rotation? It is still two players in this inside bomb site.
They're ready and waiting. They would have heard this coming. Leto gets the first. That's Gyra down. Alistair, a good trade, but they don't expect the second player so close. Surely not.
Oh.
Ricky spots him though. Saves Alistair's life. Probably saves the round there as well. That could have totally changed things. And Affinity again in a 1vx situation. This time it's 3. Land goes down. He'll give away his position as well. Missing the shot onto Alistair. So you have to consider this round's probably over. Save the AWP. Oh.
And just look at the money of the CT players once this is over. Like, it's just so cooked on the CT side of Train sometimes. When you've won a number of rounds in a row, you haven't built up that loss bonus yet, and you lose 1 or 2 rounds, all of a sudden, especially at a scoreline deficit like this, can't even hold on to the AWP. Look at that. 1,900 in the bank, 2,500 with the richest player. Order has got plenty of cash. They're going to buy up, probably keep a lot of guns over here. Well, it's just going to be the force from the CTs. They already know if they buy up in the next, it was my next point. They're going to have 4 to 4.5k, something around 4.8 at most. You can't buy AWPs. You can't buy the utility that you need. So you're essentially playing at a deficit against a T team that has a ton of money anyway. You're cooked. You're cooked either way. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But that's a nice nade stack. That's going to get themselves an early advantage. The rest of Order pouring out of SL right now.
Well, this is what they need to do. This is where Skyfire needs to do what Order have done to them so many times. Win an important round like this with a disadvantageous buy. Just doesn't look like it's going to happen as Ricky gets the kill on Delato despite being beat. Oh man, it's so close for Skyfire, yet so far.
It's like Order well aware of where Affinity is. Ali just running the bomb straight onto the site. We're going to get back in towards that Olaf position as they play the post plant out.
You're just hoping for a miracle right now for Skyfire. Not sure they're going to get it. Defuse kit by E-Box if he somehow were to get 2 kills, but...
Just going to grab the Krieg, back off. And I think it's going to have to be more of the same for Skyfire in the next round unless they want to try and play for OT. I mean, you forced when you only had 2k in the bank. Now you got a little bit better than that. Built up a little bit more loss bonus, but essentially it's a similar question as the previous round. The only difference now is the T's have built up a little bit more cash. And you're under a little bit more pressure with that 14 round. I'd like to see a little investment. You can have the Krieg and armor. Rest of the lads maybe pick up some pistols. They're not going to go for it. They're going to full save. They want to get as much utility as they can and try to play for that overtime. But if that was the plan anyway, could have just multiple saved, I guess. Either way, we are where we are.
What can Affinity do with the SG? That's the only saving grace for Skyfire, isn't it? Look, he's hiding in the smoke. Ooh. What's going on there?
Later hasn't been spotted.
P250 in the head of Valiance, but round's over. 15's up for Order, and just seems too far gone now for Skyfire. I had the belief. Honestly, I believed that it was going to happen tonight, but
it's CT Train, man. It's CT Train. All it takes, that Inners round where Licky was up close and Ricky killed him, like, all it takes is just 2 small mistakes, or like 1 round doesn't go the way you quite wanted it, or you lose a close XVX situation on the CT side, and the reality is that your guns just cost more than the T guns, and if they've already built up that loss bonus, you're kind of just cooked.
Yeah, we're feeling confident. They're going to continue the push here onto the A-bomb side, not slowing down too much, but just enough to get the utility out. Smokes out again. Mizzy by E-Box will get just a couple of kills. Is that good enough to save the round here for Skyfire? It might well be.
Yep. They've done a good job of shutting down that SL push that they've seen a couple of times. Is money in the coffers for Order to buy up again? They have reduced their loss bonus just a little bit. Skyfire, they need 3 in a row, and they need to do so cleanly. Because if they only have 1 or 2 alive in a couple of these rounds, you're going to see a couple of players with about 3k in the bank that are going to have to go down to an MP9 or something of that nature, into a scout. And when you're trying to duel a creek with that kind of weaponry, you're not going to have a fun time. This time Order. Set up in a bit of a default. It's a double lower ramp aggression actually, but a nice flash from Valiant sets up Ricky to get that initial pick, and now in a 4-on-5, backs against the wall. It's match point for Order. How will the CTs respond to losing an early pick like that? You can see Order, they're ready for any kind of aggression, any kind of proactiveness from the CT side. They're spread out around the map. They put the brakes straight on, just holding angles, waiting for the CTs to get over-aggressive to try to even up this man disadvantage.
Yeah, the little ants on Skyfire scurrying around the map. You can see the dots continually moving backwards and forwards all over the place, and there's no really good way to hold this 4v5. We've got 2 on B, expecting something there, which is not going to happen.
Definitely not in good positions for this kind of a play. Order's just going to split out Ivy onto that Outers bomb site. You have one in SL, Affinity's on the bomb train. Definitely not ideal. No control of Hell. No one in Heaven or anything like that. No one up at E-Box.
Well, Affinity does get the first. If he could have held for the second, might have salvaged things, but even still, Licky's there as well. Somehow, Skyfire are going to hold this bomb site. 16 seconds, Order have to get a wriggle on. And Mizzy's in the perfect position, helps out Licky. I don't know how that's happened, but Skyfire have a 13th round.
It's good rotation timing in there from Licky. I mean, Affinity, he just draws a lot of the aggro. I don't think that that SL position was necessarily covered properly by Order there. He shouldn't really be allowed out onto an angle like that. I think he just got that timing perfectly. You did see a little bit of a spacing between the player that was in TCOM, maybe posting on Hell or posting on Ivy as the second player runs out. And in that half a second where he was not watching SL, that's all it takes for Mizzy to come out and get himself a kill.
Luckily, it's just pistols for Order there. Otherwise, Skyfire would have lost their first player.
Alrighty. Skyfire, they need a clean win here. Maybe they can get themselves a double ult. They want to be able to give themselves maximum chance of pushing this into overtime. What a bloody series.
Yeah. Kudos to Skyfire, regardless of the result, for taking it this far against Order. Well, this shouldn't really result in too much. Nice pink onto Leto there, but all said and done. It's going to be the clean round that you were looking for, Pilly. Leto finishes off Jara.
5 alive. It's exactly what you want to see. Money on Order, a little bit shaky actually on a couple of the players. Not going to have full util on everyone. If you want to buy a Krieg, you're going to be sacrificing a fair bit of utility. Even see Ricky go down to a Galil to make sure he has that full belt of util.
Huh.
And there's the pause.
Good time for both teams to chat. They'll need to really knuckle down. This is the final round, potential final round of the series. Hinges on Order. No double AWP for Skyfire. You sort of mentioned it in the last round. I was a bit wary. I feel like it's probably better off just the 4 rifles for Skyfire. I think they've had more success with that than they have with the double AWP. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it as far as I'm concerned.
Alright. Let's keep an eye on Order as they roll out. Do they have any kind of a hard read, or are they going to try and rely on that mid-round to get them through just over the mark? They don't want to be playing OT here. They just want to secure this win that they should already have gotten on paper. Ali going to try and run out. Thought he was going to go for a pick, but instead it's the nade, and he's going to grab a boost, and that might get... Ooh, why is there a smoke on top of the train this round? That's interesting.
It's a CT smoke, I think.
Affinity is going to get a pick onto Ricky.
Oh,
that was over towards inner.
Oh, Alistair's too smart. I don't know if he could see him through or not.
Is he? Oh, what? What is that spray transfer? Excuse me?
I don't even think he knew that Alistair was there. Are you kidding me?
It's 4-on-2. Val, he's chilling in the T-Con. Ysillo out towards Olaf. They are very well aware that he's there. This is a good setup for the CTs. Plenty of utility to be able to secure a lot of these kills here. Ysillo creeping up.
He's going to have to find Mizzy for free, which he will just he cops a dink. That might be too much damage taken. This nade could finish it on Ustillo at least. Does land a bit short. 45 seconds here though. Valiance now has to be the one to make the difference for Order as he creeps forward to the bomb train.
No pressure on SL from the CTs.
Licky's holding a good angle, but Valiance is surely going to check this. He will, right into the crosshair of Valiance. And it's a headshot, straight through, finished off by a body shot. Licky gets the job done. Ustillo's got one here, but Leto is waiting for the trade. 15-15 will go to overtime, and Skyfire survive.
Unbelievable. What a bloody spray transfer. These players on Skyfire, every time, it's just heroics in these... Like, what is that?
Surely not. He didn't know he was there.
That is just very interesting, to say the least.
That is a shot.
Can't say I've seen very many things like that.
$15-15. And here we are. Time for a dare.
100%.
It's 10 past 10. We're not even finished
the
first
Are we in the
series.
second series yet?
No. Crazy.
I'm going to need another Chocky chip bar.
I think so.
Maybe a bit of Chocky milk.
God, I could go for some Chocky. Anything Chocky right now. I would just smash it.
Chocky milk comes for the brown cow, right?
That's one way of looking at it. What's your prediction, Pilly? Who's winning this series? Go on record right now. You could be the #1 predictor of ANZ CS.
I'll go with Skyfire, like, have a bit of fun.
I'm going to be honest, if we were still doing the predictions games that we used to do in the past, everyone would have said 2-0 for this series.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For Order.
And we would have all... It
all
would have
been wrong.
No, it would have been... Yeah, it would have been the first series of
Actually,
AUNZ.
no. Knowing Kevin, he would have done 2-1 Skyfire just to
Probably.
throw a spanner in the works.
But it would have been the first series of AUNZ.
Yeah.
And it would have been all of the talent just being like, predictions are dumb, why are we doing that?
Yeah.
And then we would have just written it off. And then everyone would have started doing meme predictions.
Yep. And production would have done the 2-1 to Skyfire and gotten it right.
Like, production leading from, like, most of it.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure MC made most of the predictions, so... Oh, well. Who would have thought we'd be here? What a great series to start off. Season 10 of ANZ Champs.
Here we go. Is the 16k overtime, which means the CTs can pretty much buy as many orbs as they want.
First to 19. There you go. That's what we're looking for. The magic number 19. 18 apiece, and we head to overtime number 2. Fast out of the blocks is Order. All over the map.
Smoke onto E-Box and Sandwich. It's the boost in towards T-Con. Licky up close with the AWP, though. Could find a pretty free kill on these Ts.
Really could. If he just swings a little bit further, you can see he almost wants to, but decides better off it. Alistair's heard it.
Backs off the angle. Will drop off the head of Jyra.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, Order have taken control of that inner halls area. It's a progression smoke onto Ivy from the CTs. You can see Ustillo just chilling behind that, spamming away. No, as a result, no Ivy control has been taken by Order, but obviously Skyfire, we can see on the minimap, they haven't taken control of Ivy. Really, they're just using the utility to keep Order second guessing. The boost hasn't seen Gumpton. There it is. Pops his head up for half a second and loses it. That's going to be the man advantage for Order.
Mizzy's in close. He can do something ballsy here. If he pushes into T-Con, it might just catch Order.
Yeah, look, Order have the man advantage, but they don't really have a whole lot going on outside of that. They don't have control of Ivy. They don't have control of T-Con. They just have that one player in towards the inner halls. Will be Valence. He's going to throw the deep smoke, as well as some utility. It does draw the 3-man rotation on towards the inner, so it's all going to be on Mizzy.
Mizzy was quite a standout towards the end of that second half. Let's see if he can do any more. 2 lined up. So much damage onto Ustillo and Jyra, and no kill. Disappointing for Skyfire. He almost had it. Grenade in hand for Licky as well. Could have potentially denied the bomb plant, but didn't throw it early enough. Might have to be around that Skyfire. Let's go by the wayside. Did Affinity spot you still there? I don't think so. Leto's gotten one, but that's not really enough to allow a retake to happen. And Affinity should die here. So just be the one orb through to the next round. I don't know that Order's going to necessarily chase this down. Look, he's all over the place. Just goes back into the CT spawn. Should get away with his life here.
Alrighty, first round going the way of Order. Again, it's going to be the double orb being jammed by the CTs. Let's see what's on the cards this time. I like what they did in the last round. They threw that progression smoke in towards Ivy, as well as the flash. Just to keep Order guessing about what was going on. Order with this round lead are going to throw smokes onto E-Box and towards the sandwich. And look like a lot of players heading towards their cell, but they won't be making their way down. It is in firm control of the CTs.
Need to see Skyfire get these next two.
Sure.
Surely.
Do have a pretty centralized setup on the train yard, giving up Ivy.
Oh, he's going to get the headshot through the feet of Jira. You love to see it. At least if you're a Skyfire fan. Leto's already in position to hold. Licky's there as well. Is this...
Oh, no!
He's got the incendiary down, but it's not a great one. A bit of damage to Ustillo and Valiants, but well done by Licky to peg one back. It's still a numbers advantage for Skyfire. Valiants is in such a good spot, though. Pushed up. But Order can't actually get the bomb down.
I think Valiant's in this key position, though. Doesn't look like the CTs are aware that someone's up close in this smoke. He could be the key player. Flash is flying over the top. Ricky's got another one. He's going to grab that first frag. Make it a 3-on-3.
Affinity's got to be aware of Valiants here. Deagle in hand. I think the round's gone. I think Order have got it. Can't be letting this kind of an opportunity slip, Skyfire. Not again. Order's up 2-0 now in the overtime.
It's all on Lado. Like, you cannot be climbing a ladder with a Molotov in your hand at that point in the round. It's just unacceptable. You can't be caught out like that. You wouldn't see that at any other, level of CS. Unfortunately, it cost them the round. He's been one of the top performers. He's absolutely popping off in the first half for Skyfire.
Yep. Well, got to salvage at least one round here, Skyfire. I don't see them picking up 3 on the T side. I don't really see them picking up 2 on the T side either, but that is now the task ahead of them. Assuming at least that they can get this final round here in the first half of overtime, but no double orb this time. I feel like that's probably what they should have been doing from the outset. As I already mentioned, in regulation time, the rifles have been more impressive for Skyfire tonight than the orbs have.
Ooh, what a spot. Is the flash going to catch him? I think it's just behind him.
It is, but can't land the shots anyway. Leto get the first and the second, trying to make amends for the last round, but inevitably does get traded down. And Licky fell as well in the meanwhile, which means now numbers advantage for Order. Bomb plant down on the B bomb site. They've got a flank in Z connector. Gumpton looking to step up here for his side and salvage the situation. Affinity's got an Alistar. He's sticking it. Yeah, he's going to get it.
Yep.
There's nothing Ustillo could do. Great play. And Skyfire sneak around. That's what I'm going to call it. I'm going to say they snuck that round. 17-16. Is it enough, though, for Skyfire to keep their foot in this race? I'm not sure.
I think Lado well and truly made amends in that round. Doubles up. Create space for Gumpton to sneak up that right wall, and from there, just cruise themselves to a round victory. Keeps them in the running, that's for sure, but on the T side, 2 minimum they need out of 3 just to stay in contention for the map. Going to be a difficult task for sure. Pretty cool music. I feel like this is like the theme from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when they put the questions on and
Yeah.
they give them time to
Time
think.
to think. It's time to think for both teams, so it might be fitting, right? What's going through your mind as a player at this point?
If I'm Order, probably like
How did we let it get
like
here?
why am I even still here?
Yeah.
Why are we playing Train right now? If you're Skyfire, you're probably like a little bit scatterbrained at the moment.
Just playing on instinct almost. That's the times where all the hours in the prac servers become more valuable, right?
Yeah.
Because then you don't have to think, in a sense.
Yep.
You just do it by feel.
They
Going through
are,
the motions.
and they are a team that has been grinding for quite a while. They've definitely put in a lot of prac hours, which is why they've made it to all of these leagues.
The thing is, like, this is the best time to topple Order, right?
Oh, for
if
sure.
you give Order until the end of the
This
season,
is just not. Forget about toppling Order. This is just the best time to make a breakout in AUCS. Like, it's so
Generally, yes.
all over the place at the moment.
Right.
That couple upsets, and you can go from being like Skyfire, like somewhere in the lower end of the top 10 teams in Oz, to like, oh, suddenly I'm a top 4 team if I start performing really well.
Yep. Okay.
Double AWP.
T-side for Skyfire. An important round.
No creeks. They've gone 5 AK, which indicates a bit quicker of a play, and it's a one straight in towards the inner bomb site. Ricky's already found himself two.
God! See
Whoa!
you later. Ricky's just stepped up and absolutely deleted Skyfire out of the server. He does get traded out, but it's too late. What is that? Must have learned that in North America. Goodbye, Skyfire.
I don't think so. He's been doing that. He's literally been doing that for 7 years
How
now.
many years is that? What year is it? 2020?
Yeah. He's literally been doing that for 7 years now.
Okay, well, that might be
Maybe longer if you count Source.
might be too much
Oh,
now.
1.6. Sorry, he's a 1.6 player.
2-0 required for Skyfire to push this through to overtime number 2.
Don't you think that Alistair's a bit of a boring player? Like, yeah, he has 31 kills, but do you remember any of those kills?
Great meme.
I actually don't remember.
What about
many of his
Valiance?
kills.
He's got 34.
Yeah, a lot of that was early on, I think.
No, he's been pretty good across the board. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't think that Skyfire is going to be winning this one, to be honest. Just too much.
They've had their chances.
They did a good job, though.
They did.
Like, look at that guy. What a dome. Who is he?
All right. Let's keep an eye on things for Skyfire. No AWP this time. Just the rifles.
I'm going to throw a quick smoke on towards that inside connector.
What have they got in the
Or
back
is
pocket?
that? No, that's the Ivy smoke, sorry.
You know what this does?
Back of green.
This actually makes the qualifying match in... well, not the qualifying match. The matches in the Rio qualifiers all the more interesting now.
Ooh, they're doing it again, Jordan.
Challenging Ricky. This time he's a bit further back. This
Oh.
time he's flashed off. Well done. Gumpton gets the entry. Still is on the rotate, but Order this time are too slow.
That's ballsy for sure.
It's worked.
They throw just a little bit of a spanner in the works. It's the outside smokes. They wait on the timing. Order obviously going to go for this one. Plenty of money. Flash from Jira is going to help these players out of CT Con.
Still a fair bit of utility for Skyfire, so if they want to fire some counter utility out there, they can do that. Gumpton up close. He had too many options, and he gets taken down. Good trade from Mizzy. Gets rid of Jira, but we're back to a 3 versus 3. Order, if they speed things up here, they might still be able to find a defuse. Lato, he comes in late. On the defuse, though, is Ustilo, but no problems there for Skyfire, and they survive another round.
Huge 3K. They're pushing it closer. Could be another overtime. Let's see. It's a double AWP from Order once again. Ricky has picked it up. He was that player towards Inner before. Had a hit and a miss in terms of the rounds. He's just going to do the exact same thing again. This time a bit of a slower round from Skyfire up against that double AWP setup. Could be to their detriment for sure. See Valiance itching to get into SL, but there you go. Alistair goes down to Affinity. He hasn't had many kills, but that's an impactful one to get.
That is certainly an impactful one.
See Ricky, he's going to try and aggress in towards the upper ramp.
Do you
Already,
feel...
Licky's ready for him. Licky on Ricky.
Licky on Ricky. I don't know if I'd want to be Licky on Ricky, but either way. Ricky might be the savior for Order in this round. It's a good position to play from with the AWP. Skyfire looking
Got
to
one to
challenge.
his left is the problem.
Where's the flashbang going to come from? Is there going to be a flashbang? Gumpton's holding something. Doesn't want to creep forward too far. There it is. He avoids it. Oh, Licky goes flying through the air. He's actually chased Ricky down. There we go. Licky onto Ricky. And the Licky is too strong. Valiant spamming it later. Won't be able to get the kill this time. Bomb plant down for Skyfire. And the B-bomb site nut has been cracked open once again. Mizzy up close will get one. That's surely enough to save this half for Skyfire and keep them in the map of Train to push through to overtime number 2. 2 players left alive, Valiant and Jaira. What are they going to do? 10 seconds. Probably a little bit too little to work with here for them. And I think that is more or less going to mark the end of overtime number 1. Skyfire survives. All hope was lost. And yet they pull through again. I feel like we've gone through a roller coaster of emotions with this map so far. You know, we got to the point after halftime where we thought Order's just going to clean this up. Come into the second half. Looks like Skyfire's coming back. Nope. Order's back in action. Looks like Skyfire's out again. But then they push it through to overtime. And then they lose 2-1 in the first half of overtime, but then they bring it back. What is going on?
Spaghetti everywhere. Just everywhere.
Someone, please, get me some throat lozenges, because I'm in trouble tonight. I've still got one more best of 3 series after this. I've been sick for the last few days.
Yep.
Came in, couldn't miss the first day of ANZ Champs. No way. And now I'm in trouble.
I could have been casting with Ben Green right now.
Probably not. You probably would have been casting with Mac.
That's all right. I'll take that. Either way, we've all made our choices and we've all decided to be here tonight. And I'm glad that I came, because Skyfire definitely showing up. Looks like it's going to be a quicker one straight out of T-Con. 3 of these players from Order to defend.
No play towards B this time.
They're just bumping into each other on top of the site, Jordan.
They've lined up for Licky. He's going to Licky them to death. 3 of them have gone. Bye-bye. Bomb plant's gone down. Double AWP set up for Order. No way you're retaking this.
What were they doing?
Get out of the site.
They're just bumping each other. Oh, sorry. You go first.
Who wants to get Lickied first?
Line up. Find out. Not Alistair. Never mind.
That's 4.
Alistair. Oh, okay. Everyone on Order.
Don't know that he's going to get the ace.
Nice little round from Skyfire. A bit of a throwback to their earlier T side where you had Gumpton hitting that nice entry timing straight out of T-Con up the right side of the brown train. Except what's better than one Gumpton getting straight out there is 3 of the boys from Skyfire all out right side of the train yard, and Order, none of them being ready. None of them having their weapon or their crosshair on that area, and all of them getting sprayed down by Licky. Good for a Skyfire.
Well, now does the argument become that the T side is more impactful than the CT side? Like, is the expectation now 2 on the C side?
That's
No, you don't want to be jumping there.
that's insert company name that produces my scroll wheel error.
Either way, it seems to have still worked out for Skyfire. They got a 2-for-1 trade overall. Ricky is by old bomb with an AWP. Probably won't have much of an impact here in denying a bomb plan, that's for sure. Alistair just misses the shot. Jaira through the smoke takes a lot of damage, but
okay.
Ricky and Alistair, the double AWPs. Firing up just a little. Is it enough, though? Bomb plan's down. It's been ticking already for a little while.
Ali, another one. Oh, Licky. Could he have 2 rounds back-to-back with massive impact? He's throwing out the flashes. trying to stop them from retaking the site.
He can do it. He can actually do this. He's got a little bit of time to work with. They're not going to be able to delete him out of this. Oh, Alistair.
Alistair.
Great shot. If he
What
would
a
have just
retake.
bided his time a little longer, he might have got it.
That's ridiculous. That
Orders
should have
up.
been a Skyfire round. For sure. They had them locked out
Yep.
of it. But just too many angles given to both of the AWPers. You can't just be giving it away like that. There you go. It's a 1-for-1. Should have been Skyfire up 20. And I dare say, Jordan, that if they head in that direction, they probably go ahead and take out the map. They've, I don't know what to tell you, mate. They were playing silly buggers.
Yeah. So still hanging in the balance, really. I don't think we can...
Oh,
Oh,
Gumpton.
whoa, no.
Been so good at getting out there.
Oh, no. Ricky just gets the leg shot onto Leto, or maybe it was through the wall. Either way, not enough to kill him.
Look, end of the day, though, Skyfire, although things look grim in this half, it's the T side. They've already got the round.
That's true.
Got the round they wanted.
That is true.
Now they head through onto the CT, where they do the real good work.
Is anyone being able to crack it open here for Skyfire? It's looking rough. Ricky's gotten rid of Affinity. I think this round's just going to fall to bits. Dominoes. First one's gone down, and very quickly the rest are going to fall as well, but maybe it doesn't matter. Licky's still alive. With an AWP in hand, Mizzy has been good as well. Ricky just dodges the bullet. 40 seconds here. If Mizzy can continue to work his way out, if Licky continues to hold enough pressure. But Jaira on the ball, Alistair finishes Licky off. 20-19, Order again go into the second half of overtime with a 2-1 advantage.
Shouldn't have even been so. One of those should have definitely been Skyfire's round, and if they go out in this game, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Looking for 22 now.
Oh, the violin. Okay.
What if they get 22?
What kind of cap is that? Just
Couldn't tell you.
The brown one. It's like a grandpa cap.
All right, first to 22. Order have the advantage, of course, but Skyfire on the CT side. 3 required for them, 2 for Order. Doable, you'd say, for both sides.
You got the double AWP on Skyfire.
How do you feel about that?
Let's see how it works out for him. Looks like Order trying to throw some initial utility over towards E-Box and towards that sandwich area has kept 4 of these players here for Skyfire. Lato is the only player at this point over towards the inners area where Order seems to be grouping up for an execute. Licky rotating over just in time, ready to post on that upper ramp, and in comes the smokes and the Molotovs for Order.
Oh, that's a perfect spot to hold for Licky. The AWP going to good use, but Valiance, he's opened up the account with 2 entries and a third as well. Mizzy rotates right into his crosshair. That almost could have been 4, but Affinity saves the life of his teammate Gumpton, who will reward him with a kill onto Jaira. This is now doable. They don't know where Ricky is, but they're about to find out. Affinity's behind him. He must have been hurt. No, he hasn't been. Leg shot, but he still gets the kill. Oh, too close for comfort for Skyfire, but they've got the round.
There you go. Came down to a 1-on-1. They get it done, though, and it's 20 apiece. Little bit of a quicker play. Should have been it, surely. That should have been it. Valiance, you can't just have him roll in there and kill 3 blokes and you can't get the round done. It's crazy talk, Jordan.
Holy cow.
Alright, again, sandwich E-Box smokes, handful of flashes, pegged over the T-Con. It's going to be the 2-man tower on top of the pallet for Order. See if they can find themselves a bit of a freebie onto one of these Skyfire blokes. Maybe Licky. Getting a bit too happy-go-lucky on top of the ladder of green train or brown train.
Affinity's posted up on the line now. That grenade has helped him out, and yes, he does get Ricky. Was waiting to see whether or not he'd actually peek around that corner, and he does. It's netted him a good result. 4 vs 5 now for Skyfire. Another round that's looking winnable.
Lato's still got himself a Molotov. Affinity found the initial pick, is now just going to post on that upper ramp, and Order regrouping in towards that inner area. It's the double setup in towards SL as well. If ever there was a fantastic setup to be securing yourself around on a hit towards inner, as CT side, Skyfire's already in it, mate. Nice molly. Gonna slow things down. Mizzy and Gumpton ready to fly up that ladder and get on the flank anytime. Lato's still got a Molotov, just drops it out now, surely.
Yep. Decent timing. Lato gets fully flashed though, and you still again an entry for Order as they make their way into the B bomb site, but only equalizes the numbers. Affinity creeps forward past the oil train, but he's stuck in all sorts of trouble, and the bomb plant goes down.
Here's the problem for the CTs. There's no smokes and Molotovs to get rid of that upper and lower ramp as a possibility, or stop this Molotov that Alistair's got his hands on.
Just the flashbangs for Skyfire to get them in, and they're going to have to move pretty quickly. It's not looking good. Gyra and Alistair combined for one apiece. Ustilo gets one as well.
Even make it on the site.
So that'll be that. 21 is up for Order. They've secured at least overtime number 3.
Again, that's just Lato getting caught out of position. He can't sit still when the hit's coming in. You know, if you're going to drop down the Molotov, just be in a safer position to do so. If you're going to fight and try to get that initial pick when the hit comes in, just be in a position to do so. It always seems like he's caught in two minds about whether he wants to try and get that initial frag and fall off, or drop the Molotov when the hit comes in. And he tries to do both at the same time and finds himself getting picked.
Oh, Licky had a chance.
Oh, how does Ali get away with that?
He's gotten away with murder.
Literally.
He's killed Licky, and he survived even the trade attempt there as well. Not looking good here for Skyfire as Order start to push their way into the A bomb site, but Affinity holds strong at Ivy. He'll also get Gyra on top of the blue train, but the numbers are dwindling for the CT side. Lato and Affinity to try and hold it off. Well done by Lato, but a leg shot from Affinity doesn't keep him alive, and now into the 1v1 for overtime number 3. Bomb is retrieved by Alistair, who only has a P250 to his name. What is going on there? He's picked up a Krieg. Goodness me. Take a breath.
It's going around through Ivy. Lato chilling on the bomb train.
Can only imagine what's going through Lato's mind right now. He's creeping towards the B. Play from Z connector, maybe. You've got no idea, right? You've got literally no idea. He could be anywhere by now.
Be the wrap actually to old bomb. Lato going to play behind the hump train there. This could actually be Ali walking straight past him if he just sits there for long enough.
Oh dear.
There's no guarantee that Ali looks left here. You probably don't expect the CT to be to your left. He doesn't check it. He doesn't check it. No, you don't check it properly. No! You can't shoot there. He's going to drop the smoke. He gets on the side. He's got a Molotov as well, Jordan. He drops it. Lato's actually gone over towards Old Bomb.
The pressure getting to both players here, it feels like.
Oh, Ali's just chilling now. He's got the Molotov to play with. He's got a flash. Lato, what you got? He's got a molly and a flash as well.
Oh my god. Don't watch. He's seen him behind E-Box.
Oh, the molly out.
He's won the aim duel. He's won the round. Skyfire are going to overtime at number 3. I can't believe it. He almost caked it. He almost caked it, but he's got the job done. A swing of the knife, and we head into overtime number 3. I cannot believe it.
What am I watching?
Cannot believe it.
Oh.
Alistair checked it. He was on this. He was on
No,
Alistair's
but
screen.
the gun model, mate. It's the gun model, and you're swinging your mouse so
I know.
hard.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm surprised
I'm
surprised he even lazy checked it, to be honest. I wouldn't even look there. I would just keep walking. Oh. That's like it's a bit of a weird position for the CT to play, to be honest.
It's so tense, man. It's so tense.
You need a massage, Jordan.
I need a few more things than just a massage.
Oh, okay. Whole works. Gotcha.
The whole shebang.
Bit of tea, perhaps. Bit of strawberry tea.
Absolutely going to have some tea when I go home tonight.
Don't worry,
it with honey.
You won't be there for a little while. It's almost 11 o'clock.
I can believe that.
Oh, what a bloody game, though. The first game of AUNZ. This is going to be a cracker of a season.
Certainly is. Oh, man. You gotta love it. The whole ANZ Counter-Strike scene is out in the Twitch chat tonight, having a good look at a fantastic series here between Order and Skyfire. And I think everyone's kind of rooting for Skyfire, as you are want to do as an Australian. You know, the underdog story is something that's
Can't get enough of it,
almost
can we?
associated with being an Australian. You know? It's part of the Australian culture almost.
Yep. Alrighty.
Might happen in front of our eyes right here. Alistair for Order.
Valiant, look at Ustillo. He's all the way out to Sandwich. Pretty key position. You got Ricky in towards SL, but look at the push on Inners. Later's all the way up above SL already. This close into the round. So many different players in some key positions here.
Good start. Affinity gets Alistair. Mizzy's down low HP, but he's been spotted by Ustillo and finished off. Even still, Leto in a great position here. The A-hold is looking solid for Skyfire right now.
I think they're firmly in the driver's seat with that SL control. Order, they're hard rotating towards Inner. You got Gyro, he's already taken control of that part of the map. He doesn't have a Molotov to be dropping. The rotation comes out from Affinity. What is that shoulder? He's well aware someone could be there. Bomb going down now, and Ustillo comes back around late to check if anyone's flanking through SL. Nobody is yet. Molotov expended.
Gyro's in a great spot. Licky won't be able to spot him.
Oh.
It's a trade, in fact, a good trade for Order. They've equalized the numbers. That's really important.
Look at the utility on the CTs, though. You still got a smoke and a Molotov to be dropping.
Good volley up onto Ustillo's position. Flashbang through to Valiance. Doesn't quite catch him on the defuse, though. Is Gumpton. I don't think they've heard it. They have.
Valiant. Too good.
Oh.
Closes it out, but that could have been like half a second more. Half a second more there.
Yeah, I think they tried
And
to use
Skyfire gets it.
the flash to hide the defuse sound. 22 to 21. What are we looking for now? 25.
Oh,
That's the T-side round for Order.
that's how old you are.
21 to 25. That was a blink of an eye, really. Tactical pause here for Order. I'm surprised that there even are tactical pauses still available.
1 second, you've got some lady asking you to slice the prosciutto a little thinner, and the next second you're watching Counter-Strike with me.
That's right.
Is that attack or attack?
Well, this is going to be one of the longest series I think that we've casted. At least it's one of the longer maps, that's for sure.
Alrighty. Well, Order take a very, very close first T round. Still cranking out the double AWPs on the CT side. Val's going to make his way straight out of T-Con there. Onto Olaf. Gets in a very good position. Honestly, I think he just lagged out and died in the Molotov. I'm not even going to lie to you right now.
That would be very unfortunate.
I'm serious. That is exactly what just happened.
Either way, he's dead. Round has started. Good trade back by Ricky, though. Equalizes the numbers. Ricky standing tall. He's putting Order on his shoulders and carrying them through this round, regardless of whether or not a player has DC'd. It does not matter if Ricky's going to find 3 shots like that.
2 kills go back the way of Skyfire. Ricky's going to grab that bomb.
Leto, it's all about timing. It's all about timing here for Leto. Gyra is dead, by the way, so it is 2 versus 2. Alistair gets Affinity, though. They seem to know where Leto is. The flash comes through. And he's going to peek right out. That's a big chunk of damage that he couldn't really afford to lose. Unfortunate for Order to lose a player there, but they still find a way to win the round.
It's great. Like, it was an alt tab or he lagged out. Yeah, he's on 0-0-0.
He DC'd because you could see the HUD got a bit messed up.
Yeah. Sometimes you can just tell from the way that they're moving.
Yeah.
Like, they stop really weirdly. Either way, Order, they don't need the extra player to get it done. Now, again, the double AWP out from Skyfire. Haven't got a single round on this CT side yet. They need at least one, but Gyro's not going to let him have it.
Oh, unless Gumpton can get a couple here. Alistair almost gets blocked on his way back up the ladder. Doesn't, though. So he survives. Someone needs to step up here for Skyfire, though.
It's a retake on B at the moment. Lato only just dropped the smoke on lower ramp. Now starts to make his way in there as Licky rotates over as well. Affinity is got an aggressive angle on that T-Con, and he's going to drop a progression smoke in there. The extra players starting to move their way over towards that inners area, but Order, after hearing that T-Con smoke, Ustilo's communicated it. He's usually lurking over towards Ivy. They are just going to fall back and make their way back towards outside. They're well aware they've lost too much map control, and the stack on inside is likely, and they're going to make a smart move to try and secure themselves that 24th round. Unless Affinity can do anything, AWPing from Sandwich to his best fallen impression.
Has to do something here. Affinity has been considered a very strong player for this roster at times, but you mentioned earlier, his consistency is the problem. Well, it's time to throw consistency out the window. It's time to have one of those big rounds for Affinity. AWP in hand, spots Alistair, misses the shot. Has another opportunity, and that's a good one onto Jira. Can't quite get the flick though onto Ustilo, so he'll fall. And so too will Licky with the AWP. This is looking like it'll be 3 on the T side for Order. As Leto flies out of the smoke, cleans up Valiance, but there are players all around him. And Order secure the perfect half. Now only one required in the second half here. Surely now for Skyfire. Can they do it again? Can they go one more time?
3 in a row will be needed on that T side. It's pretty unlikely, but I mean, Skyfire,
They've done it.
They seem like a very plucky team that doesn't like to give up.
They have proven us wrong so many times tonight.
If you didn't, not even just tonight, like if you don't have that attitude of just being able to come back and keep giving it your all, you don't make it through a long qualifier day to make it in AUNZ. You don't make it into through a long qualifier day to make it into Rio.
Yep.
Rio quals. Those open qualifiers, you have to grind all day, non-stop.
15 hours sometimes.
Yep. So
if you make it to the grand final through the lower bracket as well, by the way, they came.
They've been in the wars lately, so maybe they can do it.
Liking it. I'm really liking it from Skyfire. They're an exciting team to watch. If only every game in Counter-Strike was like this. You might want to get paid by the hour then.
Probably. That's alright, I'm cool with it.
Double up for Order on the defense.
Singular,
got one.
Singular for the Skyfire boys. Couple of Kriegs, which indicates they're probably not going to go for as quick of a round. But again, Gumpton going to do the Gumpton dance straight out of T-Con.
He is. This time, no Molotov awaiting, and he's very quick up into Sandwich.
Been so good at getting out into this position time and time again.
He's going to be flashed through, isn't he?
Yep, for sure. Just about when. Matter of time.
Ooh, scary.
Ooh, Affinity, nice pick from T-Con there. You got the 2 players over towards Ivy. They are ready to get this push on, and that's a nice pick.
He just ran straight through, didn't he? Oh, it's not gone too well, though. Ustilo and Valiant's able to trade back down.
Pressure out Ivy, though. He's going to find another pick.
Yeah, it's going to be Leto, actually, that gets Ustilo. Ricky's low.
Gorgeous. That's
Certainly
textbook from Skyfire. That is literally how to do an A split in a nutshell.
24-22. All right. Not over yet for Skyfire. Not over yet. 40 frags for Leto in the map. 43 for Alistair. And who knows what Valiance was on. I think he was up about 40 as well. Yep. Big games from a lot of these players. And they still keep going.
Well, it takes his one slip up though, but Skyfire, another quick round, very ballsy. Straight out of T-Con into Ustilo.
Oh, it's not a bad trade, to be honest, for Gumpton. Ustilo goes down. Power player for Order out of the picture. 30 frags in this map so far. And good positioning. But Gumpton's not going to check Valiance. That's a dangerous game to play. And a number advantage again for Order here. Remember, Skyfire skating on thin ice here. If they lose this round, they're over. Alice is in a great position. And he does trade Mizzy. Affinity's going to hear him up the blue train stairs, up the ramp. The ladder even is what I was looking for. He'll go hunting. But he's checked the wrong angle. Alistair's missed. He gets a headshot. What is going on in this map?
It's all on Jara. He's coming out of Ivy, and he actually just readjusts straight onto the head of Licky, and he's going to go for the flank straight through Ivy. Bomb has to be retrieved by Affinity. He's posted on the angle. Going to drop the smoke and pick up the bomb. Does he just go straight for the plan?
I think he...
the smoke went off the rails, so he's got to slow down a little bit.
I mean, you got no idea, right? B side is probably the play here. Like, that's the percentage play, because you know that's the furthest place that Jai would have to rotate to.
Where do you set up in the post plant, though? It's the plant straight for upper ramp from Affinity. Is that the direction he's going to be heading? No, instead back towards the oil train.
Absolute mind games.
Gyra, in the meantime, he's picked up a Molotov, but he hasn't picked himself up a smoke, which would make this a little bit easier. But if he comes out upper ramp, won't spot Affinity.
Hanging on the skin of their teeth right now, Skyfire. Gyra's got a molly, he's thrown it in the right spot, but Affinity perfectly timed. Catches Gyra just as he wants to touch that bomb. 24 to 23. And we continue. And we continue.
Just one more for Skyfire, just to stay alive. Pretty sure Order is just, at this point, just going, just give up. Just stop.
I don't think that Skyfire is the kind of team that wants to give up. They know how close they are.
A bit of a slower round, though. Gumpton not going straight out of T-Con. A bit of a slower sort of default approach here for Skyfire. 2-1-2. Stillo's going to grab control of that T connector that Skyfire have used from time and time again to great effect. So what's the question here for Skyfire? Because a lot of these rounds, sometimes it can be quite easy to go, hey, I'm just going to run out X and we're going to trade out, and then the round's going to get messy and we're going to try and close it out in the XVX situation. But in these slower rounds, you know, when you're running a default, you have to make some better decisions in the mid-round. Sometimes in the pressured situations, that's where the mistakes do come out. Skyfire, they still haven't retaken T-Con. It's a minute to go, and they're just going to walk straight towards inners. Ricky's still got a smoke and a Molotov to drop with 55 seconds as the B anchor. You got Gyra ready to rotate and drop a flash. Alistair's got a Molotov on the rotate. Things are looking pretty decent for Order, to be honest.
Unless Ricky falls.
Well, he would have to make a pretty big mistake here.
That's the smoke down, perfectly timed. 38 seconds left on the clock here. Skyfire, do they just decide to go straight through it?
They just go straight through it. Unbelievable.
Oh my god, they've already lost Lato. Ricky just gets cleaned up. That's a bomb plant down.
The balls on these guys, how have they come out like that?
Great trades from Skyfire. Alistair might be able to find Gumpton. It's a matter of who spots who. Oh, he spotted 3 people and he's decided not to shoot at any of them.
It's 1 for 1. He's still close. Both him and Licky are up close.
A lot of low HP players here. A great volley. Mizzy down. It's on to Licky. He spotted Valiance. He's out in the middle of the open, and Order finally are going to end it.
Unbelievable.
Valiance
Those Molotovs flushing both of the T's out simultaneously, picked up off their teammates' bodies. Win the map for Order.
My God, Order, after how long has it been? They finally win the series. What an absolute grind that was for Order, and you've got to say commiserations to Skyfire, because they have presented us one of the best series that I've seen in ANZ Champs in quite a long time. In fact, maybe ever, to be honest. That's a fantastic series. But Order come out ahead as we expected that they would earlier on today. Certainly not in the fashion that we saw presented ahead of us just there, but my God, I think it's time to take a breather, Pilly. That was absolutely insane. What a performance from both sides, really.
Yeah, I mean, after watching that, I just feel a little bit robbed. I just wanted that next overtime.
Yeah, me too.
I was actually, I was hanging on for that next overtime. I'm sure pretty much everybody who was watching was hanging for another overtime.
Yeah.
I don't know how many overtimes it takes for me to get sick of that feeling, but that was a bloody series, 100%.
I tell you what, I think it just compounds upon itself.
I think it just keeps going.
You can't get sick of it. Eventually, like when it's like 15, 13 or whatever, you're like, I wouldn't mind if this just finished.
Just get it over with.
But once you're into the overtime loops, you just want to keep seeing it going and keep seeing, like, how far can we go? Unfortunately today for Skyfire, it was 25-23 for Order. That's as far as they could go. But man, what a start to the ANZ Champs. That is the first series of ANZ Champs in 2020. And if that is anything to go by, we're going to have a good year.
Yeah, more of that, please. Especially, when you see a little bit of a flux in the top level of CS, you see Order go through some roster changes or some teams go through, this or that. Sure, the overall level might drop a little bit, but it makes it more exciting because you can see these underdog teams be a little bit more in reaching distance of making the upsets happen.
Well, I tell you what, guys, we're going to have to take a quick break. It's going to be a short one, hopefully. We still have one more series coming up for you tonight. So I beg you, please don't go too far. Hopefully we're going to get that next series that will deliver as much as our first one, but we'll be back after this. But I did feel Skyfire had some degree of difficulty taking this area of the map, even on their gun rounds. They weren't really able to progress up A ramps. Whether or not Skyfire will be able to do that remains to be seen as now Order start to work their way out for the retake. A nice position from Mizzy.
Properly and just do the best that they can.
I can respect that.
And I think that's a better approach.
That's been spotted out by now, but Order have bigger problems in the name of Leto. That was dispatched off easily.
Around the corner, nice little jiggle. He's still so good at isolating. How has he isolated that aim duel
Just
with
doesn't
three
quite.
people on the same angle?
Oh, he might actually win this. Affinity in the 1v1.
Oh.
No. Likely decides not to throw the smoke down. Oh, and that's a good decision indeed.
They're soon
5-7.
going to try and amend.
Would be dangerous. Gyra definitely going to get the first and the second as well. Oh, Gyra, he's doing it all on his own. Doesn't look like there's much in the back pocket here for Skyfire, although Alistair doesn't really do too much to help Valiance there. Has to do the job himself.
Ricky's in through the dig side, creeping up as you do have Gyro applying the pressure. He would have had a flash to drop there.
Oh.
What is that from Gumpton, just magneting?
It's spotted, he goes down for free.
Oh,
Ricky!
the lineup!
He's lined them all up.
Like that annoying guy in the pub when you hear it by an AK, he's like, just gonna wait for him to die.
Well, that's probably why Affinity wasn't checking. Because he immediately gets absolutely wrecked by I wouldn't.
I feel like I just need to keep counting Skyfire out, to be honest, because now that as soon as I...
It's all about timing here for Skyfire. Get Valiance,
Oh,
but
they-
the flash comes
They
through.
just got Team Flash and didn't even blind Valiant.
Probably not that bad. Alistair and Valiance don't have much control of this bomb site, although up on the blue trade, Alistair is looking sharp with the AK. See him through? Or not?
Oh, what? What is that spray transfer? Excuse me? I don't just one straight in towards the inner bomb site. Ricky's already found himself.
my God. See you later. Ricky's just stepped up and absolutely deleted Skyfire.
Into each other on top of the side, Jordan.
They've lined up for Licky. He's going to Licky them to death. Don't watch. He's seen him behind E-Box.
Oh, the molly out.
He's won the aim
he's got
duel.
it.
He's won the round. Skyfire are going to overtime at number 3. I can't believe. Well, he's dead. Round has started. Good trade back by Ricky though. Equalizes the numbers. Ricky standing tall. Alistair misses the shot. That's another opportunity. That's a good that gets you Stillo. Ricky's low.
Gorgeous. That's
Certainly not.
textbook from Skyfire. That is literally.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Callum Murray.
Calamari.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
off with the AK and 3 now as well.
Oh my God! What is that? If you thought you were done for last night, you'd be wrong. We are back once again. I almost say last night because we're pretty much at the end of tonight. It's 11 o'clock. We're going into our second series for the night. We're definitely going to be hitting tomorrow by the time we finish tonight's broadcast, but that's okay with me. Day one of ANZ Champs in 2020 is off to a banger. Order and Skyfire going 4 hours into a series for Order to finally pick up the win in triple overtime on Train. Don't know what to say about that one, Billy.
Oh, that was a banger of a game. And honestly, you know, going into tonight, you know, always looking at the matchups that I'm doing and trying to dig into the team's history and all that. And I was just like, oh, I'll write that one off as a 2-0. And I'll do most of my prep for Rooster and Ground Zero because that should be a close 3-mapper.
Should be.
So we're in for another banger series probably, and it's a great start to ANZ, I'd have to say.
Certainly is going to be a good start if this series delivers what we expect it to. Now, for the coming series, obviously, as you mentioned, Ground Zero and Rooster, it's a matchup that does look like on paper it's going to be a little bit closer than what we saw out of the first map or match, or at least what we expected to see out of that first match, which ended up being a 2-1. I mean, Order and Skyfire, look, congratulations on one of the best games of ANZ Champs that I've seen played in a long time. But let's see if Ground Zero and Roosters can deliver similar. Now, this match was supposed to start at about 10 o'clock, but because that first match went so long, we are still here and still excited to cast some more Counter-Strike because look, it's been a great start, and if I said, like, if every game of Counter-Strike could be like that last one, I would be a happy man, even if it meant that I had to work an extra 2 or 3 hours every night because of the length of the series, because it just gets you so invested in the game.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm hoping for more of the same when we're up with this Ground Zero and Roosters series that we've got coming up. I honestly think it has the potential to be just as exciting and to be just as back and forth.
Yep.
I think the fact that the expectation is there for that to be the case will probably mean that it doesn't happen. I mean, you're looking at a Skyfire Order series, it's, I think, as far away as you can get in seedings as possible.
Correct.
And it's very, very close. And then we've got two of the closest seeds.
This is the closest, yeah, it's 4 and 5.
The closest seeds, 4 and 5, playing each other. Probably indicates, you know, that might not be the case. Obviously, we've got an invited team versus Rooster, who came through first place in the first qualifier.
Correct. Let's have a look at how these teams do shape up, though. Obviously, Ground Zero, a bit of a household name when it comes to Australian Counter-Strike now. They've been around for quite a while, at least the org has. But this roster is a little bit different to what we saw in previous seasons. There are still some of the core players there, but for Ground Zero, things have certainly changed up a little bit coming into this season. And we'll see how they go. I'd probably say that they're still up there within the top 4 that are excluding Renegades, if we exclude Renegades. But their hold on that 4th place or 5th place, depending on whether or not you count Renegades, is probably a little tenuous.
I think the hold on for most of the teams at the moment, maybe bar, you'd be looking at the Chiefs roster. I think Order, very, very up and down at the moment. I mean, you know,
Clearly.
It's great to see Skyfire push them and everything, but that's not a good sign for Order as a team.
Yep.
You know, the Avant mix that they've got going on at the moment definitely has the potential.
Yeah,
so you never know. Any of these teams could be shuffling around places and positions, and I'm sure a team like Rooster or even a team like Skyfire are eager to try and upset as many of these top teams as they can.
Now, let's talk about Ground Zero, though, a little bit more in depth here, because they are our first team for this matchup. Now, quite a few well-known names. You've got the core of the roster coming through, being Burn and Void. Noobs has been with the roster for quite a while as well, but I don't think he played in the last season of ANZ Champs. So it is kind of an amalgamation of quite a few rosters coming back together. Again, these are fairly familiar names to ANZ Counter-Strike. But a new sort of a look for Ground Zero. We'll see how they go this season.
Yeah, look, here's the problem, I feel like, with Ground Zero at the moment. They've lost Zeph, who is undoubtedly their best player and one of their biggest firepower engines in terms of getting them through a lot of the big series and putting them up into that top 4 sort of discussion. The current iteration of Ground Zero, we've got a young, talented player replacing another young, talented player, but we're not talking about the same caliber here. Pears, very, very good player, but definitely hasn't done anything near what Zeph had done heading out of Order and into Ground Zero. At the moment, in terms of statistics, Burn's on top of the statistics for the team.
Yep.
And Void's quite consistent. But outside of that, the other three, Llamas, Pairs, and Noobstar, not really doing anything too impressive. So that's why I'm very worried for Ground Zero in this series. Because Ground Zero, they've got the tenure, they've got the experience, they've been together a lot, more consistently and put in a lot of practice and all that kind of stuff. They got all those factors going in their favor. But they do not have the firepower edge, in my opinion, over this Rooster team.
And let's talk about that Rooster team as well. You mentioned a few interesting points to bring up, particularly the firepower, and I think that this team kind of has that in spades. At least they have the ability to bring that to bear, but it's not always the consistency that's there for these players.
Yeah, look, Roosters is literally like, how I would describe it is Mad Like Wizards on drugs. You take out one of the more supportive players and you just add another player who can pop off, and that's what Roosters is. You got Danny G and ADK, probably more of the sort of supportive side, the more anchor players. You know, that's if you're going to if you're going to relate it to the old MLW roster, you had your Desi and you had your ADK. You still got ADK in there. Chelios has actually really not been too fantastic as of late. He's got a 1.1 rating, which sounds good on paper, but for his standards, he's actually not great. And in the last month, he's actually got a negative KD. I've literally never seen that on Chelios's page in my life. He hasn't been playing too well, but Juices and Nedic have literally been farming.
Okay.
They have a 1.4 rating.
They've been taking the Roosters out the back.
They are literally banging out everybody in every competition, in every qualifier.
Should make for quite an exciting matchup. You know, thinking about this kind of a team, and I'm talking about the former iteration of Mad Like Wizards now into Roosters. It's always a good team to watch, like as a viewer, if that makes sense. They're always going to bring you pretty exciting Counter-Strike, and it may not be like pixel perfect Counter-Strike, but it's going to be damn exciting Counter-Strike if nothing else.
100%. And all I can think of when I look at that Rooster team is you've already got Juices and Nedic who are playing out of their minds as of late. All it takes is for Chelios to get back to where he was, and you've got literally a very, very scary firepower trio that can probably take out any team in Australia. Even, you know, if they had a really good day and Renegades was feeling a little bit off, I would still be feeling scared on a map like Mirage or something like that.
Well, speaking of maps, let's see what the maps are going to be for this series as well. Nuke's gone, courtesy of Roosters. Overpass taken away by Ground Zero. So you talked about heading towards the middle of the map pool in our previous series. That certainly seems like the direction that we're taking here as well.
Pretty interesting, like to see, okay, Nuke is a map that MLW used to play. Ground Zero is going to take out the overpass rather than a little bit more of a puggy map, some might say. You're going to see the Inferno pick by Rooster, definitely in the center of the map pool. Ground Zero is going to go towards the Vertigo, try to make them a little bit more uncomfortable on the side of Rooster. We'll see how that's going to work. And then towards the end of the map pool, I mean, Dust 2 and Train out onto Mirage. Not surprised to see Mirage in there. I would have actually expected one of the teams to probably pick it. But as a decider, not too surprising whatsoever. The problem here for Rooster, I really feel like, is there is potential here for Ground Zero if they're playing quite well today. They are a team that can play a little bit of Inferno. They could maybe 2-0 this.
Okay.
But I don't know. Could go either way.
That's the problem with this kind of a matchup, right? Is it sort of really predicates on which team's going to turn up on the day or how the teams are going to turn up on the day. Whereas in our last matchup, 9 times out of 10, you probably expect that Order is going to be the stronger team just based on the experience and the tenure of that roster. But in this matchup, I feel like both teams, like their form has been there, but it's also not been quite there. They're not at the same level of a team like Order where you can predict, yeah, they should 2-0 this matchup. This matchup is supposed to be close. It's the 4th versus the 5th seed. It's supposed to be the closest matchup of this first round, and I think we're probably going to get a pretty close one, unless
I think
one team just comes out and bangs everyone out of the circle.
Yeah, I honestly think that there's an outside shot here that Rooster just randomly has one of those games.
Yeah, but you've also literally just said there's a chance that Ground Zero can 2-0.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So it's like,
if
that's the problem.
If they turn up to this series,
that's the problem.
But I don't have faith in Ground Zero at the moment. I don't. I've been looking at their stats. You know, I've been looking at their recent series and stuff like that. I've been seeing Burns been having some pretty good games lately, but everybody else has been a little bit, you know, lackluster. And if you have lackluster fragging on a Ground Zero heading into a series like this, and you're versing Juices, Chelios, and Nedic, who are feeling like they're, you know, pretty warmed up and want to play CS, you're not going to have a good time.
I mean, they've probably been pretty warmed up for the last 2 hours or so because their
add an
expectation...
extra hour of DM in there.
Yeah,
why not?
The expectation would have been that this series would have started 2 hours ago. But I wonder what they've been doing in the meantime. Maybe having a bit of bit of dinner, a bit of a watch of that last game. I'm not so sure. Does that play into your mind a little bit as a player if you've got a series in front of you that you're waiting for that series to finish and then you don't end up playing your series until 2 or 3 hours later?
It really affects them because some people they very much set themselves up to specifically start at a certain time. Like they think that a match is going to start at a certain time and they DM up until that point and they're match ready, and then 2 hours goes past and you're like, you know, a little bit either burnt out or you're a little bit tired. Maybe the same focus isn't there. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the vote says ground zero.
But by a large margin.
By a large margin. I have to say it. Look, I've counted these MLW teams out. I've counted these like mixed teams of these fraggers out too many times. I'm not feeling it this time. I really think that this could be a really, really strong series for Roosters. And I really think with how in flux the scene is at the moment, I feel like this team is going to break a lot of hearts this season.
Well, I suppose it's time to find out. We'll head into the first map of the second series, Inferno. It is certainly shaping up to be an interesting match. We're not sure exactly which way it's going to turn, but either way, we do expect that Roosters is going to come out with all the firepower. Ground Zero is going to come out with all that experience in the roster as well, and could turn things on its head. Seems like the recent form for Ground Zero has been okay when they've been facing like the quote-unquote weaker teams, when they've been gatekeeping teams. But when they've been facing the teams that are competing towards the top level of competition, that's where they have struggled.
One sort of stage of comps at the moment. And I see them at maybe Ground Zero is a little bit better, but Paradox is, you know, always towards the end of one of those comps.
Yeah.
And if you beat them, you usually make it into the comp. And that's what Skyfire's been doing a lot of lately. Skyfire's been beating Paradox a couple of times lately, and they've been making it past that gatekeeper and qualifying into these competitions.
Well, let's find out.
I feel like Ground Zero is going to start to slip from a top 4 team into that sort of gatekeeping position more and more so.
We shall see. Off to the races here on Inferno, the first map of the second series of the ANZ Champs. It's Season 10, and we're kicking off 2020 with a pretty good night, a very long night, that's for sure. Shout out to everyone in the production room as well for sticking around. We're all here in for a long one.
Oh, look at Burn. He's ready. Chilling up behind those barrels.
Still hasn't peaked. He's got a CZ in hand as well. This could be a multi-frag if I've ever seen one. Timing pretty good for him.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, but he doesn't get very many frags. Only the singular. Noobster at the back of the site, though.
Do they expect
waiting
him? With
the kit in the smoke. Are they going to clear New Box properly? Because they have already got the 2 frags.
This would be the third player on the site that you don't necessarily expect. Great shot from Noobster. Danny G goes down. Oh. And so too does 80k. This is shaping up nicely for Ground Zero until finally Noobster gets traded on down. Pairs also falls. So numbers advantage is there for Void.
All right, let's see what he does with it. Dive straight through the smoke. Chelios is just spinning in circles, and he gets the kill, a 4K.
We're back to the Chelios action, I suppose. 4 kills.
What was that?
Are you feeling it? Are you feeling it, Pilly?
He was literally spinning.
Spin to win.
Wrong game, but all right. Fair.
Fair.
All right, there's the first round for Rooster. It's going to be the 4th straight out of Ground Zero. Noobster's obviously not going to invest because he wants to buy an AWP later. In case they don't win this round. Got to think of the future, my friends. Slower round for Rooster. I can't wait for 3 maps of saying Rooster, Noobster.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Not
fun.
as bad as Texter and Dexter when Chiefs and Greyhound were playing against each other all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Alrighty. Rooster, after holding steady for a little while, will now start to inch their way through apartments and through Banana, waiting for any kind of aggression from these pistoling players. Haven't baited out any utility from the CT side. Burn holding onto that smoke. Oh, that's classic Burn Deagle.
It is actual vintage Burn. You know, I'm one of those people that feels like I can be a bit of a broken record when it comes to repeating phrases. And my repeating phrase when I've seen Burn with a Deagle is, he's good for one. He's always good for one with that Deagle. And that is exactly quintessential of that fact.
Over on the other side of the map, it is a 1-for-1. Rooster finding themselves at a man deficit. Handful of utility. Will bumble their way back towards that B bomb site. Still a smoke and a flash on ground zero, but everyone very far away from Burn, who's playing retake at the coffins. A good position to be playing. In this circumstance, just wants to try and grab one and then fall back into the ruins.
Is he good for two? That's the question. He's already got the first. Nedic will push. Forward, but no. No shots connected this time by Burn. Tough ones, to be fair. Llamas will spam away through the smoke, but doesn't really do too much damage. Nothing substantial, if anything at all, to be honest. Pairs onto 80k will be an important battle if they do manage to take control of Banana here. The CT side has an avenue for the retake. And that'll be Pairs to make it a reality, make it a possibility at the very least for Ground Zero. A flashbang in the hands of Noobster.
These are the two danger players for Rooster, though, in the back of the site.
Yeah, this is a tough one to crack, isn't it? The flash was way too short. Doesn't catch either Juices or Nedic. And that'll be a round for Rooster.
There you go. Going to be the singular save from Ground Zero. They did force into that one. Noobster didn't buy, though. They were really looking towards round 4, being the round that they can full invest should things not go well for them. And they have done a fair bit of damage there onto the economy of Rooster in that round with only 2 players surviving on the T side. So now, a couple of light investments from Ground Zero, looking to try to get a kill or two, do a little bit more damage to Rooster before they full invest in the next round and get into towards the guns.
A couple of taps away from Burn there. Does a bit of damage to Danny G, but in reality, this round is more or less a freebie for Rooster. Pairs gets one with the P250. But if you can lose only the one gun here, Rooster will be happy. And that is what occurs.
This is what I was scared about. Got Rooster with 3 of the boys showing up to play. See what Ground Zero can do about it. First gun round, Noobster's got himself an AWP. Got a whole lot of utility. It's the dream buy for Ground Zero. If they can slow down this T side or whether Rooster's going to continue to pick up the pace. Is the flash over the top there. Sending Chelios actually on the push up Banana. He's trying to find a safe corner to hide from the Molotov, and he does so. Chilling in Olaf. Meanwhile, the rest of Rooster is making their way through carpets. But Noobster's going to pick off 80k on that off angle. Very nicely done. And he falls back safely in towards Dig.
Yeah, Pez is in a good spot to help out here. Should be backed up well by Void if he's looking in the right direction. The flash comes through and catches Pairs. Noobster gets the trade. Well done. Great shot from Noobster, but he can't calibrate for the third.
Still a dangerous round. 2 players very far away on the rotate, only now making their way into Moto, but it's a lot of utility here for Ground Zero to use on the retake bomb, only now going down, and Rooster not a single piece of utility. Chelios has got his hands on an AWP. He's going to drop it to Danny G because he's a little bit lower. And now Burn starting to make his way in through Dig. Llama's probably going to just drop a flash over the top of Dig as he comes on up.
Both players stuck on the site, and that molly is perfect from Llamas. Chelios, though, spray transfer, a little too early. Burn will come in for the trade. Ground Zero pick up their first here on Inferno. It's a close affair, though. Only the one gun to save through, which means their money is not going to be great next round.
It's a great round for Noobster, though. Player that, statistically at least, I've been looking through, and he hasn't really had very many pop-off performances. He's had 1 or 2 in the last little bit. But that's a player that I really like to watch when he's having a good game, because he's always taking shots where he can just get a pick and fall away, and then he also has that potential to multi-frag when the pressure comes down and they're pushing onto the side on that CT side. I love to see it. That's exactly what he did in that round. Found the early pick towards middle and then multi-frags on the side. It's a double app setup from Ground Zero actually this time. Spam doesn't pick off anybody, but Nooster goes down early.
Pairs, with it all to do in carpets, actually manages to survive quite nicely.
I mean, if he goes down, that's probably just round over, whether it's from over rotation or whether it's from Rooster just going and hitting that A site. Regardless, Ground Zero is in a pretty horrific position.
Yep. Llamas, how do you defend this?
It's a bit of a nervous wiggle.
It's got to use that utility. I mean, it's too late now, isn't it? Even if he does throw it out, he's not going to get the gun up in time.
Yep, and also everyone's disconnected, so that probably doesn't help.
Also,
Or at least we've disconnected.
maybe so. Say it ain't so, Pilly.
I will not go.
Oh, he's dead. We've jumped forward in time, and the result is Llamas did not get a kill. Perhaps did not get a chance to use his utility. Couldn't tell ya.
What a shocker. All right, 4 alive. And that's going to be a soft reset there on Ground Zero. You have a little bit of loss bonus to fall back on, have retained the AWP and an AK. The rest of the lads will really not be able to buy in the next. And Rooster, with 4 players surviving, will be starting to build up a little bit of cash, Jordan.
Ground Zero left a little bit wanting when it comes to the cash as well.
That's toxic.
Pez has just shot Burn.
Zeph would never do that.
That is BM.
What are you going to do as Ground Zero? I like just a couple pistols, maybe some smoke grenades. Give yourself a decent shot at doing something this round, and also enough money to buy into the next.
I mean, they've got a couple of guns to play with, so if they do find an opener with either of those, you might want to see, like, maybe someone here with, like, body armor or something.
Yeah, Deagle or something, yeah, or body armor. Ooh,
money's
there you
not
go.
quite
nice
there.
Stuff from Pairs. Not often that you see people shouting Chelios out of doing whatever he wants.
Yep.
It's a good start for Ground Zero.
A lot of work to do, though.
Yeah, Rooster's just going to go straight up into the stack, though.
Oh, yeah, Netic, the first.
Yep.
Oh,
That's what
noob
happens.
stuff.
You walk into the meat grinder.
Goodbye. I mean, is it a meat grinder when it's a USP, or is it like just a pea shooter, really?
Look,
I'm being honest.
That's probably the most realistic thing I've seen in CS. We just had a Rooster go straight into the meat grinder, and it was not a good result.
No. So Roosters were on the verge of taking control of this map, and it's just been pulled back a little bit.
That's how it usually starts with the saved AWP. You get a pick onto one side of the map. The other team goes, there's an AWP over there, and there's probably only pistols on the other side of the map. Let's not go towards the AWP, and they run into the stacked pistols. I've seen it happen many times.
Yeah.
Rooster, they're going to try and put together whatever of a buy that they can. Juice is just on the deagle here. Ground Zero, what a wealth of money to fall back on after recovering many weapons in that last round. 2 Kriegs and an AK, as well as holding onto that AWP. Could you be any happier with how that went for you?
I mean, in this moment, probably not. But if they lose this round, I'm sure there could be a way that they would be happier. Still a decent enough buy through for Roosters. I mean, they don't have a huge amount of utility. There is that to speak to. But the rifles are there.
Utility onto that Nana area. Perfectly thrown by Burn. Just pushes them straight into Llama's crosshair. That was an unbelievable setup there for Ground Zero. Nice little retake utility. Pretty much just wins them the round on the spot without losing a single player.
You're never going to see that go well when you peek one by one into an SG holding the angle. Juice is an 80k. Well, they're not even going to get burned for free. A 1-for-1 there. 80k with a sharp shot. That will be said. But he's in a 1v4.
Just wants to go for damage here. Round's pretty much unwinnable, but every kill that you get is expensive for the CTs if you continue to pressure that economy on your next save round. That's pretty far, but won't be enough onto Noobster.
Yep.
And
Backwards and forwards.
That's it. The map completely flipped on its head for Ground Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, the shot from Pairs in that previous round into the pistol stack, and then that use of utility between Burn and Llamas there. That's a nice way to win 2 rounds consecutively and turn a map that was looking a bit scary completely on its head and put yourselves in the driver's seat economically and in terms of rounds if you are able to close out this one.
Strap yourself in, Pilly. I think we're in for a long night.
I think so. I'm ready. I've been missing this.
The 2 a.m. Counter-Strike grind.
2 a.m. Been generous. Want to cast me some EUCS.
Oh, yeah, overnight.
Yeah. Have a bit of a snooze. PMs.
Have a snooze in the eco rounds and the attack pauses. This is like your 2-minute power nap
Micro sleep.
right now.
Pairs, getting ready to farm. Give me those HLTV points.
Roosters are perhaps ruining the day that they gave SGs over to ground zero, because those SGs have been a big problem. Although I'm sure in that situation an AK probably would have sufficed.
Gorgeous. Look at that. 5 alive, ground zero. 10k in the bank. 9 to 10k for 4 of their players. Only now will Rooster be able to reinvest, and they still will really not get very much utility, honestly. Which on Ferno is a big no-no.
How quickly the tables turn.
How the turns have tabled.
Indeed.
Utility used in towards Banana, but Flash up the top just pushes Netic straight into the crosshair of Noobstar. That's the second time that a player from Ground Zero has placed his crosshair somewhere on Nana and just clicked the left mouse button.
Ground Zero is looking very comfortable on this CT side.
100%. And this is the map pick of Rooster as well. Which is the danger territory, really. I really felt like, sure, we'll get to that in a minute. It's Rooster. They're about to make their way up in towards bracket here.
Too easy for Llamas. He's actually going to triple kill.
Have you ever seen a Llamas fight Rooster?
I actually guarantee you a Llama would absolutely wreck a Rooster in a fight.
You don't need to convince me, Jordan. You know, I know you're being very passionate about this subject.
I'm just saying, do you imagine like a Rooster tries to peck a Llama and then the Llama just kicks it and then spits on it?
That's what just happened.
I reckon. I rate it.
Colorized.
Danny G.
What's
Where
the
you
G
going?
stand for?
Gangster. It's in his name.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
It's like when we have Danny K on the caster desk. Do you know what that stands for?
Doesn't follow anyone on Twitter.
Whoa. Do you want to talk about it?
Thought that's what it stood for. What's wrong with that?
I feel like there's an underlying issue here.
The underlying issue is that Rooster can't really get anything going at the moment. And I'm looking like a bit of a silly Billy.
Not really. You sort of hedged your bets a little bit in that pre-analysis segment.
Yep. I see the key is you predict both teams to win.
Yep. Then you
One
can't be
sentence
wrong.
after the other.
I mean, sometimes that's what the series kind of deserves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I said if this, then if this. If this, then this. If this, then this.
Kind of just want to set the expectations. And the expectation for this was that it could kind of go either way, depending on who showed up. And so far, the team that's showed up has been Ground Zero. While the scoreline is 5-4, and Roosters got off to a good start,
This is not a close map.
Ground Zero so far have had the lion's share of the gun rounds, importantly.
And they all have 10 plus grand in the
And
bank.
they've been really clean rounds.
And Burn is very cute with the deagle.
Yeah, sure. I know you're a fan of tattoos,
How do you know?
because I just know Pilly.
All right.
Burn's got a few of them. That's all I'm saying. I've seen them.
Sounds like a bit of a bad boy, perhaps.
You might say that. See how bad he can be here for Rooster. Just one. He was the only player on B, actually.
Llama's got the Molotov to drop, so he's feeling pretty cruisy, especially on a line like that with the SG.
Yeah.
How chill they are, Ground Zero.
Well,
I
waiting for
don't
that player
expect
to
them
walk
to
out.
feel like this relaxed. Just watching the way that they play, it feels like they know they're in complete control.
Well, they are in complete control.
Yeah.
No reason not to know it. This grenade.
It's just weird to see somebody this composed when playing Chelios. It's just not a feeling I can relate to.
Most of these players on Ground Zero have achieved far more than you did in your Counter-Strike career.
Yeah, well,
So there is a reason probably why they're feeling more comfortable against Chelios than you did.
yeah, well, you got a small head.
All right. I'll take it. Danny G has an SG. You know what the G stands for? Gangster. Scoped gangster gun. Doesn't help him too much there, though.
Oh, really? It does actually say gangster in the kill feed.
Yeah, I'm not making that up.
Sorry.
You think I just lie on a broadcast? On the internet?
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Undoubtedly.
Undoubtedly not.
Never seen something happen more frequently.
4 SGs is the pickup by Rooster.
All right, they finally got a good buy round together after the fiesta that was those first 10 rounds. Surely they can start to make this a little bit more back and forth. Pretty stock standard setup from Ground Zero, if I do say so myself. It's chilling. Smoke onto the bottom banana once again. Molotov into Olaf, throwing out some grenades, flashbang onto the line, and they've taken that banana control. Excellent. Bellissimo. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Bellissimo.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
There you go.
You have to ask MC, but he's not here.
Damn it.
I think he will be in tomorrow. I'm not sure, though. Depends how jet lagged he is. Just come back from Katowice.
Ooh. Almost. Oh, there's the bracket control. All of Rooster are chilling up in there. Going to be a pairs and void combo to hold this one down. Look how much util they have still. Burn in position as well to come in on the rotate. There's the smoke progression on towards Arch side. Rooster just walking up there with 47 seconds to go. And with still a player in carpets, this really telegraphs the fact that they are probably going to wrap A.
Nice flash for Burn. Lets him through the smoke, gets the information, and a kill. So, Pairs will drop his smoke early in the pit.
Oh, that is just unfair. Krieg on that angle.
ADK's got no chance at all. Juice is up there on balcony trying to make something happen. Void looks to get involved in the mix, and Pairs is doing a great job in pit. Eventually does fall to Juices, but he's done well enough. And Ground Zero will win another round. You talk about the decent buy for Roosters in that round and how they can potentially turn things back in their favor here for the first half, but absolutely no chance with the way that Ground Zero is playing right now.
I just feel like Rooster are trying to just complicate things too much. They're trying to play too properly. I don't think they really have like very, very strong in-game lead or anything like that right now. So maybe just let loose a little bit. Let the boys off the chain.
Yeah.
And get in Ground Zero's face a little bit. But the problem is that it's very hard to do that once the CT already has very stable economy and a lot of money. Because they just have so much utility that they can shut you down. And they also have the AWPs. And go back to both of those rounds where he tried to run up banana. Got absolutely destroyed. Void has been picked off by Juices fairly early on. So that's the first advantage we've seen go the way of Rooster in a little bit now. What are they going to do with it?
Pistols out for the boys. Chelios with the Galil. I'm a solo on B, but I like this from Pairs. Gets the information and the kill onto Chelios. Now immediately the call for the rotation over to the B bomb site from Ground Zero. They only saw one player in brackets. Lamas will back up nicely. Gets the incendiary down, which will deny a bomb plan, at least an easy bomb plan. And look at this. Roosters just can't find any positioning on the bomb site. The angles are being held way too well. And finally, the rotation's across here for Ground Zero, but it might not have even been required.
Gorgeous. Again, just calm and composed from Ground Zero, even after losing an initial pick.
Yep.
Still able to recover fairly quickly and concisely. Now another buy up for Rooster, who's got unlimited loss bonus at this point. Won't see Ground Zero running out of money anytime soon, so it's going to be back-to-back-to-back buys to see if Rooster can put 5 or 6 on the board.
Yeah.
And I think the time has sort of came and died for the slow sort of approach.
Oh yeah,
There you go. Chelios, he finally got it in. He's been waiting.
How many years? 4v5 didn't work out in the last round, but last round Roosters didn't have weaponry or utility. So that's the difference that can be drawn in this round.
Absolutely. It's 2 apiece on the bomb sites. For ground zero, still plenty of utility. Again, like, you'd see so many, like, if this was Skyfire in this situation, I guarantee you see all of that utility fly out of the hands of these players. They just drop all their smokes and molotovs in the 4-on-5 and they get antsy and they go crazy.
Yeah.
But ground zero, they're just chilling. Not doing anything too crazy. They're just going to leave Noobstar to play retake B with the AWP. And they're going to set 3 people up in towards the A site, hedging their bets a little bit, still holding on to that util until there's some reason to throw it.
Noobster with the AWP. It's been decent so far for ground zero. Could be the difference maker in this round if he can get the first one cleanly and just back away. Keep himself alive for a 4v4 retake. The flash is going to come out. He'll take the re-peek, and he might actually be able to get 2 here. Pops back up for another one. That's fantastic from Noobster.
Do it.
Does he decide to go again? Bides his time and jumps up. There goes Juices. He might just hold this site by himself. Danny G has no idea where he is. Spamming into the smoke. The round's over. There's no chance of a bomb plant. Void knows it. That's too late. He hasn't got that down in time, and ground zero will win the round. What a hold from Noobster.
It's gorgeous. Rooster didn't even throw that coffin smoke correctly, though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Which makes it a little bit more difficult as well. Alrighty.
0.
Not about half a Rooster either, though. To be fair, in the context of
How it
that
went,
half
yes.
went.
Yeah. But
That-
whose shoes would you rather be in? Probably ground 0,
I think
right?
Ground Zero are definitely playing a little better tonight.
Yeah.
I think Roosters look very flat, to be honest, from what I'm expecting of them. You know, I don't expect them to be some kind of a crazy tactical team who have great calls or anything like that. But they looked pretty lost and hesitant in the mid to late round on the T side of Inferno, especially considering it was their map pick. And no one's really popping off to the extent that they have been in the last little while from them. So keen to see if they start to get rolling a little bit more on this CT side. What Ground Zero's got for us in this opening pistol round. Just nades over towards the top of Nana. That does quite a lot of damage, and all of a sudden 2 CTs are just shut straight out of the server.
Excellent utility usage by ground 0. The flash is just catching Roosters totally off guard. They're into the site, but they haven't decided to plant the bomb just yet. They want to explore construction first. Pears takes the challenge a little bit on his own, but he does get the job done. All good. Not much of a retake there from Roosters, as you would probably expect in a 5v2 situation. So, pistol goes the way of ground 0, and it seems that the map will be headed in that direction as well. Bit early to call still.
We'll wait for the force first. But definitely if they do lose this force fairly one-sidedly,
yeah,
they're starting to run out of opportunities to sort of put their foot in the door, and then heading on to Vertigo. Yeah, you probably be feeling pretty scared.
Say so. Looks like it'll be a quick play towards B for ground 0, at least for the outset. Taking good control of Banana early, which is a net benefit. Deagle for Danny G. Not exactly the aim duel that Burn really wants with a MAC-10.
So far, a little bit of pressure over towards Banana for ground 0. And haven't lost any of their players yet. Taking their time maneuvering through the map. Molotov onto Dig side. They are going to start to make their way up bracket. Juices looking to try and snap someone's head off and get away.
Won't be able to.
Opportunity.
So they've got bracket control, they've got banana control as well, ground 0. Got everything that they really need, and now it's just a case of executing onto the side and ensuring that they don't get picked up by these Deagles on the way in. Juices is sitting on the site, but he's only good for 1. It's overwhelmed by the numbers. The rest of ground 0 will come pouring into the site. Netic and Chelios not really able to do a whole lot about it. And for the remaining Roosters players, it's probably a case of just trying to sneak a gun here or there.
That was a great anti-force round.
Probably pick up the scout, Danny G.
Just a bit of pressure on towards Banana, and then they just go straight for that A-Rap. Love to see it. Pretty high percentage up against those pistols.
Yep. How many New Zealanders playing in this game? Is there anyone in this game?
It's a lot of. I think it's majority. I think it's majority New Zealand on Rooster actually.
Really?
Yeah. If Danny's New Zealander.
Have a look. And see.
I think Danny, Chell, and Netic are all New Zealand. I think, but maybe I'm wrong.
Chell has a New Zealand flag. Netic has a New Zealand flag.
If Danny's not.
Danny has an Australia flag.
Okay, no. So they're not majority NZ.
But still 2 out of 5. What time is it in New Zealand? Have they got 3 hours on us or 2 hours? Surely 2 hours right now.
I think it's 2.
Yeah. So that'd be
But that's still pretty
2 a.m.
cooked.
almost. And they still at least got another map after this, so rough.
Yep. It's actually a nightmare.
1:45 a.m.
That's a nightmare. I would be having a big whinge. Never mind. These are real gamer hours for Chelios, apparently. That's his best work in the early hours of the morning.
Yeah. Me too, actually. Better start for Roosters, but guns are still there from ground 0. The weapon's not retrievable because that's a gun dropped all the way at the T stairs.
Then he drop in another smoke on the choke. Still a handful of flashes over towards his B side of the map, as well as Chell with his scout. Ground zero, minute on the clock. Plenty of util to work with. Poking and prodding, seeing what they can find. Juice is still looking for a duel over here towards the dig side. It's just him and Nedic to hold off. It's part of the map. As Burn looks for more and more info and emphasis on this part of the map. The rest of Ground Zero are actually grouping up towards beat.
Oh, quick shot from Burn, not quick enough to swing around. Get Juices.
Oh, sharp shot from Pears onto Coffins there.
Yeah, 80k has not been checked just yet. Yes, he has. Llamas on the ball tonight. Ground zero, easy into the B-bomb site. Juices will get away with an AK. So there's a little prize to be gained for Roosters out of that round. But 13 will come up for Ground Zero, and that seems like their march is going to continue relatively unhindered.
Well, at least wait for this gun round, but definitely if this gun round doesn't go the way of Rooster, things will start to be looking pretty grim. But I mean, to be fair, first series we had was a pretty flat one-sided game in the first. And then picked up from there. Yeah. Always potential. Alrighty, Rooster, what you got for us? Chell's going to pick up the AWP. Fires across the board. Good game from Llamas. It's nice to see. These are the players, for the most part, the Ground Zero, the trio that's doing good work. Everyone's sort of stepping up across the board, but the trio that's doing the majority of the work are the ones that have been a little bit flat, at least in terms of the statistics for the last little bit. And the three, arguably, with some of the more potential, because I think Boyd's quite just always going to be stable as a player regardless. Push straight in towards Arch is a 1-for-1.
Good flashes, but Juices actually gets caught by it as well, so maybe a little too good. Still he gets the job done onto Burn. So Noah's advantage there for Ground Zero. Ned goes through, and this should do some good damage to Noobstar. Maybe not as much as you might have hoped for. Control for Ground Zero is not looking so great, particularly with Void falling there. Juices is really doing a number to them.
Face it right now.
Absolutely cleaning them up. And Noobstar has a grenade in his hand.
He just literally aced them. He just ran around and tapped everyone in the head like it's an ECA pug.
Well, maybe that's a win condition for Roosters.
Unbelievable.
That was a pretty nasty round. Shit, you know, rough.
That's raw.
That's raw. Raw. Shouldn't have done that. That's hurt my voice. It's alright. I did it for Juices.
Really gets the juices flowing sometimes, you know?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Like, if we hadn't just casted over 100 rounds of CS, I probably would have been screaming.
Yeah. Well, we're probably at about 120 now. A little bit more than 120. So technical pause for Ground Zero, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. So
yeah, just trying to fix the error in my game of Juices one-tapping my entire team in the head.
Yeah.
Just let me try and see if there's this offsetting for that. Pretty flowers. Yeah, was that pretty? Lily pads?
Pretty sure they were always like that, yeah.
Music, by the way.
God, I love it. No, you remember the one from last season was like a bit of a meme?
This one's a meme, I love it.
This one's alright. Tactical pause now for Roosters, by the way. So we've gone from a tech for Ground Zero to attack for Roosters.
Yep. This just in. In-game leader of Roosters, the tactic is once again one of you just kill everyone.
Thank you, in-game leader. You are so smart. Let me please bow down and kiss your shoes for the great leading that you have done.
I don't even know who the in-game leader of Rooster would be, to be honest.
Does it matter?
I don't know. Takes a pretty special man to go tell the boys to go frag. You know?
Maybe you could do it.
I don't know, I feel like I'd ruin their mojo somehow. Probably try and micromanage too much. that is probably the correct player to be watching. Right, ground zero. Have conceded that banana control and are looking to potentially try and take bracket. Juices tried to go for a bit of a mid-roundy with the flashbang, but wasn't able to find anything for the time being. Chella's now joined the rest of the boys, and Danny G's is going to play hard retake on B. It's a hard read out of Rooster, keeping all those players there. But now Chell will just rotate off back towards B. Looks like ground zero in the positions they're in, waiting to potentially punish any aggression. I thought they might go for a bit of an A exec. Now Burn with no utilities making his way up banana.
Oh, he just absolutely obliterates Chelios. And then subsequently gets spammed through a smoke by Danny G.
It's job done though from Burn. He's divided them up to a piece on the sides and created space for this walk through jungle side. Then you got Llamas, who's in towards Carpets. He's going to throw the smoke onto the hay bale to activate that one way. There's a walk through arch side. Good damage onto ADK, and they have enough space to be able to pinch the site now.
Medic only able to get one. Numbers advantage is there for the CT side, and Llamas is the only one left alive, cleaned up by Juices. He's on the site still. Starting to lean a little bit back towards Rooster, at least as far as the momentum is concerned.
What a nasty shot from Burn, though.
Yep. That's for sure.
That's like some, bullcrap you'd see Xantaras do.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of.
I mean, I can think of many players that could do something similar. The next person that popped into my head was Bentet.
Bentet's been reined in too much these days.
That's true, but, you know, the Bentet
all he does is play properly and hold smokes. Like,
boring.
what are you doing with your heritage?
Send him back to China.
Send him back to
Indonesia.
Rekka.
Bring back Rekka, I reckon.
That was premium Bentet. Just noob bashing online.
And Excurate. That was a peak Bentet and Excurate days.
That's it.
Well. Pistol's out for ground zero for the first time in, I'd say, the whole map outside of pistol rounds.
Oh, you have made their way a little bit up here. We got this close.
Bit of damage done, but maybe not quite as much as they would have liked after the start.
Not the greatest of money looking at this ground zero bank account. Void and Pairs potentially can't really afford themselves a creek. Probably have to go down to that AK. Burn as well onto the AK. Limited utility on some of these players, which on Inferno can definitely put you in an awkward position. Especially up against this strong CT economy that we're seeing on Rooster's side at this point. Fast up banana, straight into Chelios. Nice flashes to make sure that he doesn't get any early pick, and he's actually just going to re-aggress.
Timing. Let's get the smoke into CT.
Well, banana control taken by ground zero. A lot of utility invested to get it, and I think it's just going to be the contact. You see Noobster ready with this flashbang just to put the boys on the line.
Nicely done by Llamas, though. He's drawn the rotation back from ADK, and unless these B players can hold on their own, they're going to be in trouble, Roosters. 3v4 for the retake now for Roosters. Chelio spamming through the wall. Won't actually get the kill, but Noobster does go down.
ADK has grabbed him. 4-on-2 retake with plenty of utility. Ground zero going to get aggressive.
Pears had a chance there, but wasn't able to take advantage of it. Llamas!
What?
Oh my god, he's just traded out by Chelios. Oh man, oh, that was so close.
Oh, the triple lineup. We've seen a lot of
Disgusting.
lineups tonight on this map in particular.
That's what I feel about that. Chelios has actually gone for the
Show you
AK.
just clearing the phlegm out of your throat.
Don't tell me Chelios does buy an AWP, doesn't he? He wanted the AK for Juices just because they wanted the AK instead of a rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that's interesting.
they've foregone the
I
extra
don't think
money.
they're that rich.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I mean,
really, if Juices is playing like he is, isn't an AK just an AWP for him? Because he just one-taps people
this is what I'm thinking, right? Is it worth it to get the AK in the hands of Juices for that extra cost?
I don't think you can ever justify that, but alright.
We'll see if Juices goes and cleans up
All the juices.
all the ground zeros in this round. It might be worth it.
I've been marrying a lot of juices at work lately.
Marrying.
Marrying. That's when you pour the old juice into the other juice.
My mistake. I thought that was when you commit your life to one another.
Commit the juices to one another.
Pistols for ground zero again. This time they have some utility to back it up. Llama's not too bad with the CZ. Gets rid of Juices, so not sure about the AK choice, all things considered. 80k though on the bomb site should make a pretty easy job of the ground zero remainders. It's actually Netic from Pit that got the majority.
It's starting to get rolling, Rooster.
Yeah.
Getting scary.
Don't
Ground
want to count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, don't count the roosters before they crow, because they don't lay eggs.
Cock.
Yep.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Can you stop saying the C word, please, on broadcast?
Chicken.
Anyway,
Chicken nuggets.
a few nuggies wouldn't go astray right now.
Absolutely.
I have missed the opportunity to order those earlier.
See, what we should do is order like some nuggies, just put them in the fridge. Then when it gets to 2 a.m., put them in the microwave. We'll be back in action.
Ground zero, they're back in action, and they put themselves in touching distance of that match point. But with the economy that Rooster's looking at now, even if they were to lose this round, they could just reinvest. Ground zero, I'd say this is looking like a hell of an AXE if I've ever seen one. They do force their way up bracket, just avoid that spam from ADK. But Juices, how has Pears got away with that? Excuse me?
Later. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Now they got the bracket control. Here's the execute coming in.
They got numbers advantage, that's for sure. 80k is totally isolated. Like, these players are totally isolated. The smokes are really good from ground zero. But Netic, he gets 3. And he saves Roosters. He's the hero. There's 80k still on the bomb site. Just needs to buy time for this rotation. If he falls here, though, which he does.
Bomb's still down, though. They haven't picked it up.
Volley's in to try and deny the bomb plant. Oh, Llamas just missed a few of the shots. Flashbang will come through here. He needs to get the bomb across. Or get across himself, rather, I should say.
He's gotten into the pit. I'm surprised he doesn't go small pit there, and I think he has been spotted crossing.
Yep.
He has a flash to potentially set up Noobster if he wishes to use it.
Slow and steady goes Chelios. When is that flashbang going to be thrown? Has to be now, surely. Doesn't matter even, because Noobster cleans Chelios up before he even had the opportunity. Now the flash comes out. Lions will take the peek and get the kill. On to Danny. G, ground zero. Finally find that round that they were looking for.
Reinvestment straight out of Rooster. And with 2 alive from ground zero, their money is a little bit shaky. Hasn't built up too much just yet, but it's getting there. I'm surprised Pears was not dropped a weapon so that he could purchase a little bit more utility. Oops, up. Good supportive utility, as always. Smoke on towards the top of Banana there. Beautiful.
Well,
that's vintage Chelios. Just nice smoke, bro.
Do not care.
Pretty sure that's Chelios' life motto. Just do not care.
Yep.
Oh.
Where do you go from here as ground zero?
I mean, I like the order approach of just group up and hit B. But that also happens to be where Chelios is, so maybe go A instead. Maybe a jungle route. Maybe a quick carpet burst. Noobster's found at Chelios, so he's been doing a fantastic job of AWPing on both the CT side, playing retake on that B side, and as well as on this T side.
Danny G from the coffins to try and hold. Smoke comes in a little late. He'll back away. Turns at the wrong time. The flashbangs were great, forcing him under so much pressure. Llamas gets past Netic. Not sure if he's been heard. Certainly seems like it. 80k is looking.
probably it, I would say. That's going to be 15th for ground zero, and
Yes.
you're looking at a CTs being very broke. $0 in most of their bank accounts. Which means that you got ground zero winning the map pick of Rooster, who are looking a little flat. Took a little bit too long to warm up into this game. A whole half, essentially. And then you're going to see them head into the map pick of ground zero on Vertigo.
That will be interesting indeed, won't it?
Yep. Might be where ground zero become 2-0. Haha, funny jokes.
Maybe. Still feel as though this series has some twists and turns for us. Getting a little bit too far ahead of yourself, Pilly.
Well, these forces are with utility have always been dangerous on Inferno. Definitely can't be taken for granted, but I have to say, structurally, ground zero plays very, very well against this kind of thing. They don't get too silly, just a Molotov. Actually, it's a Eggsy onto A. Smokes into Arch, Library, as well as onto the site. But they just head straight towards B.
Bang, and there goes Llama's head. But decent trade from Noobstar.
With the hard rotate though, Danny G straight off that B site.
I mean, he's only got an SMG.
He hasn't dropped a smoke though.
That's true.
The
Jello's
hero
also
play.
coming over. Ooh, smokes come in. Ground zero going to go. He's too late. Danny G's just a little bit too late. So is Chelios, but they might consider the flower pots already cleared. A rifle there and he probably gets a kill. But unfortunately, SMG's not going to do the job for ground zero. Well, for Rooster, I should say, but for ground zero, the job certainly has been done. It's been a hard-fought victory here on Inferno, but they finally get the job done, 16-10. Thank God for my voice as we finish off map 1 for our second series. Roosters, it's looking scary for them heading into the second one, isn't it? Because it is, of course, ground zero's map choice of Vertigo, but again, you know, not a bad start to the night for ground zero. It's a late night, that's for sure, but not a bad start at all.
100%. I mean, they're just showing up. I think they're just playing their average game. They're just going through the motions, playing some pretty stock standard Inferno, nothing too crazy. Nice use of the utility and just good team chemistry and just another day at the office. Whereas Rooster, just very flat even on their map pick and kind of just got picked apart by some fundamentally strong, stable CS.
Certainly did, but I wonder whether we're going to see the same on Vertigo. It's kind of a map that you sometimes can throw caution to the wind in, and we don't know necessarily how it's always going to pan out. It is still so new that it's really hard to get a great idea of how the teams are going to play on it.
100%, but if there's one thing I know from Vertigo, it's a map where I feel like if you have strong individuals, they can definitely make a big impact. So if some of these Rooster players can start to wake up a bit, then this series can turn around.
That said, some of the ground zero players were looking pretty good as well. That's going to be it for now. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get the answer to Pilly's questions as to who is going to step up in that second map after this.
The Roosters is going to go straight up. Into the snap mode.
Yeah. Netic, the first. Oh, Noobstar.
Onto that Nana area. Perfectly thrown by Burn. Just pushes him straight into Llama's crosshair. That was an unbelievable setup there for ground zero. Way up in towards bracket here.
Too easy for Llamas. He's actually going to triple kill. Probably why they're feeling more comfortable against him. All right. He's going to come out. He'll take the re-peek, and he might actually be able to get 2 here. Pops back up for another one. Does he decide to go again? Buys his time and jumps up. There goes Juices. He might just hold
Made their way a little bit up here. He got this close.
a bit of damage done, but maybe not quite as much as they would have liked.
Massive.
Has had a chance there, but wasn't able to take advantage of it. Llamas!
What?
Oh my God! These players are totally isolated. The smokes are really good from ground zero, but Netic. Oh.
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Callum Murray.
Calamari.
Calamari.
Let's make it Jack.
Drink it. Throw with Dare iced coffee.
You know what the beauty of ANZ Champs is? Sometimes you get 2 days worth of Counter-Strike in one night of Counter-Strike. That's where we are right now. It is past midnight here in Sydney. ANZ Champs Day 1 has now become ANZ Champs Day 2. We're still watching our first night of Counter-Strike. It's Ground Zero up against Roosters. And the first map did go the way of Ground Zero. It was Roosters' map choice of Inferno as well. So, on the cards, perhaps is a 2-0, but that's what we would have said about the first series as well when Order won their opponent's map choice and then subsequently lost their own map choice. So let's not count our chickens or our roosters before they hatch. So we do head into Vertigo, but Pilly, you've got a nugget of information for me regarding Vertigo, which doesn't make things look too great here for Roosters.
Yeah, I mean, they really just haven't really got many reps in on Vertigo. So I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, Ground Zero, it's like I said before, they're within touching distance of that 2-0. I feel like Rooster really needed Inferno to be able to make this a competitive series. Even heading on to Vertigo, it was always going to be pretty difficult for them. So in the current situation, there's so many factors. Like, it's getting very, very late in New Zealand.
Very late. It's getting late here in Australia, man.
Look, honestly, going back to my CS playing days, if I was down 1-0 in a series and it was 2 AM already and it was a map that I hadn't really played, I probably wouldn't be. I probably would have just mentally checked out at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm probably like snoozing once I die in the round.
It's lucky that you're a caster now and you just hang on every single round, isn't it?
That's right. Yep.
That's the difference. It's beautiful. I mean, it's hard to go to sleep when there's lights all over the place, you know, and yeah, bright lights shining in your eyes.
I'll try my best, Jordan.
You've had your coffee, thanks to the production team. Thanks to the production team for taking care of us. They got me a tea. That was nice. It's kind of kept me alive, I feel like, as we go deep into the bowels of another day of ANZ Counter-Strike. What a day it's been, as well, as we did see such a crazy series to start things off here. A very real possibility, even though the Roosters guys have not played much Vertigo as a roster, or at least that's the way it seems to us, that they do just come out here on Vertigo and bang some heads off. It's possible, right?
I mean, for as long as they're in this ANZ Champs, it's going to be the same narrative every time. The potential's there for them to just win predicated off individual skill.
I had a meme about that. It's like just win forehead or something like that.
Oh yeah, just shoot heads.
Just shoot them in the head?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's possible. Look, I don't know what to say about this series, Pilly. I'm sort of like, I'm pretty happy with the way that the day has gone so far, but I'm just thinking like, what's it going to be like tomorrow, you know? Because we've still got 2 more days of Counter-Strike.
Are we heading into the lower bracket tomorrow or the upper bracket?
We're watching the other side of the upper bracket.
Okay.
And the lower bracket will be on Thursday.
Cool.
So things will get pretty interesting tomorrow as well. You know, again, you look at those, as I said at the start of the day, and I said, well, there's probably a chance that these matches are, on paper, pretty one-sided. But so far, not tonight, especially from the theoretical most one-sided game, 1 versus 8, seed 1 versus 8, has been very, very close. Seed 4 versus 5, actually still pretty close here as well between Ground Zero and Roosters. Wow, I don't know. What happens if we get to that third map, Mirage? Like, what happens if Roosters win this second map? Because Mirage is definitely a map that Roosters are going to be able to put some damage in on.
Yeah, I think that is not going to happen, so I'm not going to think about it because my brain simply cannot handle thinking that far ahead at this point in the night. However, you are correct, that would probably be quite good for Roosters not losing and then heading on to a map that they've historically been very comfortable on.
Yep.
However, it's also a map Ground Zero has played a lot, but you know what else is a map that Ground Zero has played a lot? Vertigo.
Vertigo home. That could be...
I think that's what it's going to be.
What
Vertigo
it's going to be.
home.
Nice smooth here, courtesy of our observer, Turtle. I did one of these on my Twitch stream last night. I don't know if you caught it, Pilly, but I was... Oh, not last night, the other night. I was watching the qualifiers, and I did a nice loop down the crane as well.
Manually?
Yeah, manually.
Oh, okay.
It was pretty good.
Cool. I don't ever watch your stream, so I can't say I caught that.
Why not?
What is your Twitch stream, by the way, just for those who are wondering?
Twitch.tv/ElfishGuy11. Thank you very much for that, Pilly.
That's great. I will be sure to tune in next time, because I just did not know the URL, and now that we all know the URL, we can all tune in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure we're going to be able to convert, I don't know, maybe 10% of these 4,300 viewers on the ESL.
Well, there you go. That's more people than you've ever had on your personal channel anyway. So
not true, actually. I've done a few CS casts, and we've hit 1,000 viewers actually at some points. Totally not for me, but for the
Jesus,
for the game.
you have a big family.
Yep.
All right.
Mum's got about 3 accounts. Dad's got 4 or 5.
Your family's just view-botting your Twitch account. I'm reporting you.
Yeah. All right, let's see how this game goes, though, because Ground Zero, starting off on the CT side, do have the possibility of finding a 2-0 tonight.
All right. Let's see what they're going to be doing. Obviously, you got Ground Zero. They're shoulder spotting. They're looking for anyone coming up the ramp. And then Burns just got the flashbang pin. That's exactly what I was about to point out, Turtle. You are totally right. You are totally on point right now. Meanwhile, though...
TurtL_.
Yes.
Great observer.
And if he could speak, I would ask him what his Twitch account is. But don't need to worry about that right now. Rooster. The counter flash comes out, but they're not really going to lose any of their players due to that. 80k getting ready with some flashbangs as the boys getting ready to roll into this bomb site.
Oh, good shot from Void. That might set the tempo for Vertigo. Oh, Netic is able to trade straight back. Llamas has, as of yet, been untraded down. And, well, Netic's on a bit of a tear right now in the pistol around the Glock, going to good work. Has been upgraded into a USP. It was a good start for Ground Zero, but past that fact, things have gone quite poorly indeed. Burn will try to salvage the situation, but won't be able to. And now the knives come out.
Come on, man. That was easily a knifeable kill.
Yeah.
That could have been a lot of money. Either way, nice little pistol there from Rooster.
Force by time, let's go.
Let's go.
Damn.
Let's go home.
We can't.
At some point.
At some point, yeah.
Cool.
Pretty cool. Well, AK's out for Rooster. This is a quick charge up. Chelios does catch Noobster. The Deagle could have gone to good work here.
I love Chelios sometimes. He just presses E on the Deagle. Do you think that gun drop means that he's going to stop moving? No.
No.
Just keeps holding the W button.
3v3 though.
Yeah.
So Ground Zero might still be able to salvage something in this round.
There's potential. There is quite a few utilities on the Rooster boys as they head over towards the ramp. Pears and Burn chilling over there. A Burn Deagle lies in wait. It's hungry. Actually shuffling back towards that B side of the map, so it's going to be Pears. Why do I say Purrs? Why? Think about cats.
I'm not sure that I'd back Pears here with a MAC-10 to hold the site.
What about a CZ?
Maybe with a CZ. Probably not. Probably still not.
It's not a Pears fan, I see.
Well, there's a fair bit of utility for Rooster, so they can get the smokes down. And unlikely, Pears can do too much here.
Yeah, just going to pop the bomb down and crab walk away. Act like nothing ever happened. Here's the flashes and the attempted retake from Ground Zero, running into a crossfire between Secret and Ramp.
That's not ideal from Netic. It's actually allowed Burn out. He's going to challenge in that close-range duel, but can't really overwhelm Netic. Still, a bit of damage being done on the defuse here. Surely not. No way. Knife comes out, doesn't actually connect with it. Lamas has got himself an SG, though. Bomb's going to go off, that's for sure. Roosters will win the round. But Ground Zero do take a gun through, and they remove quite a few from Roosters as well. Could be worse.
One player surviving means that Rooster's money very shaky. Would like to see Ground Zero pick up a couple upgraded pistols. See if they can potentially either inflict further damage or go for a bit of an economic reset on the Rooster boys in this round. Llama's charging into connector and charging straight out of the server. See you later. Then we're going to give him a proper Viking burial, as is customary in Llama culture.
As I guess you would know if you were from Llama culture.
Great addition, Jordan.
Yeah, look, I don't know where I was going with that one. Sometimes, you know, you get to 20 past 12 in the morning and you just start to lose your marbles. Burn has also lost his marbles and his head in the meanwhile.
Pretty hard thing to lose, to be honest.
That's true. That's a good shot. All right, that one from Void. He's faked the fact that he's gone back up the ladder as well. Let's see what he can do with this. 3 players left. Bomb's not yet planted by Rooster. Save the AK.
Yeah, why not? He's got 3,500 as well, which means he can be the AWP dropper.
The AWP dropper. What a title, man.
You would be the AWP dropper of your team, Jordan.
If I ever made it into a professional CSGO team, I would want my role to be AWP dropper.
Well,
put that on my Twitter. AWP dropper for Ground Zero.
Just so it happens, Jordan, I have a position available for you.
Do you?
Yep. So there was a report that came out that said Alex is going out of Vitality. So they need a new AWP dropper for sure. Like, could you have?
I could do that. I could learn French.
You don't even need to learn Jordan. You don't need to learn French. All you need to learn is what does Zywoo saying "drop me AWP" sound like, and then that's all you need to do.
Je suis AWP.
That's probably not even funny, but at this time in the morning, I'm pretty sure you can say anything. All right. Ground Zero going to try and contest the ramp here. Let's see if Rooster is going to do anything about it. Of course, they're not. They're Roosters after all. What can they do?
Rooster with a zoom banger.
The zoom banger, the whopper. Oh, the triple nade. Just sending it at Danny G.
Yeah. He's not Danny G anymore. He's probably Danny not G. Even production like that, I got a good one in my ears.
That's a good shot, to be honest. He hopped up on the railing there, and now he's Danny dead.
Yeah. Bit of overkill, though, really, with the AWP. Let's be real. He was on like 10 HP.
It's not very efficient. Those bullets are probably expensive, but I'm not sure that Ground Zero cares. Give him as many bullets as he wants, because he's
Don't have to
cleaning
pay
up
for ammo
Rooster.
anymore.
That's true. Oh,
great
these
grenade.
nades.
Chelios, though, on the line with the SG. Dangerous gun. Void answers back. Org gets Netic. The battle of the scopes here on Vertigo so far. Seems like Ground Zero suspecting something to come from mid, but they won't see a whole lot.
Ground Zero, 2 kits, got the smokes, got some flashes. His retake could be completed pretty well. You do have Juices back on the stairs, though, leaving Chelios to try to hold on to the site. There's a freebie for him.
Winnable round for Juices, but the smoke going down does make life difficult. Flash to go through here. I'm going to send himself through the smoke. He won't be able to get pairs here.
Oh.
No, just doesn't quite get there. The knife will give him some nice money. He did what he had to do, but he just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, but that has cooked the money of Ground Zero. It's absolutely cooked it, and he will be able to, off the back of getting that knife, drop a weapon over to his poor teammate, and they will just roll through like nothing ever happened.
High rolling. That's the Danny G life.
I'm sure it is. Probably not the Danny K life, though.
No.
Alrighty, Ground Zero put together a absolutely abysmal buy.
Big stack on ramp. This is, I like it. I like it from Ground Zero.
The crab strat into ramp.
Yeah.
Okay, they're just gonna go for it.
Why not? Molly's through, flashes through it. It almost works. Oh, the flashes and the utility actually worked. It was just the execution that kind of let them down. The guns did not shoot the bullets well.
I think it's just the aim, yeah. But it's pretty hard for the execution to be good with bad tools.
Yeah.
What is this off angle from Burn with an
this is
MP9?
disgusting.
Excuse me. Watch him do something with it.
Oh!
How does that even work?
Don't mind seeing that from
What?
Burn.
He's just holding rifle angles with an MP9.
It doesn't matter when
Can
you're
someone
aimed on
tell him
point.
how to play and stop telling him to play like
Off
Oh,
angle.
I thought he was going to get that.
Chelios was very prepared for it. M4 gets put to bed by Juices. Every time I see Zal in the kill feed, I have to think, who was that?
It's, I don't know. I
It's Juices.
don't have anything for
It's
that.
Juices.
Trying to think of Zal pun.
Yeah, I think it really rhymes with Zal. Carl. Is his name Carl?
I don't think so. I'm going to go with no.
Gonna go with no. Pistols again for Ground Zero. I mean, they've really found themselves in an economic hole. You mentioned at the start of last round that they were in a poor spot, and this is just rough indeed for Ground Zero, isn't it?
It is. I hope you're ready to cast another map of CS, Jordan. I hope you are ready.
My body is ready. My throat may not be.
That's part of your body.
That's true. The mind wills it. But the body sometimes can't deliver.
That's the story of my relationships.
Yep. And on that note, we'll take a look at Llamas getting his head taken off. Not much in this round for Ground Zero, unfortunately, just the pistols, so don't expect too much out of it.
I won't, Jordan. I won't. Okay. That's good information gathering from Void there. Does sort of get Noobster killed though. I love how that one kill with the MP9 is the only one Burn's gotten so far.
Oh, CZ gets a good kill there for Burn. He's always managing to find one kill in these rounds, but...
Some might say he's good for one.
Indeed. But no more. Pez has the deagle, and he'll, I don't know, maybe try and look for a gun here or something. Won't really be able to do too much as Juices lets him know what he thinks of that. Finally should see a gun round here for Ground Zero though. Let the pain stop. They've gone through too much. 6 rounds in and they haven't really had a very good buy at all.
Well, now they do. Problem is they don't have any kits. So if this boils down to the very late round, like we've seen 1 or 2 of these rounds,
Yeah.
could be a problem. Deep smoke in. Rooster going to contest. Straight up the ramp. So far, not losing any players to Noobster because Noobster is not at the ramp. He is in the middle connector. Chelios going to cop a nade. And Pears and Burn going to see what they can do over towards Secret. That's a good start. What do you do if you're Rooster now? You have some control of ramp. You've lost the first initial pick. But you're very spread out. Looks like they're just pressuring over towards stairs. Going to make their way up ramp and try to take this bomb site.
Not a bad setup from Ground Zero though. If they get the timing right, they could come out behind Rooster. Juices is watching though. Oh, this is starting to look dangerous though. Do they expect a second player? Well, Juices is going to win the aim duel anyway. And immediately the bomb site crumbles.
Oh, that could have been an angle for Noobster to work with, but smartly smoked off very quickly as Rooster do put down the bomb now. Ground Zero, I'd say that's probably the correct response given the state of the money.
Sure the maps weren't mixed up in the veto?
Look,
Kind of looking like it right now. Rooster seem like they've got a pretty good grasp of the T side.
This is just absolute classic.
Classic AUCS.
Yep, classic AUCS, classic my predictions.
Trade your map picks.
First game was clearly a 2-0, as we all know.
Yes.
And this series, yeah, probably going to be a 2-0. Kappa.
Not believing the words that I'm hearing. That hurts. Losing the AWP. Money's cooked.
Yeah, probably just going to be Deegs around this single rifle. Going to have a bit of a pause. Talk about
Definitely required.
why we're losing.
Well, they have no money. We have no money. We've had like what, 1 gun round? Actual 1 gun round?
We had 2 gun rounds.
Proper gun rounds, I guess.
Yeah. Multiple gun rounds so far. They just keep losing them all.
Well, have there been like proper gun rounds though? Have they had full buys?
They've had guns in every round, Jordan.
Yeah, but everyone has guns in every round in this current meta. Doesn't mean it's a gun round. You know what I mean though, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I haven't seen anyone fall off.
Not tonight. 2 games of Vertigo to start off the season as well is a little bit surprising, right?
It's definitely
It's starting to work its way in the AU map pool.
a bit of a fan favourite.
It is indeed just the pistols behind the rifle by Llamas to hold the site. Good flash, a lot of damage done by Llamas, but he can't actually get the kill onto Chelios. And unfortunately for Ground Zero, Burn will fall to much the same fate. This round is just going to be a clean sweep by Roosters by the looks of things. They will continue to push forward here and try and get rid of the weaponry that Ground Zero retains, which is only Void with the M4. They've really just run over Ground Zero now.
I actually cannot believe that he's playing like that at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah. I think a lot of it comes down to momentum when you're in this sort of situation, right? When it's 2:30 in the morning, if you're losing, that just like crushes you even more.
Yeah.
But when you're winning, I feel like you're already at that point of being so tired that you're like, whatever, like anything that happens, I'm ready to go. Let's do it. Kind of just depends on your mentality, right? If you're winning, it's good. If you're losing, it's bad, and it's really bad.
Yeah. Might be something to that.
Ground Zero is certainly suffering from perhaps the latter at the moment. Another good buy through. This is probably their best buy of the half so far. Got a lot of utility. Noobs has got the orb. No presence on A ramp apart from the utility there, though.
These nades have been great.
Haven't really taken advantage of any of the damage that they've been able to do, though.
Rooster. Gonna head up the ramp. Pretty much uncontested. It's actually a bit of a more passive hold from Ground Zero this time around. No pressure over towards Secret. They're just gonna creep straight up towards the site. Burn and Pear's gonna do what they can from these positions, but not sure how much they can really do. Like Roosters is going to wander their way onto the site. Keen to see if Ground Zero do have a specific plan for the retake. That's a nice 1-for-1.
Not looking like a good situation here for Ground Zero. Noobster doesn't quite connect the shot onto the player that he spotted above the smoke. Decides to drop down off of heaven, but there's a smoke in his way. There's nothing that he can do. And the same seems to be the problem for all of the Ground Zero roster is, again, they're just going to back away. It's a bitter pill to swallow. Yeah,
So
they can save the guns.
there wasn't a plan for the retake. They just were hoping they didn't walk straight onto the site, and then they did that, and then Ground Zero lost.
Yeah.
They're going to hold on to a lot of weaponry and utility and build up a fair bit of cash off the back of that loss, but at the end of the day, like, you're down 8-1. Something's got to give.
I mean, if they can bring it back, you know, 6 or 7, like, it's still salvageable at this point, right? So there's no real use in throwing away
Yeah,
a
but
round like
that's
that.
got to be how many in a row when
Sure.
you're getting
I get it.
you're getting gutter stomped
Yeah.
by these boys.
But is there value in making that 4v4 retake by running through smokes?
With that amount of utility, I would argue that there's potential there.
If it's your Mac pick, maybe, yeah. Which it is.
You should know how to string that together, in my opinion.
Maybe Ground Zero has a different opinion, but either way,
Oh, it's fine.
they did lose the round.
Yep.
And Roosters are up 8-1.
Nothing wrong with it, but at the end of the day, if they're not making the most of every opportunity and they're going to lose this half fairly one-sidedly anyway, what can you do?
Flash, Llamas, just gets Chelios down to about 8 HP. He's a one-shot, but he's still alive. Well covered by Void. Better start to the round here for Ground Zero than what we've seen before, as Void goes jumping and shooting his way onto the rafters. Catches Kitten.
No way that they can know Danny G is where he's at.
Even still, this should be a situation where Ground Zero just trades down. They have the numbers advantage, need to keep guns alive, and maybe one more than they could have afforded.
So that makes the save in the last round look a lot better. They built up a lot of cash off the back of that and then follow it immediately with a round win, cementing their economy moving forward for the next round or two.
Yep.
But they're going to need more than a round or two, you know, already down 8-2. It's going to have to be at least 4 more rounds from Ground Zero out of the next 5. And I'm not sure that they have the economy to sort of sustain that. Unless they can potentially win this one fairly cleanly. Opening pick from Pairs. Very nice.
Much better. Slowly starting to come together for Ground Zero. Better late than never, at least as far as they're concerned, I'm sure.
What's the response here from Rooster? Chelios going looking while the rest of the boys are grouped up in different parts of the map.
This could be nice for Chelios. He might actually be able to spot the shoulder of Burn. There he goes.
Oh, he hasn't seen him.
Hasn't seen him. Yes, he has. There we go.
That's okay.
Oh, he's going to get away with the kill on a Noobster who swings for the trade. It was a nice start for Ground Zero.
I'm not sure Rooster even need to do anything right now. They're in a man advantage situation. They got 50 seconds on the clock.
Llama's looking for a peek. Is he going to get a flashbang through from Void? Not just yet. 80k. Spotted out. Good trade from Kitten. Then it even. Void a 1-for-1 as well is not what Ground Zero was looking for in Pairs. He did the job at the start of the round to get the kill and open things up. Needs more. Oh, nice flick on Donetic. Has dropped the bomb there as well. 29 seconds actually. That'll be a difficult one to retrieve. Chelios has to come all the way down. He misses the shot onto Pairs, who continues to peek. Don't peek! Chelios hits the shot.
One alive though. Sustaining quite a bit of economic damage on that T side. We'll have to reinvest. But already putting 9 on the board. Now it's going to be the reinvestment from the CTs. Still plenty of money to do so. So could still swing back in the favour of Ground Zero. They still can put together these next 4. However, it's looking like it's probably going to be more of a 12, more of an 11, 4, 10, 5 half, if you ask me.
Yeah.
No matter which way you swing it. Rooster's always going to be able to put together these T-side buys. Whereas Ground Zero, they're scraping the bottom of the bank here.
Yep. That was definitely a winnable round for Ground Zero, though.
That would have been a pretty important one to win, to try and put together a big wealth of rounds.
There's a situation there for Chelios with 20 seconds left with the bomb down at the bottom of the stairs.
What a nade.
Has to jump off or walk slowly. And if he walks slowly, he can't get the bomb plant down by getting back up in time. If he jumps off, he gives away the fact that he's jumped down. Either way.
The flash.
Flash comes through. Llamas just gets absolutely cleaned up by Juices. So good start again for Ground Zero, but they're just not able to capitalize on the damage that they've done. And now 80k has gotten across, which makes the job so much more difficult for Void.
Oh
Chelios
my God.
gets 2. I mean, nothing's going right for Ground Zero on this map, is it?
It's unbelievable. The double nade, and I was feeling Llamas with the Famous.
Yeah.
They're all softened up.
I mean, you just gotta you gotta like feel for Ground Zero in that situation, right? Everything they're trying to do here on Vertigo is being thrown back in their face.
Ooh, pretty special game of CS, that's for sure.
Pairs and Noobster will try and save their weapons.
That's what I need right now. 94 pounds of Protex injected straight in me.
Pairs should get the kill here on the Downey G, which he does. So that could be an AK, an upgrade for the CT side. Noobstar. What is going on? Jello's just running around in the smoke, left clicking. Noobstar would have seen his life a flash before his eyes.
There's double digits for Rooster. Ground Zero going to put together another buy. A bit of loss bonus built up at this point. Still probably on the soft reset potential if they do lose this round. Should put Rooster up to that 11, 12 round margin. Pretty scary stuff.
Yeah. Or another decent utility usage from Ground Zero. I mean, they've got the fundamentals there, at least at the very start of the round.
Beautiful. That's the second time Noobs has found that angle.
Yeah.
A man advantage in a critical round where their economy can be reset is an opportunity for Ground Zero to secure this round, but they need to do so cleanly. Their economy can't sustain the losses of these guns.
Boost up into mid for Juices.
Oh, what a bloody shot. What can you even do?
Not a whole lot. You probably don't even see him on your screen. And you're dead. Void's made a bit of noise there. Burn cops a little bit of damage. A bit more than a little bit. And now Void falls as well. It's just not looking good for Ground Zero, is it? I mean, this was a round that they should have won. They had a 3v5.
Yeah, this is looking like 12 for Rooster.
It's looking like the map for Rooster.
Yeah, it's been looking that for a while.
Might even look like a second map for Rooster after we get onto Mirage as well. Just the way that Ground Zero is looking right now.
This is literally what I expected heading into this series.
Yeah.
I don't know what that first map was, but...
All over the place. As we'll once again try and save a gun. Seen a situation like this many a time for Ground Zero tonight. Doesn't feel any better. The longer you go in this half with without picking rounds up. I mean, Ground Zero, 2 rounds. Call them a T-sided team, maybe. I don't know.
Not a single gun retained.
Money's
4K in the bank. It's not going to be enough for a decent primary weapon and a great wealth of utility. But Ground Zero don't care at this point. They just want one of the next few rounds. And they're going to do it by whatever means necessary.
Yeah, just find a round or two.
Slow approach from Rooster. Pretty sure they're well aware of the rough economic position that Ground Zero would be in at this point, and what they can and can't have. And due to the amount of money that you would have on the CT side, it's either going to be a pretty lackluster buy or a save. Either way, lends itself to a higher percentage win rate if you're going to go a little bit slower and use your utility to clean out certain areas and wait for the CTs to use what little they have earlier on in the round and then just head into the bomb sites with a bit of an execute. So far, Pairs unchecked in this position. Juice is just deleting everybody whenever he clicks his mouse. Pairs could go massive here for Ground Zero. Flash comes over the top and he sprays 3 down. Unbelievable. Juices goes down as well due to the aggro that he pulled, and it's all on Chelios.
Yeah.
He's got his tail between his legs on the B bomb site.
Does he though? I don't think he's got his tail between his legs. I think he's running at Ground Zero here. I think he thinks he can win this round, which he might well be able to do, to be honest.
That's Chelios. Anything's possible. Can't do it. I mean, it's a bit of a participation award in that round, to be honest, for Ground Zero. It's literally just Rooster, a bit too confident walking up the ramp. Don't Molotov a position that usually gets Molotov because they're up 11-2 and they get triple sprayed down. It's nice to watch, but end of the day, I don't know how much it really means in the context of this map. What I can say is that the T side off the back of losing that one have got a little bit of a lackluster economy. Definitely missing some key grenades. You got the Galil on Danny G. But who said that Rooster ever needed grenades? All they need is juices to go click on some people. Ground Zero still no access to that AWP, which I feel like has been alright for Noobstar. Been finding some early picks with that. They just haven't really been able to make good use of those man advantage situations.
Okay, if they get 4 Ground Zero, how you feeling?
No.
No?
It's already gone.
Not a chance?
Yeah, there's
Not even like a little bit?
there's always a chance.
A little one?
There's always a chance when the New Zealanders on Rooster can potentially micro-sleep while people are running at them. That could be a free round.
That is true. It'll be coming on to 3 AM pretty soon in New Zealand.
I can't believe how keen they are to push this to a third map.
Oh, Chelios is so dead. He almost wasn't so dead there, by the way. Pairs just
I mean, how long does he really need to whip around and kill pairs there? Not very long.
Yeah, exactly. Danny G just walks up, and with the Galil, does get Noobstar. Actually almost gets traded down by Pairs, and does indeed. Bit messy from Pairs, to be honest. Maybe overthinking things, but gets the job done.
I mean, it's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll forgive him.
Wait, is he WA?
Not sure. That Molly is probably going to kill Pairs, isn't it?
Ooh, we almost had the double spray down there, though.
Oh, dear.
Okay, Juice is in the 1 or 2. I'm backing him.
You backing him? He's doing it. Let's see. Burn gives away his position by throwing that bit of utility. Decides not to peek just yet, nor will Llamas, which is smart. Waiting for the bomb plant to go down here. Juices is on a bit of a mission, trying to clear out a few angles. He knows he's got time. Gonna walk into Llamas, who's going to finish the half with a 4th round for ground 0.
Something.
It's something. It's not a lot, but it's something.
So heading over onto the CT side for Rooster. Can get the AWPs rolling. I mean, I feel like Vertigo, it's one of those maps where the individual skill can really shine, just because the CT side of Vertigo kind of reminds me of Overpass from time to time, like on that ramp and stairs area. You have your opportunities to sort of get aggressive on the CT side and try to go for picks and try to stop the Ts before they take that map control.
Yeah.
And when you're playing this good on some of the Rooster players, all it takes is one of those rounds where one of them, you know, gets that frag, gets one or two.
How many times have you seen a map be the tale of two halves, you know? Like one half goes
Well, it could be
cleanly, and then the second half just something falls to bits.
Ground Zero just need to play a fundamentally strong T side on this map.
Yeah.
And it's their pick. And, I mean, will they even get the opportunity to do that? I think that's kind of predicated off the pistol here, to some extent.
Absolutely. One of the more
And
important
whether-
pistols we've seen tonight.
Even if they win the pistol, can they deal with the anti-force? And then we can talk.
All right. Still a few little hurdles to jump over for Ground Zero before they can start to come back into this map. But it ain't over just yet. Let's see how the pistol goes. Void breaks a bit of the glass, waits for a push maybe from Rooster. Chelios gets caught. Can't get one. If he would have gotten one there, it would have been a miracle maybe. Hidden's been spotted as well. I don't think that's a fight that Void wants to take, although he is continuing to stick around. Knows that he's getting collapsed upon by 2. Doing so, he just absolutely demolishes Kitten and Danny G. How about that one? How about that? Ground Zero's back, baby. Let's go. Woo!
That was the saddest woo I've ever heard from you, Jordan.
I've been sick for the last 2 weeks. And I've been casting for 7 hours. It's kind of hard to get that high vocal range at this point in time. I apologize. 5-11 though, Ground Zero win the pistol. Are they back? Still a couple of caveats.
Hold on, I want you to look at the left side of your screen. And I need to see if we're forcing or not.
Not really. Just a couple of deagles.
Are we looking at a team that wants to double up? That's what I'm wondering. A Mag 7.
Let's go.
Danny G.
I like a bit of the Mag 7 life.
You're an interesting character, I'll give you that, mate.
Oh.
I didn't know what Chelios was doing there, to be honest. I think he was kind of just going for a bit of a walk.
Just trying to increase the ADR of the Ground Zero players.
Really? Turns out he can be merciful. Okay, that's one way to lose a Mag 7.
Indeed. Don't know that Ground Zero will be too keen to pick it up regardless.
Oh no, for sure. They will not.
Okay, so bomb plant goes down. Numbers advantage absolutely there for Ground Zero. Should win this round cleanly, and they do.
All 5 alive. That's one way to get it rolling. I think this is a double eco from Rooster into what the hell are they? Okay. So they're going for the full buy.
Yeah.
In this round.
Chelios has a scout, but he's pretty good at the scout.
I don't know why you would buy Deeks in the last round if you want to go for the full buy with just rifles. But I'm keen to see what they want to do with it.
Not a huge amount of utility.
They
for
have no
Rooster.
utility. Absolutely none. And that's something that we've seen a lot of CT teams use very well. Which is why I was sort of thinking, are we looking at a Juice's Chelios double AWP? with a whole bunch of util in the next round. I did not really think that they would be going for this kind of a buy. But here we are.
Might still be able to find a way to make it work. Utility's up on the A-bomb site. Burn trying to solo it.
We see this a lot from him, just trying to draw aggro and rotations while the rest of the boys walk into the other side of the map.
Yeah, and you say that, and the interesting thing is, if Rooster do kill him,
He's
or see him kill someone, they'll know, surely, that this is a fake. And they do, right? They're rotating the extra player over to B already.
That's unbelievable, that read.
Well, you see it time and time again, right? If I can figure it out, I'm pretty sure Roosters can figure it out as well.
If I can figure it out.
Look, I'm not an expert, okay? That's what I'm saying. And it's a good setup now for Roosters with the players over on the B side. Bomb is going down, though.
No kids for them, though, but nice. Spraying through the smoke.
Boyd needs to get a couple of kills here, which he can only get one, and that is the round over. Roosters, first gun round of the half.
That's a bloody good read.
Have just, yeah, red ground zero like a book. I mean, I think now, you see that as ground zero, you send someone else to do that fake, right? And let Burn go with the team. You send Boyd on the fake.
I don't know that those kind of things ever really happen very often in CS. Like, very rarely. Particularly not at this level.
If you see...
But that is a hell of a read.
If you see Burn continually being the one to...
I know
fake.
what you're saying. And I 100% agree with you, and I 100% think that's one hell of a read. But I know that just because of how rigidly people think about roles in this game sometimes, that very rarely happens, that you send someone else instead, kind of thing.
It might be...
But in theory, that's a cool concept, but
Yeah.
I know that it very rarely happens. Regardless, though, round zero. Now I'm going to be pressuring this ramp pretty heavily.
Well, they do have a good bite here. Rooster has a decent one as well. Chelios will walk up behind ground zero. Limeless was watching. He got headshot, but it doesn't matter when there's an M4 in play.
Rooster going to take the singular eco and even up the cash a little bit with that purchase. Still, ground zero are going to increase the CT loss bonus, and I'm just waiting for the double orb to come out. I'm waiting to see a real solid gun round from Rooster, see what they can do with it. Ground zero, it's a slow and sensible approach. The anti-eco that we all want to see. Burn does not go slowly, though. Straight up through secret. And the rest of ground zero are going to turn around and follow him up. Burn's been winning a lot of these opening duels this game on the T side. And it hasn't even been that many rounds.
Good
Keen to see if he's going to keep doing it.
Jello's through the smoke with the USP. No chance, surely. Ooh, he wants the deagle. He gets it. Is Rooster going to go for this? Looks like they might. Jello's gets swung on by Burn, who is working on that aim right now. You back him to get juices as well. It is an ace.
Gorgeous.
Okay. You start to scratch your head a little bit here as Rooster. You know, that momentum falling by the wayside, going back the way of ground zero. You realize now, hey, it's 3 a.m. in New Zealand. We've got two players.
Chelios falling asleep.
3 a.m. Rough night. Do we want to play another map?
Burn has fallen off the map.
That's not good. That's really not good. This is not the round where you can afford that to happen.
Probably not. Oops has got an inkling.
No!
Doesn't matter, he's got nothing left. Hasn't got his head anymore.
All right, I think you have to call this one ground zero. Just be like, all right, that round, we'll forget about that round. I mean, we'll see how it turns out, but 4v3? Tough one to make work.
We can still make it work. Got pairs pressuring the connector, two boys walking up the stairs. I've seen this work out before. Wouldn't even be surprised, Jordan.
Yep.
Alright, pairs on 80k. Gonna pressure him off the line for the time being. He's just gonna fall back. Smoke thrown down by pairs. Gonna try and make his way through the window, I'm assuming. Will there be a rotation out from the CTs before Chelios is going to click on one of these Ts? Looks like Danny is going to make his way over.
Oh, Void gets the smoke down. Pixel perfect. If he peeks any further, he gets killed by Chelios. Molly's in a decent spot as well, which stops Chelios from pushing forward. And Pears also grabs Netic. So, numbers are even 4 now. Chelios finally strikes as the Molly fades, and Bomb Plant not able to go down. It's open in the middle of nowhere. Pears can't do it himself. Chelios just steps up, gets 3, and there goes ground 0. 13-8. What a difference that round could have been had Burn not died at the start.
CTs with not a whole lot of cash to work with, but 2 SGs at least. Is pretty good.
13-8.
It's a pretty important round. Both teams economically sort of struggling, and Chelios is now starting to get rolling with the AWP. Just wondering when he was going to get his hands on it.
Yeah. So kill down the A ramp. Burn's able to trade back though. That's the Danger Man out of the picture. And the Danger Man's still alive for ground 0 as well. You know, we didn't really get to see Chelios and Burn going head-to-head in the last round because Burn just jumped off the edge. But now, Burn, the man that's been doing all of the work here on the T side for ground 0, is still up.
Look at this push from Netic though. He's made his way all the way through the other side of the map. Does get punished for it by Void.
Yeah, Void's been really good on these lurks.
100%.
The pistol as well, remember that.
I remember.
First time. 4v3 here for ground 0. As they...
Chilling.
Yeah, just let Rooster cook a little bit.
Slow roast.
Don't want to make it too dry.
Maybe throw a couple of potatoes in there from earlier.
Absolutely. Here comes Burn. But it's Pears that will open the account. Burn with the assist, of course, off the flashbang. Smokes down, which will allow the bomb plant. Maybe for Rooster might be better off just to save the weaponry here. They don't have a great economy to their name. Finding themselves in a similar position to ground 0, although I would say not quite as bad.
See if they can recover that AWP. It's been pretty impactful for Chelios. Ground 0 carrying 4 guns forward is pretty important. They need to keep that economy nice and stable on the comeback train here as they reduce their loss bonus.
Yep.
Nice shades on Void there. I feel like something straight out of a Matrix scene.
Yeah, definitely on top of a building as well.
Yeah. When's the chopper coming?
We're in the chopper.
See.
Chopper cam.
Can you make the chopper noises?
I'm not doing that. Not at 1 AM in the morning.
I'm glad you have a clear light of what you will or won't do on broadcast.
Twitch chat already hates us enough, Billy.
That's fine.
Don't need to make it any worse.
Okay with that.
Quick play from ground 0 this time. They're aware that the buy would be a little weaker from Rooster. Prepared to take that gamble. That there's not an AWP watching ramp, which there is not.
Double creep through the secret here. Chelios on point.
Gets 1, gets both. Well done by Pears. Really needed to get 2 there. Otherwise, it was a hairy situation for ground 0.
ADK though, haven't had enough of pushing secret. He's gonna
Has
do it
made
again.
noise. They've heard him. They've absolutely heard him. They've all turned around.
Pears on point.
He's actually stepping up quite a lot. 26 frags now. Plant's going down courtesy of Noobster, who seems to have heard, or at least has an inkling that Netic is where he is. Continues to peek, or beats Deagle in this situation. Another save for Juices.
Another round for ground 0 with 4 alive. Pretty good for their cash. Going to be able to fight out the rest of this half, I would say. Definitely getting to that point. As for Rooster, I mean, you're looking at the cash for them. 300, 400 for ADK and Chell. Kind of money they're going to be looking at. Yeah, not great. Probably just a couple of upgraded pistols around the Krieg. Try to get the double AWP. No, again, they're just going to force the buy-in. I mean, it worked for them in that third round, so why not? Give it another go. don't know if this is necessarily the way you want to manage your economy, though, when you're so far ahead. A lot of people really advocate for just building up that loss bonus and trying to get the best buy on the board as possible, rather than going towards a scout when you've got so much room to work with. Anyway, can't tell Chelios how to play.
Absolutely
he does
not.
stuff like that.
Oh.
And then they get 2 early picks and look to put their 14th on the board with that kind of a buy.
Yeah, just when you feel like Ground Zero's coming back into it again, they lose. Well, they haven't lost the round yet, but they're probably going to lose the round. It's a similar situation to what we saw for Order, where they're just not quite being able to bring it back. Pairs has done well in the last round, needs to do phenomenally in this round to salvage anything for Ground Zero, but this is surely 14 up for Rooster.
Yeah, I mean, even if he doesn't win the round here, as many kills as he can get is a massive difference for Ground Zero. They're staring down 1 to 2 buy rounds. You want to keep Rooster as honest as possible.
Has a chance here if he holds, and he does, but maybe not quite long enough. Another half second, and he'd have gotten both there.
Well, that's huge already.
It's good damage. Didn't lose any HP for it either.
He's heading in the direction of ADK, who's very low. Juices is one-shottable, I think. This is...
Gonna get a bomb plant if he kills ADK.
I don't know if it's doable.
It's probably not. I mean, in theory, every round is doable to a sense, but if he can get the bomb plant down, force at least a retake to happen here.
Molly on the back. I don't think that's gonna. I think that's gonna stop 80. Never mind. He's just gone straight.
Oh well, he got the bomb.
Straight in.
Got the bomb plant down. Something for Ground Zero.
3 alive for Rooster.
I wonder if it's almost worth getting off the bomb plant there, because he had 9 seconds, I think, when he planted the bomb initially. So in theory, he could have gotten off the bomb, killed ADK, and planted the bomb. It's pretty hard in that situation, obviously. I know I'm kind of like really going deep on the
No, I think.
nitpicking.
Yeah,
Did not have time.
I think at that point where he had taken that long to clear out the site, like that part of the site, he probably did exactly what he should have done.
Yeah.
He's just hoping the Molotov was good.
Oh well.
All you can criticize is throw the Molotov a bit better. That's about it.
14's up for Rooster. Only a couple of rounds away from putting us through to map 3.
Well, Ground Zero's grabbed control of that ramp very early on. It's a bit more of a passive setup here for Rooster. Smokes have been thrown out to the top. Juice is just shouldering the top of that stairs, gathering info for Rooster. And Ground Zero edging closer up towards this A bomb site. They really don't have a whole lot of utility, a couple pieces of util. So they want to be throwing the right ones to make sure that Chelios has minimal opportunities to be able to click on T's as they head into the site.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same for Rooster. Like, they don't have that much utility either. So if they let Ground Zero get the bomb plant down here, it could well be the round. So assuming it goes even. Smokes are good there by Ground Zero. But the boost here for Chelios, does he spot anyone through? Doesn't seem to have. Good plan here for Ground Zero. 5 versus 5 should be holdable, but Chelios gets 2! Oh. I mean, how does he continue to do that? Another collateral cleaned up well by Pairs, who has been the saving grace for Ground Zero in this second half, I will say.
Void on the flank as well. I think he's timed it essentially perfectly.
Seems to have. Spots 2, gets the first one for free, and then cleans up Juices. On the defuse is ADK, but Noobster will make no mistake.
That's just not just the 1 round for Ground Zero. That's worth 2, essentially. Rooster's been economically reset. So Ground Zero should be able to put a 12th on the board, and if they close this one out cleanly, I would assume that they potentially have gotten themselves enough money to continue through the rest of the half.
Yep.
As for Rooster, I mean, you're looking at a 12th. Next round should be a pretty good buy being put together. And then you have, you know, 1 or 2 more buys after that. But this is getting a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah. I Thing is, though, it just takes one mistake from Ground Zero and this map's over. So they really haven't left themselves very much room. Burn in a very nice spot to shut down Chelios, expecting another player there as well, and we'll get rid of Danny G. Perfect crosshair placement. That was nice. That's also a nice shot from Juices. Burn's on a bit of a tear here. Should have expected another player on the bomb site. Might have done, but this time gets shut down. So don't want to see Ground Zero get overzealous here. Juices is hitting some good shots with this Deagle. Just gives some time for Void to work his way around. Seems as though Rooster have cottoned on to the shenanigans, though. And if Void goes down here, that can be really dangerous. See how tentative Ground Zero are to actually push this. They're really waiting for Void to move. This time he's taken a different route. And it'll work out well for him again. Then it goes down. Juices is very scary with this Deagle. They're giving him a lot of respect, as they should. Void does just survive. An important round for Ground Zero. One step closer. Chelios with the AWP again, though.
Yep, back on the AWP. Everyone buying up the rifles on Rooster, but Ground Zero definitely getting very close here. You lose a couple weapons in that last round, which is definitely going to take its toll on the economy, but for the most part, they're doing okay.
The thing is, though, they just have to win every single round anyway, pretty much. So does the economy matter so much?
Yeah, because there's potential for OT here. They don't want to allow Rooster to get match point and potentially put them in a situation where they can't put a good buy on the board. That's the issue, really.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Void has been doing a lot of work on the lurk, but you've got to question how long does Rooster allow that to happen for before they start cottoning on that Void is going to be behind them?
Slow round from Ground Zero. Both Juices and Chelios trying to open things up for Rooster, but so far, so good if you're a Ground Zero fan. Haven't lost any of your players. Progression Molotov up above Secret does push Chelios back on the AWP. Consequence spam does not get him. Ground Zero really running the clock down here. But now starting to group up towards the ramp. It's going to be a full commitment onto this A site. And 3 players for Rooster to receive with very limited utility. They're going to have to be hitting some shots.
Chelios waiting burn as well. It's a game of timing. Chelios tries to strike first, but it's Burn that'll get the advantage.
Oh,
and what a clean shot into
one-tap.
ADK. Almost gets Danny G as well. We'll call the position for Llamas, who makes short work of the third player defending the A bomb site through the smoke. Nedic's able to spam down Llamas, but he's the only player left alive here. And he's a free kill for Pears, who, with the SG, brings up his 30 bomb for the map.
Beautiful performance. That's definitely Zeph worthy.
Yep. Credit where it's due. He has taken a little while to shine, but once he did start to shine here in the second half, he's really pulled Ground Zero kicking and screaming through a few rounds. It is a save from Rooster here.
I think from looking at Pear's stats, I mean, there's no doubt that he's got the potential.
Yeah.
Just from seeing some of him play, but he's definitely pretty inconsistent. Oh my God!
Are
This
you
is
for real?
not where you'd want to be losing.
That was through the smoke.
There's so many tags onto these Ground Zero players, softening them up for all upgraded pistols and light armor.
Not like
They
this.
really need to be careful here. I just like to see an exi, straight up. Just an exi onto a bomb site, cut down a lot of the angles. I don't want to be taking these aim duels. I mean, Void's okay. He's got the health to do so. But we just want to throw that utility down.
Chelios is just spamming through, hoping for something. Which is how it goes flying. Traffic cone for anyone that's not Australian. Chelios just misses that shot, which is lucky for Burn because he was low HP. But Ground Zero seemed to have stabilized in the round. It's been pretty dangerous. Danny G could cause some problems, but won't. And Pears is just an absolute machine right now for Ground Zero. Holding my breath there for the T side, but they've got the job done. Only losing the one gun as well.
They got great money.
Chelios made that scary.
And in this situation, you are biting your lip if you Rooster. Simply because if you lose this round, you're going to be in a pretty rough economic position in the next.
Well, if
Ground Zero is essentially playing for a good chance at the win if they win this round.
They put the AWP in Juice's hand.
The glass candidate as well.
Is that the play?
I think, particularly with the buy that you've got, and with the amount of information that you have about how Ground Zero likes to run their default, you probably just don't play a super standard setup here, and you should probably try to take some risks. You just don't have the utility to be able to complete a clean retake. You don't have a kit to play into the late round. You really need a pick in the earlier parts of the round, or just rely on a very solid stack or a crossfire to win this round here if you're Rooster. It is going to be Juices playing on that B side with the AWP. The one player swinging on the rotation is Nedic between middle, and the rest of the boys really leaning heavily towards that A side of the map. Ground Zero waiting for this push towards Secret. Have they been caught off?
No, Burn is waiting. That's massive. He's done it again. Ground Zero will be thanking their lucky stars that they got Burn on the roster tonight. He might even get a third here, but won't. 80k trades him down. Llama's waiting for that molly before he peaks. It's 3 versus 3. Still winnable here for Rooster, but 80k is stuck with a USP. Had no bullets left in the rifle. And Noobs has somehow spotted Nedic, sitting on top of the boxes on the bottom side. Ground Zero will finally pull ahead here on Vertigo. It has taken such a long time, but they're going to go up to 15, and now the pressure is on Rooster.
And it's been no gimmicks from Ground Zero. It's literally just been a very stable T side full of good fundamentals. Just like Burn holding that angle. Those are the kind of things that you get rewarded for. Probably done that a million times in practice, and just something simple like that. You know, it's so easy to just turn around or pull a grenade out and not be holding that line for your teammates. But having that protocol in place wins in that very, very crucial round. It's a pretty boring thing, all things considered, just holding the angle and just tapping people coming into your crosshair.
I'm sure Ground Zero is quite happy with a boring round here, as long as it's the round that they're winning. 15-14. Buy is, it's kind of there for Rooster. I mean, they've got the AWP on Chelios. They've got a little bit of utility. It's glass cannon AWP, though. Ground Zero have everything they want. Now, what do you do here as Ground Zero? Do you go to B for the first time in a long time, or do you stick with what's working?
You stick with what's working, because even if you head to OT here, you're looking like the much more consistent team anyway.
Well, Danny G, he'll be mollied out of position. Does have a smoke, but that all but confirms the position of a CT for Ground Zero. So they wait the smoke out. Got a few more Molotovs to play with. Danny G needs some help from his teammates. The flash gets him back across. Chelios sets on the line.
And again, the aggression in the early round gets Rooster absolutely nothing. And that does not bode well for them, considering how the last couple of rounds have gone.
Well, sandbag is clear now for Ground Zero.
Again, similar setup for Rooster. Hasn't really worked before. Ground Zero holding their ground over towards the ramp here. Looking to potentially make their way into Secret. And hit A through the ramp once again. Why not? It's been working time and time again.
Yep. Let's get those smokes up. Take Chelios and the AWP out of the game.
The exact same approach as every time before. Here's the wall of smoke.
They'll probably try and boost Chelios up again, which is what they've been doing quite a bit. 80k.
It's just no utility for the retake. Only one kid on Juices.
Chelios is up once again, but this has not worked. He hasn't been able to find anyone over the smoke. Pears cops a fair chunk of damage. Llamas falls as well, but the bomb plant is going down. Numbers are there for Roosters. What? But Noobs gets a kill through the smoke. Is this still winnable for Ground Zero? They don't have much utility.
There's the flashes for Rooster. They're going to start to throw them out to start to create space.
It's going to be onto Noobster.
Around.
It's really going to be onto Noobster here with the timing. He gets a good shot, doesn't actually get the kill, but Burn and Void have found one apiece, and they are finding the players that they need. Burn has done it again. 26 frags for him. Pears was phenomenal on this map as well. And Ground Zero, what an arduous task, have taken us to a 2-0 on Vertigo. 16-14. I'm losing my voice, Pilly. It's 1 AM, even later than 1 AM, but Ground Zero have won the series, and they'll continue on in the upper bracket where they will face Order later on maybe next week. But boy, oh boy, what a night of ANZ Champs it's been.
Yeah, that's not how I thought that series was going to go at all.
No.
And I don't really know what to say. I think Ground Zero, they looked pretty solid, at least in terms of the chemistry, in terms of the teamwork tonight. Do I think they really looked good enough to take on one of the big dogs in further on in the bracket? I don't know. Or to look pretty shaky as well. That's going to be an interesting one to watch for sure.
It's going to be an interesting season, I think, to be fair. You know, we've only just started. We've only scraped the surface. It's taken 8 hours, but we've scraped the surface of ANZ Champs. 2 series done and dusted. How many more we've got for the season? There's 2 doubly limb brackets, so we've got plenty of games. Man, what a crazy night. I don't know kind of where to begin, right? Because obviously you look back at the first series for tonight and no one would have expected that to go to even 3 maps. No one would have expected to go to triple overtime on train. And then here on our second series, the expectation was sort of out the window, right? Because a lot of those matches were, a lot of those players were sort of in form but out of form, but you're not really sure how they're going to turn up on the night. So we come into the series and we really don't have any ideas. And then we get a 2-0 from Ground Zero, but a pretty hard-fought 2-0. When you look at Vertigo there, there's, I think, a lot that both teams are going to have to go back and take a look at. Anyway, here is the bracket. Here's how things panned out for us today. The 2-1, of course, from Order over Skyfire. 2-0 from Ground Zero. And as I said, it's going to be Order and Ground Zero in that upper bracket. Tomorrow, we're going to be taking a look at some more Counter-Strike matches. We've got Counter-Strike from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday every week now for the ANZ Champs for a little while. It's quite exciting. It's good to be back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, tonight's games didn't let us down. I'm sure we're going to have some more banger games tomorrow. And even just further through the bracket, I think a lot of these underdog teams have some potential and are showing some pretty good things this series. So I don't think there's really any games that you kind of go, oh, that's a bit of a write-off at this point.
I mean, especially once we get down into that lower bracket as well, because that is the quote-unquote elimination, right? That means you're out of contention for at least Split 1. You'll go back into Split 2, of course, but even still, to make it through from Split 1 is a big advantage because you go straight into the ANZ Champs finals. You don't have to worry too much about playing in Split 2, so a bit of a nice rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And we usually, you know, we'll see the top teams sort of claim those spots, but I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong this time around. People looking a bit shaky, perhaps.
Perhaps. Well, that is going to be a question that we'll have to answer in the coming weeks, in the coming days. We're done for tonight. Thank you very much for joining us here on the ANZ Champs. It has been a long night indeed. We'll be back again tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, right here, ESL_Australia or ESL CSGO. Whatever floats your boat, be there. We'll see you then.
But I did feel Skyfire had some degree of difficulty taking this area of the map, even on their gun rounds. They weren't really able to progress up A ramps. It's spotted out by now. But Order have bigger problems in the name of Leto. That was dispatched off easily.
Around the corner, nice little jiggle. He's still so good at isolating. How has he isolated that aim duel?
Just
with 3 people on the same angle.
Oh, he might actually win this. Affinity in the 1v1. Oh, no! Likely decides not to throw the smoke down. Oh, and that's a good decision indeed.
Going to try and amend.
Be dangerous. Gyra definitely going to get the first and the second as well. Oh, Gyra, he's doing it all on his own. Doesn't look like there's much in the back pocket here for Skyfire, although Alistair doesn't really do too much to help Valiance there. Has to do the job himself.
Ricky's in through the dig side, creeping up as you do have Gyra applying the pressure. Would have had a flash to drop there.
Oh.
What is that from Gumpton? Just magneting.
Spotted, he goes down for free. Oh, the lineup! He's lined them all up. Probably not that bad. Alistair and Valiance don't have much control of this bomb site, although up on the blue train, Alistair is looking sharp with the AK. See him through? Or not?
Oh, what? What is that spray transfer? Excuse me? I don't into each other on top of the side, Jordan.
They've lined up for Licky. He's going to Licky them to death. Don't watch. He's seen him behind E-Box.
Oh, the molly out.
He's won the aim duel. He's won the round. Skyfire are going to overtime at number 3. I can't believe it. He did. Round has started. Trade back by Ricky though. Equalizes the numbers. Ricky standing tall. Alistair misses the shot. Has another opportunity, and that's a good one that gets you Stillo. Ricky's low.
Gorgeous. That's certainly not from Skyfire. That is literally onto that Nana area. Perfectly thrown by Burn. Just pushes them straight into Llama's crosshair. That was an unbelievable setup there for Ground Zero. Way up into the bracket.
Too easy for Llamas. He's actually going to triple kill.
Made their way a little bit up here. He got this close.
Bit of damage done, but maybe not quite as much as they would have liked.
Messi has had a chance there, but wasn't able to take advantage of it.
Love it!
What?
Oh my god!
There's go massive here for Ground Zero. Flash comes over the top and he sprays 3 down.
So, numbers are even 4 now. Chelios finally strikes as the volley fades, and bomb plant not able to go down. It's open in the middle of nowhere. Pears can't do it himself. Chelios just steps high.
But it's definitely pretty inconsistent.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Are
This
you
is
for...
Mr. Murray, have you decided on a name?
We're thinking Callum.
Calamari.
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 Let's make it Jack.
Drink it through with Dare iced coffee.
the screens, ladies and gentlemen. Average damage per round, that is what the acronym stands for. 200 from Boomich. And I feel like this is just another day in the what's the expression? Walk in the park?
Day in the office?
Another day in the office? Yeah, I was combining the two. Another day in the park.
Day in the park.
Another day in the park for Boomich. And I'll tell you now, he has had absolutely zero shift in his performance with this grand final, semi-final, all of that fluff. He doesn't care. He's just there for the victory in game.
Well, I'm glad you asked me as to why Navi's CT side can be so good and how they shut down its outside approaches. It's down to Boomich, honestly. As we go for the Venn dive here, Hunter makes it down successfully with the sword-off shotgun, no less. You don't see that too often these days. Bit of a roll back to 2015, and we'll see whether he can make it work. So they'll be aware of a potential drop towards the vents here, but what's the reaction? In terms of CD presence towards lower, we have got Flamey with the Krieg in hand now. Simple spots a couple towards the ramp, but he still wants to fight. Of course he does. He'll find two. Flamey now with the Krieg as well. You know he's going to be able to clean this one up. Bomb goes down in a great position to find another. And Hunter, remember, he was a player that dropped down towards the vent. Don't think he'll be doing much about this situation, I'm afraid. He has 41 HP, and he actually looks better with the Glock in hand than the shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance that an M4 could fall into his grasp, but it would be the most ridiculous clear of his career.
Look at the discipline as well from Na'Vi. They're not giving anything up this round, and Electronics guaranteed the frag here. I say that, there might be a second when he sneaks by, spots him, we're good. And it's going to be 6-0. Another clean and calculated round there from Na'Vi. Simple with a double kill towards the ramp. They didn't recover the AWP, interestingly enough. I guess they want to hold on to the Krieg. They've got plenty of money, so maybe just going to reinvest into the sniper rifle, which they do.
I saw Simple drop an AWP to pick up a Krieg yesterday, so I think he's got faith in electronic skills, and that's the double kill.
Especially with Flamey. I mentioned this yesterday, right? He plays the ramp, and notoriously one of the most difficult areas to play in CSGO. If you have the Krieg, though, you can challenge one kill, you've got the scope, you can have some range. It makes a lot of sense if Flamey gets that Krieg. G2 need to start waking up now. We've got a Krieg for them in the hands of Amanek. AK's out in full force, but they take damage once again at the start. The HE lands in the face of Hunter. And here come the final few smokes. Simple, though, always seems to grab them as they jump across. This time, not so lucky. 4 players in total going to be making their way towards Secret. And they've done this before, but remember, it's always Boomich that's ready and waiting. He's deployed the same smoke.
He's doing it again.
It cannot progress any further. Before he was on the right, now on the left. And that HE, I've got a feeling that's going to do a boatload of damage. Here we go, Alex. Oh, it's going to hurt a lot. They're trying to run, but you can't. Boomich on the other side. He manages to find the bomb at least. Flamey chiming in as well. Nice spray, but still a 3-on-3 for now.
Electronic keeps the advantage in favor of Na'Vi. Kenny and Amanek already a double for the star of the G2 show towards the vents. And so with 60 seconds, they're going to let Amanek try and draw CT attention elsewhere. It's very unlikely he takes this fight dry. You can see he's just going to be posturing. A flashbang out the door, keeping attention that way. Now the cross. Gosh, Simple does not miss again. And another double kill to connect for Simple. 7-0. And that's 12 frags for Boomich. I want to keep track of that because he has given Na'Vi the momentum to start off map 1.
G2 are yet to find an opening frag, Alex, and we're going into round number 8. How kind of nuts is that? It sets the tone for this grand final, to say the very least. People were speculating as to whether Na'Vi could turn up to a similar level we saw yesterday. Well, it seems like a resounding yes has been found, at least so far. 7-0, another eco for G2 at this point. A partial buy, if you will, with the Desert Eagles and armor. They have one smoke and an HE. Amanek with the MAC-10 once more, but a much slower pace round here. Na'Vi have barely broken a sweat. They look like they're having fun out there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a grand final from the pressure when you cut to the Na'Vi players. It's all smiles and, of course, understandably so. 7-0. This was G2's map pick. It was always a question of who would choose to take it to Dust 2. Na'Vi have been unfazed picking the map, or G2, that will be the second. And, ooh, Kenny does manage to find a return. Keeps things level for a moment, but it could very well just be a moment. Simple misses a shot.
You don't say that too often. And he's going to try and make up for it now. A little overzealous there, perhaps, but Boomich is there to pick up the pieces. This guy is having one hell of a tournament, I have to say. Every single situation, he plays it so well. It's perfecto to close things out there. They'll keep 3 players up and recover the AWP, just to note that. Boomich is on the M4. He's currently 15-3 right now. The in-game leader fragging out of his mind.
I think Boomich was scrolling through VK last night and he saw a thread. It said, Nexa best fragging in-game leader. He just woke up with a man on a mission. My goodness, look at him go.
3rd kill is nuts. Kenny S gets his clock cleaned there. and we'll get into round 9.
How often do you clean your clock?
Quite often, actually. You know, grandfather clock at home. Like to make sure it's well-oiled, well-lubricated.
Yeah, I clean mine every day in the shower.
We get into another Kenny S AWP. Like I said, they haven't found any opening frags yet. Next, yet to find a single frag. 0 and 8 for him. Kenny goes towards the silo this time. A little bit awkward in the movement, but trying to set himself up for this smoke. Just going to be probing towards outside. He knows there's a chance that the orb's going to be moving around. Simple for now. On the CT side of things, a little bit more defensive, watching for the cross. Smoke towards Squeaky.
Hunter's in a position to be, I imagine, throwing a late outside smoke.
They're all throwing their smokes at this point, so they've had enough of it being very telegraphed at the start of the round. They're making this look more like a set piece at this point. This could be the fake. This could be where they send one player there. You can see a few of them moving towards lobby after the smokes are thrown, so it is a variation. We talk about that. So Almanac will be given the solo task of going towards Secret, force a rotation down towards lower, and I assume they either go towards ramp or go for an upper explosion here. The bomb is going to be recovered by Almanac. This is a complete fake. They haven't sent anyone outside at all.
And he's just, you can see he's not even looking at his monitor. He is simply waiting for the call. One word.
That's a smoke towards heaven, I assume. And we'll see whether that's going to work out for them. It's an upper execution. Almost Molotov towards the HUD as well. They're flashing in, and here they come.
Oh, the molly is so good. Look at them. Perfecto, Simple. They're burning, but Simple through the fire and flames. He finds his Dragon Force, only the first. And so, 3 versus 4 at this point. Nexus does get cut down to a scrap of health, but still functional. Kenny down to 39, bomb in top site. Could this be G2's first round of the grand finals?
We know they're one of the most hard-working teams in CSGO right now. That was a beautiful execution. The suggestion of the outside play removes a player from the upper bomb site. The Molotovs, the flashbangs, nothing could be done. They find an early Molotov kill. As we get into the 3 versus 4, there is plenty of money here for Na'Vi, but it doesn't look like necessarily going for the round victory. Just trying to hold them in towards the bomb site, and Flamey might have found them an opening here. It is going to be Boomich, bringing it back to the 2 versus 2. Down he drops, and Flamey now in the 1 versus 1. He might have a chance in this. We'll see what he can do, as he'll actually have to just nade towards Squeaky, touch the bomb, hope for the best here. He's going to take one hell of a shot. The close things out! Has he actually pulled it off? I don't think he has. It's too far gone. That's one hell of an effort. It's not going to work out, but still a smile on his face. It's a statement of a round regardless. It didn't look like they stood a chance, but still, they take all 5 players down. It's a hollow victory at best for G2.
Kenny can't even get an AWP, dude. I don't even know if he can get an AWP into his hands. He just had it snatched by Flamey. Let's see the full execution again. So Molly on towards the hut, Flamey 10 HP, Simple the same, and you can see just down to the wire. It wasn't far off. He gets the kit, he gets the AWP, and wallbang from the one tracer shot from Kenny.
Yeah, it's difficult to fist bump after those ones. You know we've been absolutely wrecked financially. They still have enough for the AK-47s. A 3 coming through. This is breaking point now for both sides. Whoever wins this round will be sending their opposition to the doldrums. Simple, holding towards the fence. We saw Cirque with some absolutely insane action there with the sniper rifle. It's not the same play. He's actually repositioning, going towards Secret. The first time we've seen Simple there allows us to be more combative towards T-Red and, of course, the silo position. And that's exactly where we're going to find Amanek, I believe. So Hunter will be up there as well. And at this point, Simple doesn't overcommit.
I feel like we're saying Na'Vi or Na'Vi player doesn't commit a whole lot on their CT side. There is a newfound restraint to this roster.
They're looking at the bigger picture. They're not overstepping the mark, especially when they have advantages as well. We talk about every kill, especially in the modern game with this new finance system. I say new. It's difficult to justify giving up even a single frag, as we'll see them cross over. There is a bit of a gap there. I don't think Electronic was aware of it. And he'll let them cross over, but the big man's waiting for them. The big bad wolf of CSGO, holding towards his secret steps. You know he's going to nail one of these and get the hell out of there. Holds a more defensive line. Do they dare challenge him again?
With a huff and a puff. He's already blown one down. Jack's gone. It does seem like that could be enough to deter G2. They're changing their plans on the fly. Simple. Sending them towards Electronics domain. We call them the duo, and you can see why. Just between them, rock in a hard place. The new names for Na'Vi's duo, because again, an advantage for Na'Vi, and there's only 18 seconds for the rest of these Frenchmen to make this round a reality.
That's such a good point. What are you going to do here? You got 10 seconds, you know, near a bomb site. Amanex is going to have to make a load of noise here. Flashing as his teammates get ready towards main, but there's so many areas to check. A good effort here so far. 4 seconds, no chance for a plant. They made the best of it, Alex, I have to say, but once again, the change of positions there, Simple, so confident to hold that line, and you can see they've got a real answer to the outside plays here. I want to see more set pieces from G2. That worked really nicely. The fact you were getting Molotov kills, flashing them off, that, to me, that's where you got to go. You're not making any see ground towards lower whatsoever. The ramp pushes towards Flamey aren't working out. Simples is in your head. I want to see set pieces now. Take the time out. That's what's worked out for them. But the problem is, Alex, we said, if they didn't win that round, money was destroyed. The round they did win, all 5 players go down. It leaves them about $3,000 going into round number 11 here. And they're 9-1 down in their map pick. They haven't turned up to this grand final so far.
Henry, G2 have 1 opening duel success in 10 rounds of play
Not
here.
a good stat you want to hear. Not against this Na'Vi.
And certainly not on the T side of Nuke. So many opportunities, but every single one of them has landed flat. Malik, it's his turn. His 3rd attempt, by the way. That's 3 timeouts in 10 rounds on our opening map of this grand final. That's G2 flustered. There's no doubt about it. Everything points towards it. And this round should be the 10th for Na'Vi. Very little G2 can say about it. A couple of Desert Eagles thrown towards the brawn of Na'Vi.
CZs, a P250, no nades. Another grim outlook here for G2. Bomb waiting towards T-Spawn as Electronic. He's ready and waiting for a few more duels. This guy really has had a rise to notoriety in the last 6 months. It's just amazing how good he's got. He said at one point he thinks he can be better than Simple. I think there's an argument to be made that he could do that. Everyone on Na'Vi right now is just looking unstoppable.
And I mean, you know, I'm always a sucker for an underdog. I think that happens as soon as you have a British birth certificate.
Of course.
Support the underdog. But Perfecto, just seeing the fact that, you know, it wasn't, what, 6 months ago I was casting him at the Berlin Minor for Simon
So
Gaming,
funny. Yeah.
and he's now in the grand final of Katowice. It's just gorgeous, and it's Counter-Strike at its very best.
Nice work from Simple. It normally would overcommit to that one. Wait for the backer to come in. And the meat grinder is looking very efficient today. It absolutely destroys G2 at that point. And I like that from Simple. He could have gone down there. He could have gone for another swing, but he falls back. He brings them towards the rifles at that point. Another very clean round. Demoralizing for G2 at this point. Perfect positioning just as the HE lands in the middle of all of them as well. They barely inflict any damage towards the CT defense as we have a full buy now, running out of time in this first half. On your own map pick, if you're only getting one round in the first half, things are going to be difficult to recover.
You can work with 10-5, 110%.
Yep.
But this is so crucial. Look at Kenny, knife out. He's planning to take a duel. We could see Kenny versus Simple.
Ouch.
Or Kenny versus Nade. Shrapnel lodged in his G2 esports jersey. He won't be able to find Simple just yet. Over the periphery of the smoke, only line towards heaven. Simple opting for a little lower of an angle. And so, 3 members of G2 forge a path towards Secret.
Simple looking towards those smokes for now. Doesn't know how many players have made it down exactly, but we talk about Boomich here again. Same smoke, same outcome. It's going to be Electronic down there this time. He's got the AK-47 in hand. That really does scare me for G2. That guy is an absolute animal with the AK. Doesn't miss many. Jax cowers in the corner here, waiting for CT aggression. How long can they wait at this point? What's happening elsewhere on the map? We have got Nexa getting ready towards the ramp room. He's hoping they push towards the lobby, hunt for some information. They are hoping they could actually maybe show enough down towards lower bomb site, push someone towards Squeaky Door. Not going to happen so far. Here comes Electronic, spots one, jumps up, falls back. You can see the call being made as well, letting them come to him.
This looks so good. They're throwing the same nades they did for their top execute. It's finally fooling Na'Vi. 35 seconds, bomb towards the lower site, and Electronic has to hold it. Oh, the flash, perfect from Kenny.
Bomb down.
But that's the bomb, and Flamey has the hold. He has to get in, though. Boomich is already drawing more blood, and with 25 seconds, this is all on Jax. His back turned, and that was the best chance we've seen in so many rounds, and it's stolen by Na'Vi.
Instead of taking the jewels, they're working together. They're falling back to crossfires and just establishing such strong foundations across the map. It's very smart right now. It's all about that smoke towards Secret. G2 either need to get braver and just push through that smoke, because as soon as they get locked off there and there's 4 players, the rotations come through. Players like Electronic and Boomich get set up, and you're not stopping them at this point. Simple watching the flanks as well. This is a nightmare. Go back to the executions. That's where you got your round. As we'll see them go to number 13 here. An upper rush through the Squeaky Door. Is it going to be the same sort of result?
Oh!
It looks like it will be, Alex. 2 more go down. The bomb to be dropped. It's a 5-on-3 before we can even get going in the round here. And that should be 12-1.
Oh my goodness. I thought the Na'Vi game yesterday was something you would not see for the rest of the year. A team all hitting their individual stride, their individual peak at the same time versus Astralis. Everything suggested that this would not happen again. And yet here we stand, 12-1 to start the grand final.
Boomich is 24 kills and 5 deaths, and we've played 13 rounds at this point. That is absolutely insane. Oh my God, his ADR is at 187. He hasn't really missed an opportunity as of yet. Every shot he's taking just seems to be landing. They're not even firing back at this point. They're not in this game.
He's having so much fun. I mean, to be fair, you know, think about the human element. He's grown up watching Na'Vi play Counter-Strike. He's aspired to do it. He's climbed the ranks for many years. I've seen Boomich and his fledgling years at the Katowice has gone. The qualifiers for Katowice, no less. And now he's in the finals. And